It's not bad.
All right, good morning.
Good morning. Morning.
Hope everybody had an enjoyable evening of sleep and put their thinking caps on all night long.
Sure.
Okay.
Thought about these.
Let's do roll call first. Roberta.
Here.
Carl. Here. Jason. Here. Julie.
Here.
Kim.
Here.
Alicia.
Yes.
Dean.
Here.
Judy.
Here.
Sarah.
Here.
Morning, let's just kind of keep in mind, open minds, objective. What's best for New York dairy farmers? I know I say it all the time, apologize, but that's why we're here. Great visit with Commissioner Ball the other day. He has a lot of faith in us, which is great. We got a lot of faith in his staff. We do thank his staff one more time because they are they take good care of us.
Mhm.
Absolutely. One minor thing this morning for contractors. As you can see, we kind of pivoted this morning as far as facilities. We had a slight challenge, little misunderstanding, maybe I'd say, with DFA. Nothing major, everything's okay. Concern is that we kind of took up a little bit too much of their lunchroom, their area. They're operating business just like we all do at homes, and we kind of infringed a little bit. So we are invited back, but we felt we wanted to pivot. So we're going to visit with them a little further, give us maybe a little bit better guidelines that we'll provide with the contractors. I think the biggest thing was at one point, we had quite a bit of their lunchroom and some other areas. I wasn't there. I apologize, but.
Yeah. Going on.
What's that?
While the meeting was.
While the meeting was going on. So no big deal. We just wanted to bring it up to the contractors' attentions. The rest of the board knows about it. And we will be going back to DFA because they have invited us back, and it is a very great place for us to meet and work. So, plus everybody likes the chairs better. So, but I just wanted to bring that up. Like I say, any questions, please ask myself or Elizabeth. And, you know, if there's more detail needed, but that's kind of the long and the short of it. And we appreciate your support and understanding. All right. Anything else? Elizabeth, Casey, Chris, Antonia? Deputy Commissioner Howard, anything? You want to say any words before you,
Words of wisdom at 7:00. The coffee's still kicking in, but just to say thank you again. I know that there's a lot of probably some nerves and a lot of preparation that goes in ahead of the time. Not only to doing the documentation, but also doing this presentation. So I thank everyone again for taking the time to really focus on our dairy farmers here in New York State. So with that, to your very capable leadership, and I look forward to the discussion.
go ahead, Julie.
I do want to just let my thoughts are, this is not going to be an easy day. I do think we'll persevere and make good decisions, but you know, we've had some really great presentations, and nothing that's decided today can go, you know, against what was presented, because we had a lot of really great ideas and thoughts. So I would say thank you for your time and efforts for bringing all of that. So lots to think about, and that's good. This job shouldn't be easy, I guess.
Yeah, I think as a board, and some of us were visiting last night, and even with the department, that this probably is this is probably so far the best year we've had for number of new and exciting presentations and contractors. And Casey's been here a long time, Jason's been here a long time, and Kim, and it's pretty exciting to see that contractors have asked or put forth what we're looking for the dairy farmers, and like Julie says, we're gonna make the best decisions we can and go forward. Board, any questions, thoughts, comments before we start?
Ask a quick question.
You sure can.
Have you guys, the third time around doing this, has it ever been this high of a difference from request to what you're doing? Because I did the rough math, like we're going to only be able to allow $2 for every $3 requested. Has it ever been this?
No, last year was just shy of 5 million, I think,
It
wasn't it?
was 3.1.
Oh, sorry.
Elizabeth has these nice numbers here.
No, this is,
In the past, has there ever been such a difference as far as requests?
Not that I can recall.
Allocated.
not in the last,
You mean the gap between?
the gap.
The gap between what the budget.
Proposed.
Have and what was
Get the budget.
requested. So basically 66% of what gets requested will be funded.
And actually, part of that is a few years ago, we had the excess that kind
Yeah.
of took up that gap. We had a
Mhm.
600 or 700,000 that we split over a couple of years that narrowed that gap, Sarah. So no, this, as far as I know, and my tenure here has been, this is the largest.
Yeah, and to underscore, what Julie said, that it's, the gap is as big as it's been. And I'll concur with Larry that the proposal. I hope that everyone hears that, because it's not going to be easy, and ones that there should not be any disappointment, because everyone is passionate and we need to, it's not going to be an easy thing. And if some, and ones that aren't funded fully or at all, should not take away that we didn't see a lot of value in what they brought.
Okay. Let's hit it, Elizabeth.
Need to discuss the official board member attendance events.
Oh, thank you. I knew there was a reason we kept
Why we
you.
like her, that's right.
Having a mom.
It is.
Okay, so the board member attendance, as the contractors have put forth to us, which we asked for, which is great.
Yep.
And we've talked about getting TPO board members to their events. First one from, everybody got their list? Can you put them up?
Yeah,
that-
please do.
Sorry, I didn't file it very good in my file.
I don't know. You a bit more of a pile? I can go get mine and put to it too.
No, I don't.
You need to get organized like I.
Oh. I did look at them previously, but I think it would be helpful if,
Yeah, I'll share.
okay, I could do that.
I think it's gonna go up in the board.
Yeah.
There were 4, right?
4 or 5.
5. Okay.
She's so organized too. If
That's
I
great.
opened my laptop, I'd have to search for everything. It would be embarrassing.
Okay, so American Dairy Northeast has asked, they have an event over in the Kinderhook area, northern Hudson Valley, just east.
Hold on, Larry, you're going out of order.
That's the way I've got. I'm sorry,
No,
It
that's okay.
is in the first.
Yeah.
it's my first page.
Those in order of time, these are not in order.
Oh, the first one is well run.
Yeah, that's my.
Yeah, so just east of Albany. 10 to 1. Kind of a school tour.
Yeah, so last year, this was students from a high school in Brooklyn that were focused on environmental economics, since we specialize in New York City high schools. So it was really impactful here, which we greatly appreciated. So we wanted to offer this up for folks.
I don't know how you want to do it. I don't know if anybody has an interest coming east. I would like to go, but unfortunately, I'm going to be in Chicago at my daughter's marathon. So, or just getting back. So Dean, would you be interested?
I don't think I can.
Okay. Just it's close proximity.
I don't think I can.
Okay.
I'm interested, but if somebody's closer, I'm fine to, have somebody else go too, so.
When do you need to know by, Emma? the day we show up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Professional person, and obviously you're adults, but I'm farming, very much stay safe.
Roll with it.
You're gonna call us all adults?
A little bit of a challenge.
Okay. Okay. All right, so we will visit back and forth. I'll try to keep in contact with Dean and Julie. And, somebody from the department gonna be able to go? If one of us can't? Not a big deal. I just ask it. I think
That was during.
Oh, I know it's not.
It's more for the DPO
Okay.
member. That's why we're doing it. So you guys have to have a motion that either Julie or Dean will attend. That's the whole purpose of the handling these events, for identifying.
Official.
Official meeting.
Do we have to actually have a vote?
We want official representation, so
The only way, is-
Do we have to have the name?
that's why it can be either or you can say you agree to send.
One
One
person.
person.
One person. Let's do that. In
Did
case
you
I
wanna
can.
go?
I was gonna make a motion that Dean and Julie, one of them would attend this event. I'm pretty sure I can't go.
He can't, he's saying, so.
You wanna vote on all of them at the end? Okay.
Yeah, well, yeah, we could do that. Yeah.
I think that sounds like a good idea to me.
Yeah.
What's that, as a block?
Yeah.
Can we do it as a block?
I think so, as long as we capture who and did everybody approve.
Do we actually gotta have persons' names, you feel?
Or a member.
Good.
You're not that far.
Oh,
I can't do it that day.
Okay. We'll work on that one. Okay, next one is the Armory. I think they covered a little bit of that yesterday in the presentation.
Yeah. The similar town meetings last year, we had 4 farmers accompany us alongside our dairy ambassadors. Since it is a New York City event, this might be an overnight since the track meet starts on Friday and goes into Saturday. So just making everyone aware of that, but we can certainly accommodate if you can only come for the Saturday event.
Is this is not the,
No, it's a
It's the
27th.
wrong day.
Oh,
The Uptown Games is actually, it's a Halloween community event for children in the immediate neighborhood of the Armory, Harlem, Washington. We have a farmer, Nate Chittenden, coming with a calf. We have about 500 kids and their families in the neighborhood. We have 2 events a day.
Yeah, that was my bad.
Oh,
okay,
so this one is on a Monday?
This is on a Sunday.
Sunday.
Okay.
Monday.
It's Monday.
27th, Monday,
It's a Sunday.
so the 26th.
Yeah.
And again, just so everyone in the back is clear
Where-
what's going
where-
on here, so we carved out a way for DPO members to officially attend your events, because before it was a straight up can't do it. And I don't think we ever really took the question on properly, that was to go and attend and travel on contractor money, they could travel on official DPO money. So we had to make that a process. And so this is what we came out with, working with our ethics attorney to have it done in a public setting, to identify who, how many. And then that's how we got here, it's just so everybody's clear, because this is our first time doing it. So if people are looking around going, what the hell's going on right now?
thank you, Casey.
Background,
That's-
good background.
They probably say that about us all the time. What is going on right now? So this event is for 500 kids. It's a Halloween event.
There'll be a calf there. This is where the calf ran the 55-meter dash last year. That again.
So this is not the race.
No, there's a second event, I believe, listed in your document there for the refuel of chocolate milk.
Okay,
So
okay.
This very much could be a day event. You know, depending on where you live in the state, you could do this in a,
And the date is
yes, and 26th of
10/26.
October.
Interest?
I had some interest, but that's a ways. If anyone's closer, or it's a lot closer than that.
Washington Heights is probably one of the most agreeable places to go in the city because you get off 87 and you're at Armory. So it's not like downtown.
Okay. We'll visit about that one. Next, New England's annual meeting, 28th and 29th. Huh?
It's during our meeting.
It is during our meeting. So more than likely, that'll be a not able. And then following that, annual meeting. I know Dean will be there on behalf of DFA. Anybody else? And we used to send people.
Mhm.
We used to, people used to go and DPO paid their way. Kim went for years, if I remember right.
Yeah.
Several years.
Which is actually the catalyst as to how we got to here.
Yes, it is. In Arlington, Texas. So if anybody wants to go to Texas on Veterans Day. Anybody else available other than Dean?
I'm coming back from Texas on the 10th, so I'll probably,
So just stay a couple more days and you're coming back. What the heck?
I don't know. I'll have to
Is
think.
there anybody that's never been?
You been?
Yeah,
I've not
I was
been.
gonna say, if you haven't been, you should go.
Julie, it's good.
If you've never been, you really need to go. It's just eye opening.
There's a lot.
I know, I already
It's eye opening.
back.
Change it.
I gotta see what else I have going on.
Okay, Julie's gonna look into that. The national, so listen on this one in Rochester. Strong National Museum of Play. Who's got that?
I do.
Okay. I was wondering if somebody was gonna own it here after a while, but that's okay. John and Emma are like, well, what do we do now? Her coffee's not done.
Like, how are you still thinking in?
Okay.
We do, a great week event there where, we come in, we have a huge, Winter on the Farm exhibit that talks about, winter on the farm. And the kids can actively play with this exhibit. It's super fun. It's usually a really well-attended event, with thousands and thousands of people. And you can come anytime that the Strong National Museum of Play is open to see it.
So somebody from American Dairy Northeast is there that entire week, all day?
No, we will not be, but we set up the Strong with messaging and talking points, and they're available there all day with our stuff. We can have someone there whenever you want to go.
Thoughts?
It's a really fun event.
So it's, help me a little bit. It's kind of like an exhibit.
It's a temporary installation that sits in the main atrium. So, and you won't miss it because I haven't talked to Eileen yet, but we'll probably borrow Bertha again. We'll rent Bertha from NYAC. So like, that's the opening thing you come in and see. So you'll see it when you like walk in.
No presentations or
Nope.
anything like that.
Is
Okay.
kind of the gist of it.
It's closer to Jason.
Highly recommend, if you have young kids or the best experience it because, you guys probably don't inherently wanna play in the kitchen set or pretend to be a veterinarian, but maybe, I don't. Yeah.
I do that every day, Carl.
They won't let you in the children's museum without children, just as an FYI, I had that one time.
What's up with John?
All right.
Okay, guess that's about Jason's group then. Can you make that happen sometime that week? Take your granddaughters?
I could.
Could you?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's put Jason on that schedule.
Question for the group, we do get tickets that we're able to provide. Can we give you tickets to go or no? You would have to buy the tickets for Jason.
The case question. We'll have to.
I have to ask Chris.
Submit that one and we'll ask, yeah.
Okay, because we have,
But you're provided free tickets.
we're providing few tickets to provide our farmers
And-
stakeholders, so.
Exactly. So everybody that's attending on your behalf, the other farmers are receiving comp tickets
Yes.
because to get into the event.
And the offer's available to all the farmers in New York State.
Yes.
Good answer.
Here, we cover this.
Sarah, you wanna be an aunt?
Huh?
Grady?
I go nowhere the week after Christmas. I do.
I
that.
know,
Judy could go.
it's a crazy time.
I can't
Not,
go
then I
away.
can't.
Alicia's probably in Florida.
Okay, we're gonna put Alicia and Jason on there. All right, and last but not least, the big one. I'd say it's a big one anyways. This one is January 10th. There's 2 times here. What's the scoop here, guys?
So the Refill with Chocolate Milk Invitational is in its second year. This is the 2-day track and field event. This is a highly competitive event. An invitational, I learned, being new to track and field means you literally have to be invited. So it's only the top athletes in the area.
High school?
High school, sorry, I should
Okay.
have said that, yes. And they're competing on Friday and then all day Saturday. Last year, we had a number of New York dairy farmers in attendance. They were able to be active throughout. They were holding the finish line tape, providing medals, handing out chocolate milk, doing social media interviews with the farming staff. So a very active day.
And like he
The
said, we
dates are
don't
wrong.
know yet, but we did have schools from Buffalo, Rochester, and the Albany area that did all get in by that. So,
It's a Friday night and Saturday, so the 9th and the 10th, not the 10th and the 10th.
yep.
Oh, wrong one. So it's the 9th and the 10th, not the 10th and the 10th.
Just flagging, it's one day after New York, the Ag Society.
Right.
Ag Society in Rochester, the annual forum is on Thursday, January 8th.
So Saturday, you said is kind of an all-day thing.
Yes, you could attend only on Saturday, if that is preferable. I would suggest out of the 2, that's like the main day of the event, Friday evening, because there's just so many, there's about 5,000 kids and their parents attending, the place will be packed. They have to have some events Friday evening, because there's just too many. Saturday's the main day.
Chocolate milk's coming from,
Hudson Valley Fresh last year, I think we have to kind of revisit with them
Yeah.
if they're.
In our-
That was New York City Marathon.
oh, I'm sorry.
In the slide where we had the picture of the custom chocolate milks, that was for that event. So it says refill chocolate milk, the armory in that. And I mentioned.
Yeah. And again, with this, just so that we're completely clear, you let us know what capacity. Are you attending in a viewership capacity, kind of looking only? Or would a DTO farmer be able to do one of the interviews? Be able to hold the finish line tape? Like, we're very amenable to either. We just want to make sure we don't overstep.
He's thinking.
Good questions. Good questions now, though.
We have Chris. So.
But you're not the only sponsor on this thing.
We are the title sponsor of the event. We are not the full sponsor.
I don't know if that makes any difference.
We'll figure it out. Oh, we're doing it one step at a time.
Yeah.
It's new.
Anybody have interest? Cause I would try to go for sure, but I think it's kind of cool that we have these opportunities and Dean and I could ride down for the day.
Dean's like, oh.
You volunteering me?
Yeah.
Kind of.
When is this?
Let Dean drive the orange car.
Oh, yeah, we can take the orange car.
Yeah.
We'd have to leave at 3.
It's 3 hours to New York for me.
You also wouldn't need to commit to the entire day.
Right, we could get down there like 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I don't want to cause any tension between.
Well, Larry, put me down. I'll go. If you want me to drive, I'll go. I'm not driving in New York City. I'll take a train, but I'm not driving.
It's not that bad, actually, last time I went.
I mean, it's
All right,
patient,
so
patient.
Wool Rock is a little bit up in the air. Yes.
Yeah, if I do November, I probably wouldn't try to do that. But I did look, November, I am gonna be in Fort Worth, and Arlington is right next to Fort Worth. So
Yes.
I just have my tickets already to return home on Monday, so I'd have to figure out that, changing it and stuff.
But if she already, okay, so can I say this? I'm going to, the hell with it. If DPO has to pay for her ticket change, what's the big deal?
Work through that too.
That's all my question. I don't mind not having you pay for the whole ticket, because I was coming back anyways, but
But DPO,
I don't
'cause
really
it's like-
want to pay for the change if I can help it.
I don't know, it's been 5 or 6 years since I've gone, but it's $900 or so for the conference, right?
13.
Ooh, I guess it has been a day or two since I went.
It's cheap compared to idea. Figure that out. We have traffic.
And I have to, yeah, so I just have to,
Would you be willing to do that? I think you'd really enjoy it.
probably would learn a lot. I know I would learn a lot. I have not been, so,
It's
Cindy's back there saying it would be great.
yeah, I know, I'm sure, yeah.
Okay,
It's a network.
so. Will Rock, so how do you want to handle this?
Well, usually you vote on a block if you got a name for everything on the block, but I don't know if we do,
We don't.
so it's not a block.
Well, we don't have to attend everything. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't.
Correct.
So
We don't have-
Yeah,
on the ones we know somebody can go.
Right.
For sure we can go with that. And then go to-
I mean, if somebody else wants to go to the national one, I'm okay with that too,
Well,
but
you're right there.
I am, but
So the Halloween one,
We need a motion.
yes,
Blue Rock, we don't have a before.
no,
I make a motion for Julie to attend the annual meeting, National Mount Mountain in Arlington, Texas.
keep going.
Yeah.
Oh, we can't,
We can't
Do it
do
a
the
block.
block, we got each one.
No, you can. I'm just saying we have to clarify in the minutes what you're all agreeing on. So if your motion is to only hit the ones where you're going to send people, I'm okay with that. But just to say, we're going to accept this as, you know what I mean? A motion to
Understand.
accept that doesn't get us there, because then it doesn't identify.
yeah, you're doing good.
So sorry.
Can we say as noted in secretary minutes?
Well, that's how we're making the secretary minutes, so
keep going.
sorry. Hate to be that guy.
Nope, you're doing good.
And for Jason and Alicia to attend the Strong Museum of Play exhibit in December. And Larry and Jean to attend the Refuel Chocolate Milk Invitational in January of 2026. And DPO funds. DPO representation.
I'll second.
Was that everything?
That was all the ones that had.
Those are all the ones that we felt we
Okay,
could.
I was thinking you had a different one that you were.
Well, I was gonna try to do the Will Rock one, but I just,
Oh,
I don't know if
that's
I-
my bad, because I was thinking that was still on. I just want to make sure we capture.
Yeah. Well- yeah, I'm not even worried about that. I mean,
I mean, if you just went, it wasn't that much.
If you're on the fence,
I don't
just
think
include
that
it.
works.
yes,
That's what I would say. If you're on the fence, include it
And
because
for Larry to attend the Will Rock event
Students.
for students
the 15th of
in
October.
October.
We do not have anyone for the first armory event of Halloween. Okay, just making sure.
we got Nate Chittenden. He's pretty good representation for
Yeah.
the dairy farmers.
Excellent.
Sarah, are you okay with the addition?
So that was the second.
Yep.
Perfect. There you go.
Any questions? In favor, say aye. Opposed? Okay. You guys good?
Yeah, I just really appreciate you all kind of changing the rules.
We're trying to make this work for all of us. 'Cause
Yeah.
We've had discussions about this in the past, so.
Thank you.
And I guess I would just also say, well, we've got all the contractors. as fellow dairy farmers and organizations that we work with and boards of contractors, say this very carefully, I hope. Please understand that as farmers to farmers, we're very happy to talk to other farmer board members. Please don't take this wrong. During the RFA process, please just don't bring up dairy promotion order events or things. Farmers talking to farmers, have at it. You guys all know I'm gonna talk to you. You all know that I get upset when you don't talk to me because, well, I don't blame you, but you know, sometimes we get feelings of, oh, you know, we can't do that. We don't want your board members, fellow dairy farmers, which we're all working for the same goal, to feel alienated or frustrated or however you want to say it. Am I saying this in the right direction? And we need to talk to each other. So please let your board know that just don't bring up DPO. You know, that's all it is. And that's only for 6 weeks, August to now, right? Pretty much, while the RFA.
RFA is open in July.
Okay.
Like July, August, up to this meeting.
Yeah. 8 weeks. So, just kind of portray that to your boards, please. We're not here to make enemies. We're here to do the best for New York dairy farmers, as I'll tell you 100 times. So, let's all be friends and go forward. Good? Questions from the board? Questions from you guys? Perfect. All right. I think this is on to today's events and we'll be done in 10 minutes.
The only thing I would just say is, just for the contractors in the room, right? So you have to get for other people that have events, you've got to get your events in front of the board.
Yes.
That poses you a challenge to get those in early enough to get them in front. You kind of know the schedule of the meeting, so you've got to get those in front. They have to be handled in a public setting under the open meetings law. So please know that, right? And we know that sometimes events come up late, but just know, unless there's an official meeting scheduled, that those are going to be hard to vet.
That's only if we're requesting official board representative.
Correct. Yep,
And this can be done throughout the year.
it is, absolutely. Yeah,
Yeah, just to can I clarify?
yes, please.
How we've been doing the public events where you submit those to me, that's completely different than this. You're gonna continue to send those to me. Any events that you want official board members attendance that will travel on DPO dollars will have to go through this process. So for the contractors in the room that aren't aware of our schedule, our next meeting will be in February or March, followed by June, July, and then September. Just as a.
Just some clarification on that, like, when you say public event, that would be like Dairy Day at the New York State Fair, where we're doing a lot, but like, literally anybody in the world can attend. Like, yeah, public.
Where you want an official DPO board member at your event.
Okay.
Yeah, not that they're already gonna be there for Dairy Day. Like Dairy Day to me is
Dairy
kind
Day.
of different because that's the general populace of the dairy cross section of this great state. So I don't.
Yeah, that one.
If we're visiting an event as a dairy farmer, we're fine, but.
If it's
As
open,
long as we're not a DPO person at that time.
Or they got you there, or, you know, paid your, like,
Right.
all of that, you kids.
John didn't call you up and say, hey, Roberta, I want you to come to dinner with me and meet with 6 different dairy farmers. Can't do that.
Right.
But if he calls you up and said, hey, we've got an event open to all dairy farmers, we'd like you to attend, if you can. Good to go.
Via this process.
This
Right.
process, here.
Yes.
I
Okay,
think it's great. I'm like having a hard time with it because I'm like, the armory's open to all the dairy farmers, no? It's gray to me, so I'm having a touch of problem.
You can still go to Armory on your own
Yeah.
Right.
as a farmer.
but if
or
DPO is gonna pay for it,
We're
it
gonna
has to
pay
go through
travel,
this.
it's gotta go through this.
Yeah.
And you couldn't have travel paid for
Well,
by a
yeah,
contractor.
yeah.
I know, I'm just trying to clarify it for you. It's hard.
Well,
It's just a
I've
different
worked
way to
for
look at it.
government before, but like, I'm still like, I don't understand, like, didn't we get a request and Elizabeth's like, like, didn't they request Grow New York, have someone to come? But we're not voting on that. I'm just,
No, but
I
that,
need to know what the difference is.
okay, I think that's a fair question, but there is a difference because we're not giving any money to Grow New
As a
York.
farmer or as Roberta Wolf, you can do whatever you want, but as a DPO member, if a contractor says, we're doing this event and we're gonna bring 5 farmers and you, and we're going to a Buffalo Bills game, not happening.
Like Grow New York isn't a contractor of ours anyways, so.
That's the
So
distinction.
then no comment.
Right.
hotels or
They're not a
So,
contractor.
so there was like a suggestion of going to that, but they're not, we don't fund them. so
We
it's
don't
fine.
fund them. Grow New York's a great experience to just see the whole thing and funding from New York State in action, to my opinion. I think it's pretty cool to see how that is, executed.
Yeah, the distinction is whether.
But I paid for it myself when I went, if
Okay.
that makes you feel,
No,
I went on my own just to go.
You're on the official business as a DPO representative and asked by a contractor to have someone from the DPO there.
Okay,
So minus this scenario where we do it in the public setting, it would be, Casey, a contractor calling up and saying, hey, Julie, I want you only to come to my event. Like, we can't do that.
Right.
So this is the system that we created.
But I think the one clarity in one situation we haven't addressed yet that we need to, which it sounds like Grow New York would present, is if a non-contractor presents the opportunity for the board to comp registration or hotel or travel to attend an event as an official board member.
We don't fund them.
If it's not an individual receiving funds from the DPO but wants DPO representation.
that's where I'm saying it's great.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's.
But,
If they want them there as part of the DPO, but if they want them there just as a,
Well, that's what I'm saying, as a
Farmer.
DPO member, but it's a non-contractor entity.
Why would a non-contractor want
the-
a DPO member there on a DPO function?
Well,
Gunners.
what if they're thinking, maybe they're thinking about.
I mean, if it's outside the realm, we would take that on and work through the process and
That's-
then
yeah.
you would be able to also be reimbursed for travel, but it would have to be made official if it was vetted and stated that it was. So, again, baby steps, trying to make it better. These are great steps to get folks.
we're moving in the right direction.
Yeah,
correct.
but we still got some stuff to figure out. You're absolutely right, Katie.
8.1. Go down.
All righty.
Right, exactly. Right, we talked about that. No, I know, we did talk about that.
Like,
so.
Good?
paperwork.
Yeah.
Well,
this
actually,
is
they work
to-
on-
For official representation, have your expenses covered, but they, yeah,
Give it a few years.
well, we can walk through that at another time for the city.
Good, good to bring it up though, so everybody understands that, so. That's right.
All right, Elizabeth. Here we go. Wow, that's not very big.
Great.
So how did you put these in order of ranking by the looks, right?
Yep.
Perfect.
So start at the bottom.
No,
No, we normally.
no, don't start with the.
Oh, this was just.
Let's just kind of scroll. Is there comments to the right-hand side or is that a different?
No, so it's.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Promotion, Northeast Dairy Foods, and Quip, so they're all separated.
Oh, you got, okay.
Okay, good idea.
Good,
Okay.
good.
Can you blow it up just a
There you
little?
go.
There you go. Thank you.
I don't know if I want to vote as we go down because.
We're not.
We're not.
We're not.
Looking at them.
Looking at 'em.
Okay.
Okay, we're kind of
Like, we like,
pulling things in.
Or
It's
just.
gonna be a long time before we vote.
okay,
I mean,
so.
that's just,
Okay, can you scroll down a little bit, please? Okay. Okay. So are we kind of all in agreement? Start with, I'm assuming you've got a Excel spreadsheet to running total?
That is
Yeah,
right there.
this is a spreadsheet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She just made it look pretty.
Yeah, she did. She is really good.
She is. She reads your mind.
So it looks like, where do you want to start? Drop the bottom four? Or is there questions or visitation on the bottom four that wants to take place? If there's questions about different levels of funding or what?
I don't want to drop the bottom four.
You do or don't?
I don't.
Okay,
I feel strongly that Sackett's Harbor Ed is doing a beautiful job and
They're doing an
Not a-
absolutely beautiful job, but it only benefits one farm and that's against their bylaws.
it's not benefiting one farm. It's benefiting everyone in that Sackett's Harbor area. They're not getting paid to do those tours or give those locales out. And they represent the dairy industry and it's a small ask. And it's less than $5 per contact. I think she does a nice job of following up with those classrooms.
Wait, can you, 'cause I heard somebody talking about this before, and I guess I don't truly understand that part.
They're non-for-profit.
Why is that, it is against the rules to have a farm ask
Yeah,
for
it-
funding?
It can't be an individual, we can't fund my farm or something individually. It's gotta benefit all the dairy.
is it actually a,
So we need to,
So
It's part of.
it's a non-for-profit center that is set up at the farm.
Okay.
So it's separate.
they were able to submit a proposal. They were vetted.
Yeah, because they're a board of, there's other local farms in
Right.
the area on the board,
It's a
kind of like,
non-for-profit
right?
based. Comes on.
It's an add-on to their educational, like,
agritourism?
agri-tours. And it's not occurring, it doesn't sound like it's occurring during their normal tour hours. She's doing that in the winter months.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I agree, I liked it.
What's that?
Drop,
Two.
let's drop the other,
I didn't know if we start, yeah,
just drop the other three for now.
let's drop the other three.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which just, I thought Wall and Bourne had a good idea. But I don't know as if it's where we want to put our money at this
I
point.
think it's duplicative.
Yeah, agree.
The only thing I'd say is they're the only proposal that had billboards, and I had producers telling me they want to see billboards. We have to,
Got to start somewhere.
Yeah.
All right, so then jump to, you want to start at the bottom?
Did you,
Or do you want to start at the top and say,
are you doing running totals as we go here?
Put that one in. For the total right now. we
Yeah,
can come back.
if we have
You don't have to fund it fully, you can.
No, we can always
I would
adjust.
agree.
That's what.
I was just wondering, if you drop the bottom three,
Where are we at?
yeah, where are we at? So that's what we're trying to do, keep a
Right.
running total.
He took,
Oh, And I think you gotta
he took,
The other way.
go the other way. 'cause
I don't think we're quite there yet.
yeah.
I think we've got a long way onto that nitty.
So let's go back up to the top. Everybody's pretty much in agreement by the looks for the top 3 or 4.
I wouldn't say that. Top one.
Well, I think we're in agreement on the top, at least 4, and
So I think we're in agreement of funding to some extent. The amount does not have to be what's up there. Am I right on that?
Correct. That's what we discussed. Yeah.
So if that helps you.
Yes.
Then,
We can adjust amount level as we go. I think the concept that we have visited about is that figuring out what is going to be best for the New York dairy farmers at some level of funding.
Yes,
Is that-
that's
is
a
that-
great way
is
to
that
say it.
okay?
Yes.
I
Okay,
agree.
That works.
let's put it that way. So let's put in the top 4. 5. That's what I was thinking, and Corning plus 6. I think we start there. Discussion in the middle. This is where we need to do a little discussions.
Murky middle.
Huh?
The murky middle.
Yep, the murky middle. 3 farmers that care. Kind of give some thoughts. Carl?
Well, I wasn't here for their presentation, but I do know that, I remember from last year that they were particularly passionate, and it's kind of a different outlet than we normally fund. I'm okay with leaving them in for now.
Judy?
I would agree with Carl.
Dean?
Is that the same level? Are they at the same level?
So I think they asked for $1,000.
Yeah, it was just a little bit.
Fund.
I think we gave them more than they asked for last year.
I think we did too.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
we did.
We rounded it up, that's correct.
Yeah, we can leave them in.
Alicia?
I'm gonna be back.
Yep.
Good.
Leave them in. Okay, Milk for Health. Visit. Roberta?
I like what Milk for Health does. I'm wondering if,
This is why.
like, I feel like they're doing more promotion, more. I'm wondering if we are the classroom part and go a different. Because I like to, they're doing with the lacrosse team. I love what they do with their social media, and they ask for a bigger social media ask. I'm just wondering if their board is looking at more social media, more high impact things, and not the funding that they have on the school side is 140,000 out of that ads. And then the rest is.
I think their social media is a little redundant with what everybody else is doing. Honestly. I mean, everybody's social media, which is great, but how many outlets do we need? I don't know.
Can I jump in here?
Yeah.
So, when it comes to what they're doing with Explore More, is everybody on board with that?
Honestly.
Absolutely. Okay. So you start with that, and then you, how about the magic show? That portion. And is that part of the Explore More or less, or is that?
School still has stuff. They do it at school.
Jason can answer that better probably.
So
Or
when
you
you,
can ask,
when you look down through the whole thing, I mean, the streaming media is 190. And like I said, we've had, how many people do we have contractors doing that?
a lot.
And, you know, how many new ones that we might want to pick up are doing the same thing? So we've got to look at some of this and that. And I think we need to just use this page here to kind of help us look down, you know, all the different parts of what they're doing, like influencers is 60, cooking class is 14, Buffalo City Schools 103, school events 25. You know, you go down, up and down through that list, and it's like, you almost have to critique which ones there are, you know, most important. So their ask is, I can't see,
13.
713. So if you take 190 off of that, you're down to 523, you know. And then this is kind of, I think, how we're going to end up doing this on many of these is what pieces do we think are redundant? What pieces do we think are critically important? And break it up.
But can I ask the board's opinion on the influencer thing for 60,000? I mean, it's not a huge part of their budget, but it is significant. And I think I asked the question last year. I know what lacrosse is, but you know, that's about it. So I looked up their schedule So the lacrosse games go from December to April. There's 18 games, 9 are at home. So we're paying 60,000, and I realize there's some more to go with that, but we're paying $60,000 for 9 home games and
How many in attendance?
15,000 in attendance.
So 9 times 15,000 is 135,000.
Yeah.
And how many of them are repeat?
But the milkman came out to the farms, he did other
Right.
projects,
There's milk sold at the stadium.
that's true.
I don't know, I don't know.
Why is
I
milk
have-
not sold at this?
It's under, is it HSBC? It's the same one where the Sabres play. Got a lot of beer, or KeyBank now, yes.
Got a lot of beer.
They got a lot of beer. I'll tell you that.
They need to sell cream ale.
Yeah.
How do we
I
get
don't
milk in
know.
the stadium?
Huh?
How do we get milk in the stadium? So we'll be
Good luck.
advertisement.
Can't get it.
Like any
It's on their contract.
So can I ask a clarifying question? I think it's very to be able to go down through these line items to help us make decisions on funding, but am I correct that it really does go back to their board for them to decide on how they use those funds? Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, I just want everybody to be aware of that.
Because
We don't want to micromanage any of these contractors, but they
Yes,
can
it is.
hear our input and what we decide on is fine, but that doesn't mean that they might not choose otherwise. Yes.
Larry, if they change their funding areas, they are coming for approval here.
Nah, not necessarily.
That's a good
We not do
question to
approval?
understand.
For
So
the
you can have a
change on
conversation.
ag
This has
classroom?
happened in the past, right? So
Right.
we've had this at times. At the end of the day, if that's how you want to break it out in your discussion for the funding amounts, but at the end of the day, it is that group that decides where they put
Yes.
their money.
Right.
We don't manage that.
So it's not like if you say on the influencer, based on the last discussion, right, that you say, no, we're not funding that, they may still choose to do that. That's their choice, but
And we may use that to decide on another
Adjust it in
year.
other ways.
Okay.
We do not need to vote anything on ag in the classroom then, because she wanted to change that line item, you said we had to vote on it.
That's, go ahead, Chris. Thank you.
So initially here, what you guys are deciding is how much you're going to fund. of
A
these-
dollar
of A dollar amount. If you decide not to fund the total of what they've requested, we in turn go back to the contractors and say, send us the new budget based on this amount and what do you want to do?
Okay.
Then that budget is set. Okay? If they decide to make changes from that budget, because that's the budget that we're sending to ESD that the contract is going to be executed on. If they decide to make changes after the contract is executed, that's when could come to you, depending on the amount that they're doing and if they're eliminating line items.
Thank you for the clarity.
Yep, that's
So
very good.
basically what
That's a good
I think,
question.
yeah, well, yes. And I think what Julie's saying is, same as Alicia's bringing up. Basically, if we say, well, geez, we kind of don't like the influencers or whatever, or we like this or that,
Just
instead of 713, just for example, we're gonna give them 450. They can go, like Casey says, they'll go back to their board and say, okay, guys, we got $450,000. How do you want to break it up? That budget is sent to Chris. They could still keep the influencers in for 10 or 15 or 60,000. However they want. You see what, does that make
But we're
sense?
not part of the approval of the
Revised?
the revised.
No.
But we'll look at it at a midterm and be like,
Yes.
well, that's not really what
That's
we're.
not really what we are thinking, but
Okay,
that's their choice.
Yeah,
okay,
we don't want to try to
And I don't know
micromanage.
anybody that hasn't taken the feedback.
I mean, we do express to them that, the board decided they didn't really want to fund this, so take that into account. When-
Yes.
Good.
Okay.
So do we want to put an amount on here? 500? You want to do something like that?
Totally up to the board.
See where.
Not up to me.
You want to do?
Totally up to the board as a program. I mean, we're gonna have to start somewhere, and if this is the one you want to start on,
Don't want to cut them back that much.
Depends on whether you want that.
Again,
Huh?
We're gonna be cutting a lot.
put something down, it's not set in stone. We're not
Yes.
voting on any of this right now.
All right, well, my vote is 600.
Judy? Do this the democratic way.
Sure.
Dean,
I'm at 5.
Leash,
Maybe 5.
Kim,
5.
5 for now.
Chase?
A big portion of the proposal is going to be the labor and salaries that some of the programs will necessitate. 500,000.
Carl?
5.
Britta?
I'll go 5.
5. Start there. Starting point. Okay, one of our new ones. Thoughts? Jason?
Really impressed. The presentation, her the passion that she brought, and it was really interesting. New, fresh.
Kim?
I think the same as all of Jason's comments. If there's kind of some room to maybe have them and another contractor work together.
Yes.
But it would be nice. I think her fresh stuff worked with where we've been building off of. They work.
Alicia?
So I agree with that, and I guess my struggle is that she's already working with other groups that we work with. So,
Yeah, would that continue?
yeah, does that continue? How does that work? Realizing that there's 2 separate campaigns, and I'm a big, I think I asked a question or said it yesterday, the integrated influencer first campaign, and it's shoppable. I love that. It's the point, click, and fill your basket, and there's a direct sale, so it's easily correlated to what's being said. I guess I don't know that we need to fund the full amount or fund both campaigns, and maybe it would be a good starting point to fund one of them and hope she's able to continue. I mean, obviously she's got a big life change coming up soon. All of us that have kids recognize it.
Absolutely.
And hopefully she can continue working with some of the other contractors. I don't know how that would fit out.
Can we ask?
She's on, do you want me to?
Haley, if you're on.
She can, but I don't believe any life changes can be used in.
I think it's good for us to understand that, but I don't want to I don't want that.
You're not gonna hold that, yeah.
You know,
Is everyone able to hear
everybody
me?
handles that
Heck,
stage
I might have a life
differently.
change soon too.
Is everyone able to hear me?
Haley, are you with us?
Yes, is everyone able to hear me?
It might make her better, probably will.
It makes you a little bit more time
Yes.
efficient.
Can you hear me?
Yep, it's up all the way there.
Can you guys hear me?
We put Tech Master on your resume.
All right, try again, Haley.
Okay, can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah.
How are you this morning?
Awesome, I'm great. How are you guys?
Good, thanks.
Great.
Awesome.
So quick question as you've been hearing here, I guess one of the questions, kind of sum it up, is how much collaboration have you been doing with some of our current contractors? And I guess that's probably the question.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, so candidly, I can speak to this. I have collaborated with Adane twice in 2 different forms. One, doing content creation for a holiday campaign. Secondary, I did some media for them in the New York area in the form of news interviews, doing recipe creation. I've partnered several times with New England Dairy, and I partnered once with New York Dairy on the I Am New York Dairy campaign. I will speak to your question of, does this continue? How does this look different if this is already being done? I would say there is a cost to that, for our partners that do this with this funding of partnering with me. And my proposal is, this is the advantage of testing this through my channels organically, which, like I said, there is a cost to that to reach
over 500,000 trusted people plus, based on my social channel views. That's a cost that people pay for. So really the benefit that, well, one, this is also, I've proven that I can grasp the attention of Gen Z specifically. I know that's a big DPO goal, to reach that population. And I really feel like our proposal is catered and strategized for them specifically. I know there's a lot of other great, social media strategies on how to reach different populations, but Gen Z I know was a big one for the DPO, and I'm proven that I can influence their consumer behavior. So you have my mind essentially on crafting these campaigns for Gen Z specifically, and that's not really occurring when I'm partnering with other channels or other partners to create content on behalf of them. I'm given, this is what you'll create, and there's some creative freedom there, but this is totally led by and directed by me that knows how to communicate to Gen Z. And like I said, there's a big value to organically running it through She Likes Milk social platforms that have guaranteed views, guaranteed impressions, before we then make that investment to do paid advertising to ensure a better ROI.
So I have a question on that. So I have a question on that, Haley, because, and this is for my own education and hopefully the board. So are you saying that organic posts and programs are, I would think that partnerships you'd reach more people, but is that not correct? Just again, for education of myself.
Yeah, so it really depends, but typically, and maybe even Brian, who I know is on too, because they have experience on doing this with brands like Pompeii and Olive Oil, all the other large food brands. If collaboration, yes, technically you can get it out to more followers per se, because that's going to be shown on their feed. But the algorithm, which is even difficult for myself to understand sometimes, the algorithm doesn't always like that. And it looks more organic when it's going through one channel, because I don't know about you, but when I'm scrolling through Instagram, I see someone talking, the second that I see it's paid, I'm like, yeah, someone paid them to say this. Whereas it's someone organically endorsing something, I'm like, okay, they must really like this. And the algorithm behaves differently when done that way too. Not to say that there isn't a place for collaborations, because that certainly builds great trust and great identity for both brands that collaborate. But there is a difference, especially at a scale of a campaign like this one.
Yeah, that's good information, because it is, I was gonna ask this question when people were presenting. Seems like when I share posts on my farm page, it never gets the legs that an organic post does. So that helps me understand that a little bit better.
For sure.
Judy's got a question.
I have a question. So if funded through DPO, are you going to list DPO as funding you? So is that going to change your classification of your, like what your viewers see? So you will now be funded through us as a paid contractor. So they might look at you as, well, her content is now, she's paid to say that. Just asking. Yeah.
Would they know?
So there are specific metrics that you need to follow in influencing, and Brian may speak to this, on what you do need to disclose as far as ad disclosing. But I would say this organic content that's going through my channels can stay merely organic, because these are my original ideas. I am producing this content. I'll be involved in the face of some of this content as well. And this also is not, this is the perfect fit, because this is not a shock for my audience as well to see me promoting New York Dairy. I've done merch of I Heart New York Dairy, and I've gotten thousands of people to hop on board with it. So like I said, my audience is ready to perceive it. It's a very organic fit and they love it.
Right, I agree with that, but it's now going to be all of New York dairy farmers paying you to be their voice.
Could say that for everybody.
Right, but I mean, she's going to have a contract with DPO, so it's a little different, right?
I don't know how, I don't know that answer.
It could be perceived, but.
I don't think anybody knows what.
Well, I'm just,
So
perception.
Brian is on and raising his hand, shall I?
Yeah,
Sure.
Is Brian gonna do night?
Is he raising his hand or his middle finger?
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Waiting his.
Hang on a second, Brian. All right. Go ahead, Brian.
Sure. Hi, guys. So I just wanted to comment on one of the questions earlier about organic versus paid. And I think that one thing I'd really want to highlight here is that testing things organically first, seeing how they perform, and then only then adding this additional investment with paid media later on can make the whole campaign much more efficient. And I think that having this organic testing on not only She Likes Milk channels, but also all of the other influencers that we'll be working with, and then adding the paid media component to the best performing ones is where what makes our proposal very unique, right? And all of the content, kind of, I think someone mentioned earlier, is going to have that shoppable component where you can click, add to cart, check out your local grocery store in under 30 seconds.
Other questions? So we got Haley and Brian.
I have a question. Haley, can you give us a little time frame on how that grew and where it's going? And, you know, the demographics of that maybe, and even, how many of those are like repeat, you know, you have interaction with, or they showed up once?
Yes, so just to clarify, you cut out a little in the beginning, a little more background on my follower demographic and how the platform's grown.
Yes.
Yes, that's what we're looking for.
Yes. Okay. So my demographic, and this is how I'm graded across working with other nationwide brands, is they really do hone in on what is that demographic, because that's where the value lies. Mine is over 90% female, which is very, very good because honestly, they're the ones making the purchasing decisions, as well as mine is over 50% below 24 years old, also very good for purchasing decisions and influencing. They're a very pretty vulnerable group that you can influence, and they adapt and proceed very well to influencer marketing. And this started 2021 when I was a road warrior doing feed sales on the side. And I've taken it full time since 2023. And I've grown, well, just this summer, I've grown 100,000 followers. So the cadence is there and growing very rapidly, and continues to grow. I guess as far as interactive, how many are new people visiting, how many are repeat people, that's kind of the beauty of influencing, is I'm sharing different areas about my life, and that's kind of the strategy behind influencer marketing. Of these people are familiar with me, the majority of them are familiar with me, and that's how you're able to shape perception, influence decisions, because I'm not just some random person endorsing something, but I'm also beyond just my 500,000 followers who know and trust me. I reach beyond that every day. Someone might see my videos, including dairy in a recipe, and I'm going to save and try that, but may not follow me too. There's reach to my content beyond just who my followers are.
Thank you.
Yep.
Haley, is there a way to, I'm old, so I don't know how this thing works here, but is there a way to tell the percentage of your followers that are New Yorkers?
Yes, there definitely is a way to get that insight. I don't have it today, but we've definitely done that before in the past for other campaigns, and that's something we can find.
I think we need to ask everybody that, though, if we're asking.
Oh, I would agree. Yeah, I would agree. Yes, I just kind of.
Just so we don't sway
Right,
one way or the other.
Right. Other questions? Go ahead.
I would just say, the appreciation for New York dairies there, that's definitely a huge pillar to my brand, is really creating that aesthetic for New York agriculture and how historical it is. And if it's historical, it's inarguable. You can't say we shouldn't be doing this, because we've been doing this for centuries, and it's beautiful to market, and people respond so well to it. And anyone that's not from New York, that sees the New York agriculture display so badly, voices that they want to come see it. So the appreciation, I would say, for New York dairy is definitely there.
We don't really care if they're not New York, in New York dairy.
Correct.
So if they click on her and it takes her to New York.
Grocery.
Grocery
I
store.
think it's a local grocery store. Is that right, Brian and Haley? If your shoppable is located for where the person is that correct?
She's there.
Are you guys there still?
Yes, I'm here. I was gonna let Brian answer that, but yes, that's correct. It's
Okay,
on region. Yep, the correct grocer based on their location will display.
right. Which is still cool. I mean,
Yeah.
just clarification. But that's what any contractor that has a shoppable recipe is, I'm assuming the same way, so.
And we are hoping with the community activation events of bringing these campaigns to life in person, I have no doubt that through influencing that would draw people both near and far, because that's been voiced on my channels, people wanting to visit for New York agriculture. I have faith that we can make that happen with the in-person activations.
Okay, thank you. All right, you can mute, I do need me to mute them again. And discussion, what do you think?
I like what she does. I think she's the demographic that we wanna go after. I'd like to break the two programs apart since they're a new contractor and just see how She Likes Milk performs before I fund the second.
How would you pick which one?
You let her decide.
Oh, yeah.
But
Okay.
I would like to just fund the She Likes Milk activation, but
Yep.
they can make
Thanks
up their
for the
mind.
right.
That's right. Let her decide. If you
Yep.
want to fund half, we'll fund half and let her decide. But
Jason?
Yeah, I was, I think we're all impressed by the energy and what she's, and the influencer, is huge, going forward, and we'll get more important, and this is, it's a bigger ask for a new contract. I thought, in my mind, I'm thinking, lower to 200,000, see how it performs, see what they do with it. And we can talk again next year if things continue to flourish and build. That was my quick thought on it.
Carl?
I was thinking we fund half and see where she goes with.
I'm okay with not funding it all, but I don't have a figure in mind.
Leish?
I was thinking like 150, 160.
Dean?
160.
Jude?
I was thinking half too. So.
Sarah?
Yeah, same.
Julie?
Yeah, I'd like to do all of it, but I think it makes sense being a new contractor to see how it goes, to do the 160
Let's start at 160
for now. I mean,
for now, or in the beginning. Katie Becker? Thoughts? Sarah?
Year of the Woman Farmer. It's just stuck with me for the last 2 days.
Yes.
I liked it. It was different, a little different take.
Judy?
I like her photos are great quality, and highlighting women across agriculture is always important to all of us, the women that are in it. And do photography also like part of that component. Little duplicative just on that side of things, but I liked what she was offering.
Dean?
Here again, I think there's tremendous room with what she's offering to collaborate with a lot of people. Even as almost like a subcontractor to some of the other people we're funding. I think it's definitely a lot of talent and passion. My question is, when you look at something like this, it's always comes back to quantifying, results. And if we fund it at, a partial level or whatever, how much can really get done? Those are all questions I had, so. Ask her, she's here.
Katie Becker?
Would you like, you don't have to come up, you can stay there, but my question, those are my questions,
Yeah, so I think that the way that I designed it, I made it where we can track, the website traffic, social media, the email response, email sign up, the whole integration of the whole campaign. I designed that part to be trackable, where we can measure the stats and really follow who's coming to see it, who's following, where's the growth from. That was really the way I designed it that way, because I think, we can do a lot of stuff and not be able to track it. But I think that in terms of what the efforts that I'm putting into this project, we'll be able to trace most everything that I've proposed.
Alicia?
So I agree 100% with everything that Dean just said, which is really scary.
Yeah, it is, but that's okay. We won't hold that against you.
Defying the unquantified.
And I like the fact that Katie has a farm background. I think that's hugely important, as we're looking at some of this and the professional quality of the work she's done. Again, just knowing our budget where it is, that we can't do all of it. Hopefully we can fund part of it and collaborate with some others to get the messaging across.
I'm gonna jump in. That was part of my question. Could you still be effective with less? That's my question.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of how many stories can we get out there? It's really the way that I designed it, I'm very efficient with the funds because it's me, and then if I need help, I have freelancers that I can call on if it's not my main skill set. But, I'm able to be pretty nimble with everything, and that's why, if you look at the whole bundle of what's being proposed, it's a lot of shop that out to, say a big agency. I think it would be a lot more limiting what I'm proposing here. So, that's kind of my style. I've had to build many budgets on fractions of dollars. So, that's kind of my background. So it's just bootstrapping. And I think that, I know the dairy industry, I know this feature here is the plays on women, and there's a big story to be told. Not only does it coincide with the International Year of the Woman Farmer, but it's a big story, and I think that other women want to hear it. And I think that the other part of the story that we haven't talked about is the women who are using the products of, diverse backgrounds. That's part of the campaign too. So it's not just the woman farmer, it's them too, and it's that conversation and elevating that. It's a different twist on what's been done, but I think that there is merit in it, and I will stand behind my work and make sure that what you guys want gets done.
Thank you. Carl?
I like the project. I would like to fund it.
Roberta?
Same.
As Carl
said.
I concur.
Yeah, Paul? Julie?
Yeah, I like the project. And Katie, maybe you can answer this again for my own education. It seems like building a website, and let's just put this in frame. There wouldn't be any funding to her until April or May, right? Probably. Let's just say the year's
Could
gonna
be
get,
June,
the
you know,
year's
you
gonna
never
get
know.
away from you by the time you do the work and try to get it out. So I just to familiarize yourself with that. I don't know if we need another new website to promote this or not. And this is, again, education for myself to understand the best way to get
Yeah.
this work that you're gonna put your heart and soul into out to.
That last night, and I think that kind of the way I look at it sometimes is I want to have the website, because if you're integrating the email, the lead magnet,
Okay.
everything that I
And that's
promised.
education for me.
Wheel for me,
Okay.
So that's how I can track who's coming to social media. I can tell if they're coming.
Yep.
Based on that
Okay.
website, and also if there's some funky thing that happens with Instagram or Meta or whatever, the website is still there, and it's,
True.
it'll live on.
And that's good education for myself to
Yeah.
understand that.
And that's,
So how do you feel though about not having any funding until April, May, and then getting the work done?
yeah, I mean,
You know.
I just wrapped up a project with, Ithaca Trails for Tompkins County, and I guess I'm used to that, so like.
Okay, that's fair.
But, you know, there's probably a lot of that, the nuances that I'm not aware of, because it's my first year, but I'll make it work.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair. Yeah, I would
Jim?
say right now, leave it at that, 125.
Leave it there?
It's not that big. of a deal.
Just, let's follow-up comment.
I'm not so sure I'm gonna let you two sit together again.
But no, it's just, I'm in favor of it. I think it's covering something that really needs to be covered. Something that's been overlooked. But I would really like a lot of collaboration on this also.
To get the legs, we'd like to
Yes,
see,
yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Get it out.
To get it out, because this is a message that needs to be out there.
Oh, it's all cool.
And I would really like to see the collaboration.
I guess my question. What? I gotta go back and look at that, never mind. Well, I like the idea, I think it's all great, and I'm on board, with. What are the New York dairy farmers benefiting?
How?
How?
And does it sell more milk? Is that your question?
It's the only question I have. Love the whole concept, you're the woman farmer. All on
You want
board.
me to be blunt?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
Have I
A
never?
lot of consumers think all dairy farmers are old white men.
Yes.
Yes.
That's blunt.
I'm not old, but I am white.
I'm not saying that's bad. I'm just, the perception,
I understand.
you know,
That's why I'm
it
asking.
needs to have a different viewpoint at times and
Yes.
some consumers will respond to that we're not necessarily, not to throw shade to any of the contractors, but there's some building blocks there, especially with it being the International Year of the Woman Farmer. It's, let's
Okay.
keep rolling with that.
There is a large percentage of the shopping age families right now that are concerned about milk. They're concerned about, they're confused. They don't know when they go to the grocery store. They've heard almond milk is better. They've heard oat milk is better. They've heard cows are killing the planet. They've heard cows are full of hormones. They're confused. I think there's incredible value for women, other women shopping, to see the women who are making the product, love the product, grew up on the product. I think there's huge value in that. I think it'll give more confidence to women shoppers that the whole milk is, or their milk is good for them. That
Women on farm decision makers.
yeah, it's not all old white men making their choices.
Well spoken.
I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying there's a perception.
There is.
Don't throw it under the bus.
Come into the office and see me and say, can I please talk to the owner?
Yeah.
I think I'm the secretary.
Yeah.
Well, Larry, I think you just got.
Yeah, so that.
I just was asking. I know it is. I'm glad you brought it up. No, and I'm gonna be straight up honest with you, and I mean, those of you that know my wife, this is what she's fought for 30+ years in the industry. I mean, she started when she was she started in high school and out of college, and she's done very well, and it is not easy.
Our farm wouldn't be where it is if my mother-in-law didn't
That's right.
grit and
Yeah.
perseverance, so.
It's one thing with.
Hey, I love these conversations.
With Haley also, that with her
Yes.
going through her upcoming change of life, that it's gonna be, like, it's gonna.
Stop saying that.
No, no,
Katie's like, Katie's like.
Baby, it's great. And that's gonna expand that audience, I think, for her, because she's gonna be hitting not just
Exactly right.
24 and younger, but she's gonna be hitting those young moms.
She's hitting that maternal that everybody's talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's
The
gonna,
pregnant
I
moms
didn't
and
mean
moms.
to take offensive, hopefully it didn't come across that way, I apologize.
No.
think that with Katie kind of putting some more emphasis, yes, on these women decision makers,
I think it's good.
I think it's huge.
I think it's good.
Okay,
Next one.
good?
I can't make.
We're gonna take a 5-minute break.
Because I'm not gonna make it to 10.
Apparently there's more than one.
We are live,
It is.
back with,
Feel like you're.
little brown Swiss calf running around. Okay,
I lost her.
heard Bethany's proposal. Thoughts, Roberta?
This is a hard one. Why did you start with me?
I know, I was just thinking.
Okay, Julie.
No,
No.
I can start. I like their overall zeal of what they're doing, and I know that Bethany likes the school age kids, likes going in and educating that group. The fact that she's going further south, going like all the way, not only goes to Jamestown, only Desi did at one time, no, but I like it. I don't know if we can fund it fully, but a lot of that's salary, so that makes it tough.
Sarah?
I kind of feel the same way. I wish there was as much drive in other parts of the state. It seems like everybody's fighting over Western New York at the moment, which is great, but it doesn't feel spread out. My concerns are that ag in the classroom is already in a lot of that area and Adane is in a lot of that area, and it seems a little redundant. However, I do understand Beth's passion, but it's a lot. Between the administrative travel and salary, it's mostly just going to the people. And it seems like we've been kind of tracking over the last couple of years, a portion of going to salary and portion going to funding, and this one seems a little out of whack.
Julie?
I agree with both of Roberta and Sarah's thoughts. I also think that their intention is to do all kinds of agriculture, which I think is a great endeavor. I just think if we were to fund some of it, then that will have them look to other areas, which is their intention, sooner rather than later. So again, the passion's there. She's a familiar face. We know what she has done in the past. So I think to some level, I would like to try to fund it.
Kim?
I keep coming back to a study we spent, in my opinion, a lot of money on a few years before most of you were on the board. And per capita spent in Western New York versus the rest of the state was almost double, and this just added more money to it. And I fought the other way.
Good point.
The last time through. I fought for Milk for Health and said, I think they're doing something different. If Buffalo Bills were not in Western New York, we wouldn't be having the discussion, but putting the Dane and Buffalo Bills, at that time, the NFL was big. In the same area, put that per capita up. I don't know, I've kind of, this one's got me stumped. I've swung my idea from yesterday to today and back again, and it just seems like over redundant to me, but.
So why is it? Why is there such a?
Because we got all the money for health out there.
But why in general is there such a focus on Western New York? I guess what I'm asking,
That's
what
where
about,
these places are located.
what about
People are
Central New
located
York or Syracuse area?
There's a lot of expansion in Western New York right now.
All right, so
There's a lot of expansion
John just said,
everywhere, I
John
think.
just said their per capita is 42 cents. Just a Dane in New York State.
That's all of New York.
That's all of New York.
Per capita. Explain it to me, sorry, just.
Per capita spent.
It's a long conversation.
Yeah,
There's
it's a really
a
long
there's a lot to
conversation.
that number, I would.
Can you give me the?
Brief
It's
synopsis,
just a measure.
John.
How much is like New York City versus Buffalo versus Syracuse? Please educate.
But they only know their number, Roberta.
There's.
Unless, I don't think you know.
Let me, sorry, that was overall, let me.
Okay, no worries. We'll keep going. You just holler when you.
Make sure we're accurate.
Judy, thoughts on her, Bethany and Rebecca?
like everybody says, I love her passion. I love that, you know, she's wanting to reach out to, you know, some of these areas that maybe haven't been as influenced by the dairy message, but I also look at this pile of all of support letters that she got, and it's like, you know, that's also a way for extra funding to come in to help her if we can't do, you know, everything she's asking us. She's got support to pull from other avenues to do the extra stuff.
Carl.
I would agree with all the comments made. I would just say that I've always been impressed with what she's been able to do with the funding we've given her in the past. I do think that maybe the number's a little bit bigger than I'm comfortable starting out with. Because in a lot of senses, she is rebuilding and kind of starting over here. So we have to kind of see where it'll go, that she can do it.
Dean?
I agree with Carl and Julie's statement that, you know, especially Julie's statement. I think if we funded her at a lower level, it might encourage, you know, more rapid looking for funds elsewhere.
We didn't ask her that question, so in all fairness, we don't know if she is.
I did ask her, because it's not just dairy focused.
You know, Bethany.
She said that she would be going to the
Bethany.
beef council and other checkoff council.
The pork and.
Yeah.
I missed that.
Nope, that's a good question though.
Bethany?
Me to unmute?
Yeah, Bethany. She's gonna unmute you.
Yeah, I have a question for you.
Okay, Beth, you can unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, good morning, Bethany. How are you this
Good
morning?
morning. I am good.
Good, thanks. Dean has a question for you, please.
So Bethany, when we look at your budget, I mean, most of it is obviously salary, travel, whatever. And this might be one of those instances where the person is the program. Could you just dig into that a little bit for us?
Yeah, so most of most of the budget is us showing up. The actual supplies and things like that are minimal compared to us being there in person doing the program. And when we break it down, I broke it down in our presentation, it's averages about $5 per contact. So the less money that we receive, the less contacts we can reach. And when we do this proposal, that number, that is very related education.
Well, I think the problem that we all have is that we have limited funds and a large ask.
Absolutely.
So we're trying to determine, who can do the best and who can do the most with the least. If you really
I think, I don't want to point out where I came from and, say anything about that, but you guys have watched over the past 6 years of, myself being able to do that. And being able to keep those overall contact price low, and taking something that was nothing and building it up to something amazing. And would just like the opportunity to do that again and just pursue, with all of our digital age and all of these digital impacts that we're making, to make sure that we're still making those grassroots impacts.
Yeah, one of the things we're really concerned about, and one of the things we always try to guard against, is duplication and, overlap. And when we look at it, and we just had this little discussion, you probably heard it, about how much is going on in Western New York. And the thing we're really, really trying to combat against is definitely, duplication and overlap, and in some instances, just listening to your presentation, there is definitely overlap and duplication.
And just in a couple counties, we have so many areas in Western New York that aren't being touched right now. And, as Julie said yesterday, we could concentrate primarily on those areas first, making sure that they are all reached. And then coming into the counties that are already being touched, because even though other organizations are already in those counties, all those children are not being reached right now.
Right. I also said, I think I'd feel better if all the counties in New York were being reached too. So
Absolutely. And I wish we
look
could.
at not just Western New York, but the whole state. So there's some more to that conversation, I would say. I'd love overlap everywhere. I mean, that's what we all want, right? In every county, every person. But
So as a Western New Yorker, I'll just say, I think most of the focus, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, is in Buffalo, in Erie County. And that's okay because Buffalo's the #2 city in the state of New York. So it's a big city. There's a lot of people there. But you get down to that southern tier of New York and there's nothing. There's no
Right.
reach down through there. And there's a lot of kids down through there.
Yep.
And a lot of disadvantaged kids and a lot of disadvantaged families. And I believe, Bethany, you had that, excuse me, information up on the screen. And I don't know how everybody else's school lunches are. I think I kind of do, but those school lunch programs in those very rural are off. And so any touch point that we can get with some of those rural and disadvantaged families to add a serving of milk or cheese or yogurt, or say, hey, you know, these can be low cost meals.
nutritious.
Yeah, nutritious meals is hugely important. And those counties down through there they're not being touched by anybody. Those kids aren't getting a touch point from anyone. So I'll just throw that. And the county north of us, Orleans, is the same. It's a very rural, disadvantaged county. They are not getting touched by anyone. So I guess I feel it's important, and I'm not just saying this because of Western New York. I know there's a lot of other counties in that area, but across the state that are in those situations, but we've not heard from groups. We've not heard from groups in those areas to present that argument. And if we did, maybe we could get some more funding to those specific areas, but we heard it from Bethany. She's got a track record with her team, and I think it's important that we reached out to some of those areas that we're not hitting them.
Go ahead, Jason. So I'd be remiss not to give my opinion on the funding spent in different areas of the state. You know, I always looked at what Milk for Health has done and the efficiency of how the promotion dollars were used and the effect of and the value to it. And more concentrated in the Buffalo area, that's true. But as a whole, for how the dollars get spent and how effective they are, I've always felt it was a very efficient way of the dollars to be used in a very effective way. So I mean, this board and the Milk for Health Board has looked at what Bethany has done and have been impressed consistently. And that shows because the programs that she built in the Buffalo schools with the education and the passion she brings and the buy-in that she brings through the community, they want to continue that. You have an individual who wants to continue that separately. I'd hate to lose that value that she's brought with our promotion dollars. And I would like to see that continue and I think it's been a great use of our dollars. At what level? Yeah, I mean, we can discuss that.
So to circle back, and this is another question that I had asked for another contract. New, and even though you're not new to us, Bethany, this is a new contract, it's possibly. So again, you probably wouldn't see any funding until April of May. In reality, are you looking, if I was you, I don't know how other checkoff programs work. I don't want to know how any other checkoff programs work, honestly. But I'm just saying, you did talk about going to other checkoff. I mean, I would think you'd be chasing that because it's, you know, you're 8 months out probably from seeing any money for any of this work. So how do you envision that? Because that's a pretty important piece, I would say.
Absolutely. So being that, I've been involved with receiving checkoff dollars for the past several years, I understand that's how it works. And
But you're
we all
starting
had,
from zero, if I'm not mistaken.
yes, well, yes. So we'd be funding ourselves until the money started to come in. Which, as I mentioned yesterday, we also know which events cost less than others. You kind of move them around to figure out where you're going to put more expensive events probably towards the end of the year versus towards the beginning of the year. So we were prepared for that coming into this. We're prepared, with our own reserves to handle that. And like we said, we do want to pursue other checkoffs. We aren't super familiar with how they operate yet. So that's something we're still looking into. I know that it's very different than how DPO does it. So that'll be interesting, but we are prepared for that wait.
I think you can appreciate too, the board has to consider sustainability of these programs in the years to come of how to fund that. So that's what's running through all our minds, I think, not just this year. So
Absolutely.
thank you.
Thanks, Bethany. Anybody have questions for Bethany?
I did have a question. How many, for the salary budget, how many people are we? How many staff is that?
4 staff.
4 full-time staff?
It'll be 3 full-time and 1 part-time.
Good question.
I was just curious.
Anybody else? Question for Bethany while we got her? All right, thanks, Bethany. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Other comments? Did I get everybody? So she is at 365. Where do you want to go? Sarah?
I don't know. I don't think it should be funded fully. It is a bit of a duplicate.
Alicia?
I'd say 180 to 200.
Judy?
I would agree with not funding it fully, and I would be 175, 180.
Roberta?
220, somewhere in there.
Carl?
180.
Chase?
At those levels with, she wouldn't be able to hire as many, couldn't do as much. $300.
Julie?
200.
Kim?
200.
Sarah?
180.
So you're about 190.
I'm at 2.
15.
Yeah, I'm at 2.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sarah, you're 191.
No, don't do that.
And I'll tell you,
Love it, right?
and I'll tell you why I'm at 2. And just because I think she really needs to focus on the unreached areas and not duplicate the other areas. And that's why I'm at 2.
Start at 2. We got time to go. Venture fuels. Go ahead, Julie. Nice.
I'll start. When I first saw them propose another time, I was like not that excited, but after hearing them, especially if they were to take our suggestion, one of my suggestions of trying to get farm processors that are having a difficult time getting retail spots, that to me, that's gonna help our farmers. So I'd say it's pretty high. It's new. I'm not sure new for us to fund something like that, but I personally have been looking for something like that after we visited some farms with processing. So I think it's just that gap that they can't get those products out. That's a whole nother animal getting it on the shelves. off of their farm stores, so I like it. I know, I'm not sure how we're gonna do it, but.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead, Jason.
I have to say, when first got the RFPs, I'm like, but then you see what their proposal is and what they're, but the small problem I have is they have to pick some winners, right? It's like there's different.
I think there's 6 though.
Yeah, 6.
If they were all farm, my
Yeah.
wish list would be that.
I mean, the
but
potential, for something to scale up that's gonna sell a lot of milk or, create it, we're not gonna get another Chobani, but, something.
You never know.
Close, perhaps, you never know. But this is actually the missing piece, if you will. There's ideas out there. And I think, I'm looking at Slate and, how they got some investors and now that is growing and that's how, but it took a while. Maybe this could accelerate 1 or 2 or 6.
Took us 15 years to get Fairlife.
It's true.
Barbano did that,
I mean,
so if it takes a couple of years of them, so Spilt's been 3 years? Slate was
Slate.
The Slate was like 4 and Spilt is 3 or 2.
But
But,
this is, they already got a product, they're gonna pick
Right.
somebody to put it on the shelf, so their steps that before,
Pushing to the next step, right?
I like this,
kind of push to something.
I like this
that's
proposal a lot
100% milk,
better.
Not a little bit
Right.
of part of milk and not,
which I like that
Not to
farm
speak to
processing
plant,
portion of it.
you know.
I like this project a lot better than the past venture fuel where they're
Sorry.
So it's only at 3.3, so somebody
Yeah.
must not have ranked it very high or all in the middle. And I just want to know if there's another opinion.
Yes.
I wasn't in full support of like 100% funding on this. I'm just track records of where it was before of, and how things went. I mean, I understand, I mean, just from listening to,
Wait a minute. Qualify that a little bit or explain that a little bit further because we did it for 2 years.
right, and then we did not fund them.
Right,
Yes.
okay.
So that's,
So you're kind of the 2 years that we didn't fund them.
yeah, yes.
Okay.
So, but also after talking like Alicia with her new product, they're, trying to get on the market. I understand the need for assistance for farmers getting stuff. I don't know about at that level, starting out.
I guess that's a question for venture. Could they do it for less participants, for less money or?
Fred's here.
Right.
Wait, before we get Fred on, but Sarah, your thoughts?
So I was interested in it if it was more towards kind of like what Julie said, focusing on. I guess my concern is when some of these products are made and we're trying to push a new product, if it's just a small portion of milk or a small portion
How
of
much they're using.
whey protein concentrate, I'm much more interested in getting like a full dairy product that's here. Huh?
You're not moving a lot of milk.
Right, you're not moving a lot of milk on some of these products or the products that are byproducts of milk. I'm looking for, like, there already are dairy products in the state made, and those companies or those businesses need help pushing them forward. I would be interested in doing this if they got preferential, if the requirements, whether they focused on whole products already made that just need help marketing first.
Getting on store
That's
shelves,
a really great point.
store shelves.
What is the percentage of?
I think it was 30%.
No, I realize that, but.
And I don't think that's enough.
What propose question?
Yep, I would agree with that.
Percentage of dairy.
Good morning, Fred. How are you? Hang on a
Good
second.
morning. How you guys doing?
Good. Hang on a
Good.
second. What was?
No, I just clarification on the 30%. I missed that.
So Fred, 2 questions have come up as you're probably have heard.
Yep.
Number 1, let's address the percentage of milk and milk products and increasing the sales of New York milk. Can that be?
Yeah, love it. Actually, they're both awesome questions. 100% we can focus this on the farm processors and the farmers. We could either make that exclusive, where that be the only thing, or at least have it be the strong preference. I would maybe hold a little bit out instead of going exclusive, just in case we find something that we think has like real breakthrough scale that is outside of it. But I'm also totally comfortable going 100% for the farm because I think that story plays really nicely, as well as that's where the help is probably most beneficial. So I love that as a sort of tweak to it. The 30% number can be flexed up 100%. We did that to the California programs have been 50% always. Our Midwest program was 30%. They lowered it because they wanted more innovative products to be open to that. But I'm hearing loud and clear from you all that it's more about the whole products. So we can move it up to 50% plus or even higher than that. And what I would do is, instead of moving that number beyond 50, is just weight our scoring heavier, right? So we want to be open to seeing things that might be 50%, but we'll give a preferential score to anything that's closer to the 100% whole milk.
Go ahead, Pete.
All right, let me just do a little different take on that.
Yeah.
If you're going to do a weighted score, I think what we're all looking at is moving the most pounds of milk.
Yep.
So if you have a product that has potential to move millions and millions of units at 30, or has potential to move thousands of units at 100, obviously we want the one that moves in millions.
Yep.
Well, that's kind of, I think, listening to what you just said, if you have that ability to maybe internally score what products you think have the most potential.
Overall volume disappearance.
Volume, yes. Overall volume disappearance of milk out of the New York, milk pool. I think that's where the preferential should be.
Yep. Yeah, and I
Because
think that
at the end of the day, that's what we're all about, is moving the literally most pounds of milk possible.
I agree completely. And I think the 30 to 50% is just a baseline to make sure that we're, keeping people out that don't have enough to move that, but that's what we'll be looking at. That would be the number one criteria, is moving the potential to move the most pounds.
And the other question, follow up on that, I think you had like 6 candidates you were looking at right now.
Yep.
So, I mean, can you work with 3? Can you work with 2? I mean, how's that work?
Yeah, we can move the number up and down. What I would say is you're playing a little bit of I don't want to say guessing game's the wrong word, but there's a power law. And what I mean by that is we can look at a slate and a spilt, and very similar in a lot of ways, which one is going to scale faster and sell the most milk. Sometimes you got to kind of place some bets and say, okay, these are both good. Let's see which one is going to accelerate the fastest. So 6 is a good number for you to give you that mix, right? Of one might not take hold for whatever reason, and so you have a little bit of a little wiggle room.
So Fred, if I ask on that point, sorry, Dean.
Yep.
On that point, if I recall correctly, the one year that the winner won, but the actual product that was second place outperformed the winner in the market, correct?
Yeah, 100%. And that's why I don't know if this came up.
Hydration drink or something?
Just look at American Idol. Some of the second place winners are the ones that have all the.
You know what? The American
All right,
Idol reference is
Here
perfect.
Here comes
these
Dairy Idol.
These companies all have marketing people, and that doesn't mean that their whole world in marketing gets that product over the finish. Consumers love it.
So sorry, Fred. Go ahead with the answer on that, Fred, please.
No, I love the American Idol reference, and you're right. And what you'll notice is we evolved the program slightly where it's not one winner. We actually have all the companies being accelerated together, and it's specifically because of that second place person might be the best company. And so we're kind of taking it as a cohort out to the retailers, and they're gonna actually pick who goes on shelf, or hopefully maybe take the whole group. But the purpose of this was to take out a little bit of the there's one winner vibe, even though we can kind of announce somebody as the fan favorite or something like that, but that they're all going to be supported. So the goal is to get multiple people driving to that demand.
Go ahead, Dean, sorry. All right, on that vein, and this is a question for Casey, do we run the risk if we make this too narrow endorsing a single product?
That's all I was saying.
Yeah.
When I heard one or two, I'm like, to me, especially with Fred saying that they were gonna have all the different categories, because what'd you say, Fred, California got very ice cream heavy?
Yeah, we had a streak where an ice cream won, and we were like, we didn't have as much a gap in the market for that, and we wanted, to your point, more whole milk, more whole products, and not to be so heavy in the refrigeration.
Yeah, I'm just worried about, being so narrow that we end up endorsing a single product.
I have, is it fair to say though, and I don't know the answer to this, if we were to say we only want to do 3 for this year, that doesn't mean that the total program would be 200,000, correct? I mean, there's some scale there. I just want to make sure we are all aware of that.
How many participants could you handle with 300,000? Just curious.
You know what I would do is I would say that what my preference would be to be creative with the budget in other ways and keep as many companies as we could. So I know we could do 4 companies for the 300, for sure. And I would try and get pretty creative to see if we could actually do more than 4, but definitely 4.
Good.
And I
Good
think that
information.
in the past, we've discussed that, correct, Fred, that it's the broader spectrum of trying to cut other things other than the number of participants was always your preference.
Yeah, I think you want to place more than, a couple bets. You also want to have something robust enough that big retailers will pay attention, and giving them enough choice. And to the flip, we don't want to do 10 because it's overwhelming to the retailers. But I think 4 to 6 would get them enough diversity to get them in the room and interested and excited. And so I wouldn't go under 4. And yeah, I would look if you guys said, hey, we got to hit X budget. My first thought would be like, let's look where else we can get tighter versus omitting companies once we get under 4. But we could build a really good program for 3.
All right. So Fred, in other areas of the country where you've done this,
yeah,
what's the longevity on these products? I mean, is it a flash in the pan? All of a sudden they scale real high and then they just tailor off, and what's the longevity on these?
It's a great question. I would say the opposite, that it's actually to the point of Fairlife. It takes them a minute to get going. That is the experience we've had. You certainly have ones that go out, right, for a variety of reasons. But in dairy, the people that are innovating in dairy there's some grit and fortitude there that we don't see in other parts of our business. If we're like in tech, people flame out in 12 months. So I would say that like you have California, we started 7 years ago and we've run the program every year. It's got to be 70% of those companies are still in business.
How
Now,
many?
which ones break out and become things that you would recognize? That's a smaller percentage, but they're out there working hard.
Yeah, but he's already picking.
Yeah, we spend a lot of time picking. It's there's a lot behind the scenes that we don't bore you guys with, but we're looking at who are the founders, what is their traction, how are they positioning themselves, what are the reasons that they might fail. We really get under the hood. We treat it like we're investors in those companies to try and de-risk these things so that we're picking somebody that we think has that longevity and also the ability to break through. That potential piece is a big part for us. And honestly, my original concern with Slate early on was I was like, gosh, they're kind of young. Are they going to be able to go through the bumps? And we just thought they had such unique positioning and their passion was so strong that they were going to get through those hurdles, and they did. So some of it is really looking at a bunch of different factors.
Jason has a question.
Not more a question. I was going to suggest we fund for 300,000.
Okay, questions for Fred? Well, we got them.
I have a question to get, if this were to be funded and we're trying to focus on farm processing to get to bigger markets, is that as maybe we wouldn't get the information out for those farmers to know this is available is that something Ag and Markets could help get that word out, or is that not? I don't know the vehicle to do that. So,
Okay, yeah, I think that's something we've done in the previous.
okay,
version.
all right,
I believe it
I,
was,
good,
we'll do double checking, but yes.
all right.
Yeah, I will say that like part of, and we didn't spend a lot of time on this, but our California program, we did a similar thing where we started to really make a grassroots effort to go to the farmers themselves that had processing to bring them into the program. And it was incredibly well received. And we kind of dual tracked it. They obviously had a lot of resources to find those farmers because they were involved in their community and came to meetings and things like that. And then we also kind of did a grassroots go find them campaign on our side. So we kind of attacked from two different angles to get people to apply and excited and understand what the program was.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Fred.
Thank you all.
Okay. Where you want to go?
300.
Judy?
50.
Dean?
250.
I'm all in at 400.
Kim?
400.
Julie?
I would say 400 for right now.
Chase?
3.
Carl?
I think 400.
Roberta?
I'm gonna say 3 and hope he can do 5 products.
So there, your average is about 3 1/4.
We're done 3 1/4.
Hmm?
We're done 3 1/4.
Yep, right now.
Yep.
It's actually about 340, but okay. Right there. All right. Old dairy experience. Carl.
I mean. Look, you Scott.
I'm trying to move stuff around.
Oh, Carl.
Thank you, Casey.
My thought on this is to keep it level funding from last year.
I think that
I think total was, what was their total? last year?
700 for the
Total.
Or just the,
mobile, I believe.
They were a total of 700,000 last year. So it was 6 for the mobile dairy experience and 100 for the. Judy.
What's the breakout?
this one doesn't have it. I gotta find the other paper.
The 100,000 for the, 100,000 for the dairy.
Do they break the mobile out at all or just?
Yeah, what do you mean? For last year?
Yeah,
It was 600,000.
for the mobile dairy experience.
Last year we funded them at 600.
I mean, I've seen myself, because I've been through it, responses of people experiencing for the first time of, what's there, the content's good. I like that it's fairly easily changeable without like huge costs, but, I mean, running anything like that is expensive, so you gotta. Yeah, it's 1.4 is a lot. I know it's probably gonna end up taking a hit like all of them. But I do support what they're doing, the concept, getting it out there to places that wouldn't have those contacts, like we just talked about with Herd, getting it places that wouldn't have that same. I encourage more of that.
I like the originality of it, that there's nobody else in the.
With that.
Contractors that are doing something like that. So I think that's some of our concern is redundancy. I don't see any redundancy here.
Right. And
except for educating people and, educating consumers as to, so that's my opinion on it.
It's like, we want a billboard. There's the billboard.
There's a billboard, right?
It's going up and
It's your mobile billboard. And I think they've got pictures somewhere on the website or something of it going, somebody took a picture, hey, it just went by me kind of thing. And
Yeah.
you're not going to get a bigger billboard than.
I've seen more advertising for this summer, or mostly this summer, this past year, online, articles, everything. I've seen more advertising for this than I have anything else that's just a little bit different. It's definitely stuck out. I finally got to see it this summer when I went to I did go to the fair and get a chance to walk through it and look through it, and I didn't volunteer in it, but I did visit with a couple people that did volunteer, and they said that it's just like the birthing center. This has been such a unique way to reach the public and have conversations with the public that I really, really like, and it's not.
And it also works with other contractors and
Yeah,
collaborators.
talk about collaborating, like how many people in here said, hey, well, we'll have them out and do it for an event.
Or
and
they've already
whatnot.
worked with them.
And we've already invested in it. Like if we don't invest it and keep supporting it, we're gonna lose it, is my fear. I like it. I think it's a mobile billboard. I think it's a great way to collaborate with other contractors. I think it's a great way to, it's the whole farm. It's the whole farm in a trailer. I mean, people can see right from the beginning to the end. And in the conversations that I've had with volunteer, nobody's walked away from a volunteer time not totally excited they changed somebody's mind. They've made somebody, understand that farmers take good care of their land, they take good care of their animals, and that's a healthy product. I like it.
Roberta?
It's expensive, $40 per contact. It's not a great.
Which they're addressing with
They're
their.
addressing, but.
And it was their first year.
It's the first year. I have a hard time wanting to fund an additional person. We're on a budget, and I know it's a lot of pull on their time, but they knew that was gonna be a big pull on their time. They said, we're willing to take this on. And now they're wanting another 100,000 for an additional person. Like, I don't wanna pay, I don't wanna invest that much more. Everyone's gonna have to take a cut. Maybe they wanna pay for that. The trailer's great. I'm still very underwhelmed on like the dairy products. I said, there's so many dairy products. Don't be afraid of putting someone's label in there. And I think that's like, you can have like 50 to 100 products. I don't care if it's a label, and no, they have like 6 products and it's blah. And I know they're addressing that.
That's another one they did say.
But they didn't, like, I was very, like, there's more than one product in the state. Please highlight as many as you can. And they just kind of didn't do that. And I was frustrated about that. And it's being addressed, but I have a hard time funding them 100%. And I don't think we should be funding Washington DC trips. It's a New York thing.
Well,
And why
that's a
would we go to
slippery
Washington
slope.
DC? That's a political thing. This is an educational thing.
But they're educating politicians.
That's.
People at center.
Yeah, that is a fine line. I'll give that, but I think there's value in it.
But it's dairy farmer money.
It's no different than concentrating on the Albany area.
No different than DFA sending people to Washington to lobby for bills they're working on, or Farm Bureau sending, farmers to Washington speak.
Yeah, but
Same idea.
it is different.
Have the right to lobby, our money
don't.
cannot go towards lobbying, so it
It's
is.
educating. All right, put it education.
It is education.
But I'll say, that you walking through it, it's impressive. And Roberta, you're right, to finish up at the interactive, it's fun for kids, but yeah, it was underwhelming, and they're addressed. Now, whether we
I
got,
think for farmers, we know that stuff. I mean,
perhaps, yeah. Yeah,
yeah.
I was like,
it was the
I was
least
in
shiny,
Alaska and I was like, oh
was-
my gosh, we make all this stuff.
it was the least shiny part of it, but
Yeah.
they're addressing it. That's great.
Yeah.
It's impressive. You like billboards, you look how much money you spend on billboards, we got it. That's it. So it is. And there's a lot of investment, and you look at a huge investment, you're like, well, there's maybe some thought that, I'll throw some more money at something that maybe isn't effective, but we got to make this, we got to send it out there, and they're just getting their feet under them. And, if we cut back a lot, it's not going to be seen as much. It's a big investment that I think, that could potentially has a lot of value. And I'm okay with them going to Washington DC. I am that. we differ on that a little bit. We were 700,000 last year, in my mind, at least 1 million, in my thought. Let's get it out there more, and let's show it off.
And remember, Roberta, you're not their target audience when you look at some of that stuff. So,
I know.
and what they're addressing to, like a lot of changes that we talked about with some of the others of,
But
we're not the targets that a lot of these folks are looking for.
I stood in there and watched the kids just walk through. Like, there was one kid that interacted and there was like 3 or 4 that just walked through. Like,
But you're gonna have that.
yeah,
Well, it depends on where you were, but I mean, if you had been at the state fair
that's where I was at.
to see, the level of interactions and conversations that happen.
It's kind of like the impressions thing on the internet. Like somebody walking through it as they saw it on the internet, whether they stopped and interacted and played with things.
Second, 5 seconds, 8 seconds.
That's what it is. And if you're fortunate enough to have for somebody to have a conversation, which I think that's what Ryan and Brian are doing. Like, they didn't know who I was when I walked down there and I didn't tell them. And they were so friendly and they were so like, what can we talk to you about, or what can we show you? And I've just heard nothing but positive feedback. And the other thing that I appreciate is the fact that they acknowledge it's new and they're learning. And the fact that while it would be really cool to take this thing to every school function all across the state, it's not effective in getting big numbers. They're looking at their plan, what they've done, making plans next year to hit up bigger things, just like everybody else is doing. They're trying to find the biggest audience to get the bang for the buck. But I think we all can agree that not everything, we can't put a cost per impression on every single thing and say, well, that's not. Some things are going to cost more to do. Some things are going to cost less because we're getting different levels of interactive and education.
I'm just saying, this one is the highest, and we already committed to it. But I want them to be aware that they are the highest personal contact. And I want them.
But we don't know the
work
personal
on it.
contact.
Just the numbers that
So
they.
I'm just saying,
they said
what's
came
personal
through.
contact
Well, I don't know. They told us the numbers.
Well, let's say this.
compared to other
I
contractors?
think it's the
Right.
personal contact that walked through the trailer. Now, it sat down in the attic of school and they had an event that
That's
night.
impressions,
And
not
it
contact.
sat there and
In your mind?
In my mind, if like,
But that was
if
one-
they're in the classroom, that's contact time, in my mind. Like, we're paying somewhere.
There
like-
could be a kid sitting in a classroom that isn't listening to anything anybody's saying.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not
true.
saying,
But
let's not cut this up to.
Right.
Quit
You
picking
know.
on me.
I'm just.
Okay, so let's go on.
I'm just
Let's
saying.
go.
Hey, I'm not.
All right, we're gonna,
Yeah.
we're moving on, we're,
Like,
okay,
at
we got the
professionals
concept.
have, like, and I.
So let's
and they're-
move on to,
I have,
Yep, Dean hasn't said anything.
let's
yet.
move on to,
I think you want, go ahead. He wants to offer something. I can see this.
my question is, how much for the total upgrade? The valve?
So we're looking at like kind of 2 sections, one that you're talking about. And it really varies. It depends on, we haven't gone into the brainstorming session of it because it could be as simple as changing graphics, or it can be as complex as adding more technology to that section. So there's a variety of options and opportunity we can.
So there's flexibility is what you're saying.
Absolutely.
If you haven't heard, you need to upgrade your cooler case.
What's that?
So if you haven't heard, you need to upgrade your cooler case.
Yeah.
We learned that within the first few weeks because the first few weeks was at schools. And so everyone has a different experience based on whether it's a guided tour, like we're at a school and we have kids in there for 20 to 30 minutes and we let them kind of explore for that last 7 to 8 minutes, or if it's a self-guided at a state fair or fair or festival. So it's a totally different experience based on what type of event that we're at too.
So just a clarification, somebody said at one of your events, somebody was on the outside handing out milk?
Yeah.
Okay, to me, the two go together. Without milk being available at that, it's like
Yes. So we have.
anticlimactic.
So we have a working or in there as well. So at some events, we had cheese, we had yogurt, we had milk. It all depended on, again, what type of event. what connections we've had like with the school. So for example, one school, they went out and bought 500 cheese sticks and they gave cheese sticks to every single student that came through there. So again, all 40 events, 40 very different events. Some of them had dairy products available, some don't. That's one of the areas that we want to continue to get better at, is whether that's something that NYAC takes on, whether that's something we ask the host to take care of based on their local contacts. But that is one thing that we've heard feedback as we've asked the hosts, what can we do better? And some of them said dairy products.
Yeah, because that would be the culmination of the connection.
Yeah.
It's
Now, I got to go through it at the fair, state fair, which was great. I thought the help that she had at the state fair the day I was there was fantastic. I mean, you didn't take 3 steps and they were like,
Can I show
help you with, what can I show you?
Yeah.
You know,
I wanna know.
great. I'll bet dollars to donuts that doesn't happen every place she goes. But something like the state fair, I thought that was very impressive, and I don't know if it went on for all 14 days like that, but.
And they didn't know you were DPO involved. I was right there beside you. So Brian with the
That
beard
was just another.
was walking through and came up to Larry and said, hey, come on, try to milk this cow. He absolutely wouldn't have. But Brian, he had no idea who we were, but he was trying to gauge us with hands-on, come and, try this. And
I'm sure they want a timer on the milking if we have a leaderboard for the events.
contest.
Farm employees come in on time and they just kind of blew everything up.
Hey, put on orange.
At once, yeah.
I used to not do that.
That's the other thing that I like about this is it's very diverse because it's hitting school age kids, which I think is super important. But the reality is they're not, this is also hitting their parents, teachers, at the end of the day, we keep saying, how is this going to sell more milk? Well, if you can convince grocery shopping age adults that buying milk is not only good for the environment and good for you, and that we take that's how we're gonna sell more milk. That there's a lot of fear about dairy farming. We're constantly combating disinformation and groups that hate us, and it sucks.
I guess I got a question because I didn't catch it. What's the Washington DC thing, Eileen?
Yeah, so Washington DC is a potential event that we've looked into, going down and setting this up, possibly in collaboration with American Farm Bureau. But again, because NYAC as a nonprofit cannot lobby either, but we can educate and make people aware. And so we do events with even our Partners for Healthy Watersheds, with local leaders, local legislators, elected officials, where we're helping people understand and appreciate that the industry.
Who's making decisions in our community that are gonna affect our farms?
Exactly. And so we're looking
Most
at
of them
how
have
do we
never
do
been
that
on a
in
farm.
Washington DC as well. That's the only out-of-state opportunity we've looked at, of taking it to the National Mall in collaboration with an ag bay, with American Farm Bureau, with some other ag industries.
So are you gonna invite Chuck?
Maybe.
He was at the state fair.
He was at the
Yeah.
fair.
Chuck Schumer.
It's a picture of him and Joel hugging or
Yeah,
something.
there was.
There is. There is.
What's this $30,000 for? Is that permits and stuff to bring it down in there?
It's the rated permit.
It's 30 grand.
I do have a question, so I sit on the NIAC board, so we have lots of fun conversations at our board meeting. So as a board member, yes, as a board member, something that I want to clarify with the use of DPO funds, and it's kind of come up today, we have to be careful on brands. So as it pertains to the grocery area in our trailer, if we do look at featuring New York brands, are we gonna come up against any issues using DPO dollars to do that? Or as long as we feature a variety of brands, will we be okay? I guess.
Good question. Good question.
Again, because that's come up in our board meetings, and we just want to make sure.
That's why when you walk in there, there's not a single
Generic.
brand on, so there's 30 products featured. There's 15 on the wall where you can scan QR codes, and it goes to recipes at the Sabre website. It goes on different websites. And how to use that product. And then in the grocery store, there's 15 more. None of them are branded.
Yeah,
So-
we'll have to vet that. That is definitely a slippery slope. And then that will also include, collaborating with the USDA market people because there's some very specific rules about them. So
Yeah,
great.
so that's why it says, whipped cream. It doesn't say upstate Niagara. It doesn't-
So to get on that question,
We can simply put New York on there, but yeah, there's.
Yeah,
no,
just
like-
put New York milk, New York cottage cheese, New York.
How about fake ones? It's definitely,
Case is empty.
they definitely be more colorful, but they're not gonna be able to do it.
Go ahead.
if there's funding coming in from other brands and so it's a big project.
They are.
If just, there's a question to say, if there's funding from a specific brand, how does that work? Because I don't want to tie their hands if they're able to get funding from, or is it your DPO funded?
Can't do sponsorships.
Well, the DPO cannot. And so that's where we've got to see how far that carries down.
I just think there's more to that question, I would say.
I mean, it's
Yeah, like
like,
if Burn Dairy donates
there's other in the room. that-
$50,000.
Kind of like Explore More. Upstate's a partner on that,
USDA and say,
right?
does this work? Can we hand out this?
So I think Explore More is perfect, right? There's some money coming in from upstate, and this isn't a slam. This is, there's monies needed for all this stuff.
Yes.
We need to pull in people that have more money than the farmers from New York State, right? So that's another follow-up question to that, I would say. How did it flow for Explore More with a collaboration of funding?
I don't recall the question coming to us about that.
Yeah, because it says Burn Dairy. in there.
Well, I don't want to stir that pot either, so I don't know.
But I don't want to say, right, what's that? So those were individual farms, local farms that made stuff available. It has nothing to do with DPO, but that they had like branded stuff there because those farms
Okay.
donated like fake looking stuff for the kids to play with that they would see on the store shelf.
Yeah.
So.
Well, the door's kicked open, so Explore More, they had Upstate Niagara and Milk for Health were co-sponsors for exhibits at Explore More, and this new collaboration or this new addition to Explore, if I get this wrong, that is Upstate and Milk for Health are funding it equally.
Yes.
So.
I'd love to see how that,
Yeah, I mean, that one's different totally because Upstate's directly in there, so that, however, that was hashed out.
Maybe.
Versus the processor not being involved and then having branded stuff, right? That's different.
But if they got funding from Hugo Marketing Group and DFA, like, they were looking for funding all over the place, and they have been funded from multiple sources other than DPO.
Yes.
NIAC
Yep.
has.
yep.
I guess that's my thought, is that we've got to look, I think NIAC's got to look at outside funding. So I pulled some numbers together. I think you said 40 visits a year.
Yes.
So that's
That's what
30,
we did this year.
okay, that's $35,000 a visit to get the truck to those places. So that's a big number. If you look at the operational, it is gonna cost about $600,000 a year just to get the trailer out. Right? About 600 grand. And then I guess the thing that's maybe disappointing to me is that you're asking for an additional $310,000 in administrative personnel groups to do promotions for this thing. Promotions are not coming from within NIAX. You're hiring Trigger House for 200,000. There's some PR assistants, whatever that is, and a new position to run the thing. So, to me, I find that disappointing that that's not gonna be directly managed by NIAC. So that's $910,000 of getting the truck out there and getting it promoted. That doesn't include any maintenance, graphic updates, or the refrigerator updates and things like that. I guess that's another $500,000. So I think when we look at this, it's a big number, and hell, I don't know. I can't go back to my husband. I can't go back to my neighbors and say, oh yeah, we're spending an additional $1.4 million to get this thing on the road. And keep it running. I think there has to be some income, either charging groups, there has to be some outside sources really coming in and saying, yeah, we got this. We're gonna do sponsorship for this. I mean, those are pretty sobering numbers to me.
To that point, you know, we're talking about branded inside the exhibit and for this to keep going or to, you know, to fund it at this level, I mean, there's lots of angst over all of this. So if is there a way that perhaps, I don't know if NIAC would be open to, you know, open it up to sponsorships that actually would have products in the exhibit. You know, there's a revenue avenue that way.
In case.
No, I mean, just for me, right, so this has nothing to do with my position. I'm a consumer speaking right now, right? Just so many of those are regional, right? So if you're gonna have that thing down in the lower Hudson Valley and there's gonna be these brands that they never see versus like New York and the teachable moment of, well, what the hell is this 36-4-digit number, right? I mean, you have that opportunity to educate on plant codes to get people to understand we have a tracking system to identify New York manufacturers, right? And so I just like the branding thing is going to be hard, in my opinion, based upon regionality, especially if this thing's moving from Niagara Falls, you know, all the way down to New York City. That's just a tough one. That's
Well, I mean,
thousands of brands. Like
that's true, but I mean, if you had a value to it, you know, you offered it. I mean, there is a Fair Lake, upstate. I could see us doing that. I could see, you know,
again,
Bellagioso with string cheese. I can see that.
yeah, it's going to come down to USDA on the marketing stuff or
Okay.
the promotion.
I figured as much. I
Yeah.
just wondered about it.
Yeah.
It is a good point.
Other questions, concerns, thoughts? It's a big number.
We're gonna go around again.
It's been a big number for 3 years.
It's been a big number for 4 years. Carl said 6. Jason?
1 million.
Julie?
I say 1 million.
Kim?
Yes.
Alicia?
Okay.
Kate?
9.
Judy?
A million.
Sarah?
$1 million.
Change it
Roberta?
to $1 million and make your math easy.
Peer pressure.
I'm gonna go 800
Explode.
because I want to see that update to the grocery area, or even take that out and do something totally different. I don't care. Just,
Julie?
I don't like it.
I said 1 million.
Yeah, that's right. So it's about 850. Right? 612. Yeah.
Larry, what'd you say?
I would stay the same. I'm,
Put
I'm a-
6 then to bring it down.
it'll bring it down a little bit. I'm with Alicia, but I do know what things cost to move. I mean, we have a trucking company. A lot of you have trucks, you know what it costs. But I also am I guess I'm gonna I'll throw my 2 cents in that we've talked about this for 3 or 4 years, that we've asked them to try to achieve substantial offsite funding. And I think $1 million over 3 years, when we've invested 3 million or more over 3 years. I don't know what we totally invested in 3 years, but it's got to be close to 3 million. And they were able to come up with, and when I read the screen at the fair, 60+% of them are dairy farmers probably that donate.
Yep. Yeah.
So they're,
So is that positive or negative? I would say that's positive.
no, it's
Because they're
positive. I'm not,
putting their
no,
money
I,
where their mouth is.
I agree. No, I'm not saying that, but I was just saying that I don't know.
I mean, that's
Going to
money coming out of,
Sponsorships from outside is, I don't know how they're gonna keep achieving that.
But even if they go to the agricultural businesses, that's still us paying. I mean.
In the end, yeah,
for all this,
yeah,
All of them,
yes,
not just this one, yeah.
yes, I agree.
well, I think we need to keep moving and we're gonna have to rehash a lot of these, so we better keep
Just
this
keep
train
moving forward, we'll
rolling.
see where keep going, we'll see where we land.
Yeah, we'll leave that.
It's a rough one, right?
Okay.
Research?
What do you got here?
Different
We break
total.
them out, didn't we do that before?
But I think
We need-
right, we just need to go and come back, right?
Yep.
Keep going the same way, right?
We're 15.7 right now.
Yes. I don't,
But don't worry about that number.
Yeah.
we're still dreaming.
Yeah, we're still thinking, we're in the.
Corner.
This is the Northeast Dairy Foods, them and Emmitsburg are split.
Yep.
So which ones are,
Continue.
are most of these continuing, the ones at the top?
Yeah, we don't have that on.
We do.
We wish she's cool. It's a cucumber.
Which one are you?
I don't know why.
I mean, it makes no, not the fun.
I would agree.
That's where we start.
That's going a completely wrong direction.
So the first one is continuing.
Second one's continuing.
Yep.
Third one's continuing. Third one's
Yep.
continuing.
Fourth one's continuing.
Yep, it is,
But-
Sam's.
Then the fifth one is the ongoing one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The next one's continuing. Yep, continuing.
What number are you at?
10 is continuing.
Yeah.
11,
That's continuing.
I think so.
First to continue.
Were there any continuings that we didn't want to fund? I mean, I
The
think.
first, go ahead.
We're getting there.
12, I think, is your first new one.
Yeah, the yogurts is the first.
And then
new.
13 is new.
I like 12. That's my blunt opinion on that.
Yogurt's Halo.
I rated it really high too, so. I mean, we all know the value of yogurt in schools, we've talked about dairy in schools, so what's the potential for that to make an impact? Like, moving forward, what's the ability or the potential?
I think
for
that's
it
fair.
given-
I think that's fair. Because if the schools don't have the funding for it, period, then
Right.
He's here. Ask him.
Are you saying him?
Oh, I'm sorry, no, my bad.
I think he's online.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
And then Lindsay probably can answer the question of, is it viable?
Okay, Matt, you should be able to unmute.
Hi, could you repeat the question?
So, yeah, I think we're all supportive of the efforts to do this research. I think maybe my question, somebody can help me word it better, but
you did good.
What's the potential for this to make an impact to actually get yogurts into schools?
I think it's incredibly high because even if the solution could be as simple as changing the packaging to being something like a, let's just say like a large bag and box system where it's like a spout that you're serving and portioning the yogurts in, but it still counts as spoonable because the final product form that it's in. So I think with anything that I would be putting together, cost would be really at the forefront of consideration.
Do you feel that the schools that you would be looking at, just having the information of how much it would actually cost to get the information to those schools is what's missing? Is that what you, or you don't know yet?
I think we just don't know yet if it's an awareness thing on their end or if it's some sort of education that needs to be brought forward to them. But I think that that's really the goal, is to illuminate the best path forward to make it to where not only does it seem like it's a no-brainer from a cost perspective from their standpoint, but that we're making a really strong case for the regularity of the product and the nutritional potential of it.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, question. So you're talking about different packaging. Is that the main emphasis?
Well, packaging would just be one avenue, because it could be that these schools have the infrastructure to wash and reuse dishes, but that they haven't really seen that as or tried or applied that, whereas a larger school might have already done that. So it could come down to infrastructure, it could come down to packaging, it could come down to the actual product itself and just giving refrigeration and storage. And how often they're ordering it.
So, okay, because here's my reasoning on my question. Because we all know that plastic milk cartons sell a lot, or kids prefer them, they move a lot more milk. But trying to get processors to retool is extremely expensive. And when you're looking at a bid process, which all of this stuff is, to try to get processors to retool different packaging for yogurt other than what they're doing right now, I think that's a huge ask.
I don't think he's asking that, Dan. I think he's saying you can buy it in bulk and put it in little cups and get reimbursed.
Yeah, but he's talking about different types of bulk packaging.
He doesn't know. He wants to find out, but I mean,
He's gotta go ask them, what's the holdback here?
sorry?
He's gotta go ask the schools, what's the holdback here? Why do you not have it?
That's what it is, right?
And really what the customer discovery process looks like is if I have a hypothesis that the package options, because right now the only package option that they have available that I saw are these it's one box filled with 2 5-pound bags that they cut the corner and then portion from those bags that are kind of unwieldy. The way that the customer discovery process works is you wouldn't go in there and say, tell me about how your yogurt is purchased. You would just go in and you would say, tell me about the last time you purchased an item that was in bulk that worked really well with your team and made it easy to portion. And really what you're trying to do is find, are there other similar food items that have been using something or a delivery mechanism that might transfer well to yogurt? Are there things that people prefer that, so you're not necessarily going in and saying, hey, we have the solution. It's really trying to identify the barriers. And then at the end of the discussions, you can ask some more targeted questions to figure out, like what is their perspective on serving yogurt more regularly and where do they think it fits within the lunch program. But really when it comes to figuring out where the biggest gains are to be made, it's asking non-directed questions to see what they already are in favor of or lacking.
How many school districts were you looking at going to or wanting to go to?
I'm aiming to go to 20 to 25 smaller districts and spread it throughout all of New York, ideally touch on all the major areas. And then I think it would be really useful to hit maybe 3 to 5 of the larger districts in some of the hubs like Buffalo and Rochester and where there's larger student bodies.
So this is a question for contractors in the room. I don't want to turn around because I don't want to eyeball anybody, because I want to open it up to everybody. Has there been any of this research done? Because we don't want to consider doing this if we already have some of this information.
So yeah, I can speak on that. There actually is, Upstate has a pump that school districts are using to get out yogurt to meet park days. So that's not necessarily part of the issues school districts are facing. They also do have the 4-ounce cups. So that's not a barrier either. And then for schools, the only mandated dairy item is milk. So when I know there was a reference that not all these schools are offering yogurt, yes, that does happen, but also, you know, we have developed strategies to help them implement those, to make sure that there's other access points for serving yogurt. But yeah, these products do exist. And then the other hurdle with schools is that this would have to be added to the bid. And they would need enough school districts to buy in to have it on the bid of purchase to get it at the right price point.
How many school districts are there in New York State, roughly?
180.
Wow.
That's
Holy cow.
So how many of them Dane, how many of them do you go to on an annual basis?
How many do we like physically?
Yeah, annually, how many of those school districts are you guys hitting up?
Working with.
Yeah, so we work with majority of the districts across New York State. I think when it comes to visiting them in person, that varies. I think it's probably like one per month, if not. But we're still touching base with them. So not everyone wants to see us in their office or even during their lunch periods. But yeah, we do have a large spread across the state of constant contact with school districts.
If you're not going to them personally, how are you reaching them?
If we're not what?
If you're not visiting them in person once a year, how are you interacting with them?
Through the partnerships we've developed. So it's constant phone calls, it's emails, it's getting on Zoom calls, it's quick touch bases, but I do go into schools. We do have a team that is going into schools, seeing what they're offering, making sure they're using the equipment we provided, hanging the signage we provided. So I mean, there's only a team of 4 of us. We can't physically be in schools every single day. But through the partnerships, we've been able to connect with them.
Also conferences, New York School Nutrition Association has got a big conference where they all come to. That's annual.
Yeah, that's annual. And then there's regional ones throughout New York State that we go to. There's, we also hold our own conferences that they come to. We try to do more of gathering settings because what we found from school districts too is they like talking with their peers more. And that's where they can kind of strategically discuss the issues that they're having. And that's where honestly we're able to plug a lot of solutions. And then again, the partnerships we've developed with like Hunger Solutions and No Kid Hungry has allowed us to expand that reach.
Also with just the equipment companies that we have formed relationships with as well. So.
You know, the solution to a lot of it, you know, because, you know, the yogurt in the 5-pound tub with a pump is most economical, and it's also environmentally, it's if they have washable utensils and stuff, but that's not, you know, then you get more plastic. But I mean, the pump is, yeah, Upstate is a pump, but it can be used on anybody's 5-pound tub across the country. So I mean, that's a big solution to this. This research, you know, I just want to make a point that I think that's any contractor that's trying to get yogurt at breakfasts, that's a really good avenue in that package. So, and doesn't have to be Upstate product with the pump, because the pump can work in any of those tubs.
Yeah, the pump is within the last probably 5 years too, so.
I guess maybe how this body and how the contractors can get that out, I guess, is and make it known.
Okay. So other questions, other comments? What do we want to do with our yogurts and trying to explore rural schools and getting yogurts into them?
I really like the concept if we think if there's potential to actually see an outcome, I think it's worthwhile. But, yeah.
How do we get it in? It sounds like there could be a challenge getting it into the schools.
Implemented.
Yeah, implementation.
Right.
Right.
Implementation, good point. Sarah?
That's kind of I don't know, but I like it. I looked on the website yesterday for my local school districts and none of them are offering yogurt, which I had no idea. I just did. So I think it's important, but definitely, what are we gonna do with it? What are we gonna do with this? Because I kind of feel like guess we all were kind of assuming that that was already being done and it's not being done, I guess. Not in every school district. I'm just a little torn about who should be doing this.
Dean?
I'm just really worried about how effective at the end of the day this would be. Because if we, I mean, coming from my position, you know, on the school board and, you know, from that world, what's really going to move product in that cafeteria is whether I say we move product in that cafeteria. I mean, that's what speaks.
As a school board member.
Yeah, school board members, parents, you know, that's what really puts pressure on change what they're doing. It has to come from the grassroots. And that's where I think the rest of everything that we're funding, everything we're doing here is all geared towards demand and people, you know, if we can reach a mom and she's all of a sudden like, you know what, I really wish my kid had yogurt in school. Now she goes to the school board and says, hey, I want yogurt. You know, I think that'll have more effect than something like this. I really do.
Know what you mean.
You checked our school boards, they don't even want something.
Yeah, I don't know.
Put them out.
Question.
Right,
This probably is maybe a Lindsay question. I don't know. But- So if yogurt gets put into schools and it's a dairy product, does it, how do I say this? Does it go towards the My Plate or whatever they're working off of as part of their dairy? And does it kick dairy out of someplace else in the diet or menu?
No, and that's our biggest thing is that our entire strategy is not to compete with what is being offered as milk, but it's a milk placement. So
It's true.
yogurt is a meat alternate. So you're competing against like hummus or taking a place of something else. So it's an
I'd rather
additional
eat yogurt than
place.
hummus.
That's what we want everybody saying.
That's right.
That's right, and that's,
Okay, thank you.
yeah, that's where it comes from there.
As long as you don't kick-
It's not gonna cannibalize.
Okay.
So is it a limiting factor about which schools have these yogurt parfait machines versus the rural schools don't? Is it strictly just these schools have more money and these schools don't? Like, what's the difference? Like,
Say that again. What's
Some do
the-
want them.
So for, you're talking about like.
because you guys talk about like the yogurt parfaits and the promotions you guys have or the different promotions for different dairy parts. They tend to be towards the bigger school districts?
Not necessarily, no. We really have a targeted approach where we work with the rural area districts as well. I heard a lot of mention yesterday of like Jamestown. For example, they did our Yogurt Always program. They implemented smoothies across district wide. They added yogurt parfaits to breakfast every day. Same with Casanega, they're a smaller one. Attica, we have done tremendous work with them. So it doesn't, we don't pinpoint based on size. It's really based on who wants to do it, who we can work with to do it, and then where the greatest opportunity is. Because we need the buy-in from the district. We need them to be like, oh, you support me in one school building, I'm gonna take this district wide. So
what, in your opinion, what is the limiting factor why we don't have yogurt in all the school districts?
honestly, probably because it's not mandated to have, and it comes down to cost sometimes.
So it is money, mostly money.
Yeah, and that's not something we
Okay.
can.
Parents.
I'm just curious.
But it's.
It's tricky.
Parents.
I will add, there's a big opportunity, especially at breakfast, because with the change in standards that are starting next school year, it used to be at breakfast that schools had to offer a grain alternative or a grain, and they no longer have to offer a grain. They can have the protein to count as one of the components. So, and from an added sugar perspective, which there's also guidelines on that, we know that those prepackaged grain products that most schools were using are very high in added sugars. So while the added sugars could pose a threat to dairy, there's also an opportunity because that may help to bring down their added sugars.
And then same with the universally free meals, having those 4-ounce cups is gonna move the lines faster for breakfast. And we are gonna see, in my opinion, an uptick in those being a part of grab and go.
So I think just more to come on it and, you know, our goal is to have every school district across New York State offering it for breakfast. I mean, that's a big mission, but only work with so many at a time. Still promote it everywhere at all times.
Could I add something here?
Yeah,
Sure.
So I think a big goal of the project that I was hoping to propose here was really to inform the promotion decisions moving forward. Because a lot of what I'm hoping to capture is really the language surrounding how they would view this change. And if it's that the schools are viewing it as too expensive, but it's not too expensive and it's actually just as cheap, and because of reimbursable programs it works out, or maybe they view it as unhealthy, but there's a way that you could make it viewed as healthier. I think it can really help inform a lot of decisions to help move that needle, even if it's not, this is the package that we think we need to absolutely do. It's how do we move the needle, whether it be through promotion or product development or education and outreach.
Okay, thank you.
What do we do?
Thoughts? Great discussion.
I'd like to keep it in there for right now, just, that's
Yeah,
my
I do
opinion.
as well.
Okay. Whispering something over there, but we gotta go back up. Development method to monitor process heat load of ESL. This is actually a new project. This is Dr. Barbano's, correct? The little theme.
He's developing a faster method to do it, like a NIR method. And I think that there's enough issue in the industry that if there's a faster method for them to assess, well, they will have excessive gelation in those products. That's important because Casey keeps telling me about the story of his son getting the mop out. Like, that will turn someone off right away. Your first impression.
I just stopped thinking.
You're a dairy farmer, come on.
I just drink milk. Like,
Okay, but so, point taken, I'm like, anything we can do to make that first experience the best you can, I'm for it.
Isn't this continuing?
No, it's a different tweak to it. And I will say this is a collaboration and there's some private money coming in on this.
Wasn't this a couple $100 coming from?
Yeah,
Not
elsewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody good with this one?
yeah,
Even, are we leaving it or not doing it?
yeah,
Maybe.
Funding?
it's higher up. So basically,
You put
Yes.
continuing.
It's
all of it's here
Okay.
funded from here down are all the new ones.
Pretty much, yeah.
That's basically what's going
This,
on.
this is a.
This is the
contingent?
highest one.
Yep.
This is the highest ranked.
But it was listed as continuing.
On my,
Yeah, yeah.
sorry.
Yeah,
It is continuing.
She
or-
corrected it. No, it's not.
it's okay. Well, let's,
Even Elizabeth is allowed to make a small minor.
just one.
It's it for the next year, but that's okay. Yes, good. Everybody good with this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Private industry was.
We're gonna sponge out some sugars.
I love the graphics.
Graphics are great. Sam did a great job.
Explanation was
Or,
good.
didn't you say Meta or somebody did the graphics?
I'm a pass.
I'm a pass on GTD. Huh?
I'm passing.
Yeah, I didn't quite understand.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Any questions, thoughts? Yes, no?
No.
No?
No.
No. Gaskets.
Pretty cool.
I'm a big believer in this one.
I am too, but I think the industry ought to be paying it, not the farmers.
I
Nobody
like,
from industry's coming in and changing my gaskets.
I'm changing my gaskets myself, even though it's supposed to be a maintenance item.
Well, it could benefit us too.
I agree.
If I can,
No, I definitely agree with the fact that it stinks that we are funding this, but I think this is applicable to all. If the technology becomes available, guess what? We're gonna be replacing all of our gaskets within the
As
park.
long as somebody
Yep.
makes it, right?
Well,
That's the
yeah.
reality.
Depends at the
too.
cost level and if the
Yeah,
increase gonna pick up. on it.
exactly.
You're gonna
Right.
need Vomatic or you need somebody.
Don't think that all the gasket in your parlor and in your milking equipment aren't having the same issue, right?
Oh,
No, it's more
I'm with-
who's gonna scale it up, how much it's gonna cost for that.
And I can
mean-
tell you, your gaskets are your PI issues. if
I'm
you're
not
trying to do-
disagreeing with you, Roberta. I'm saying it still has to get made.
Yeah.
Somebody, that's what I'm saying.
That's part of, because the cost of a gasket, to what this, we don't know what this technology is gonna cost.
That's what I'm
but, I mean,
saying, yes.
I have a feel that it's gonna be more expensive than just changing that bugger every 6 or 8 months. It's just your,
Not that it's
your
not good.
maintenance is gonna have to be where it should.
So, here-
I'm just thinking it's probably where it's gonna end up, my guess. But I could be wrong.
What was your final comment?
I think it's probably gonna be more expensive than the cost of a new gasket. So, do you buy a gasket that costs twice as much because you don't have to do it every other year? Or do you just put a new gasket on every year? You're probably gonna put one on every year.
At 2 AM.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes,
40 foot up in the air.
sometimes it happens.
At our farm,
How what?
40 foot up in the air with a lift.
Actually, they're gonna use those gaskets on the colostrum harvesting.
Not for human consumption.
Just saying.
I think that's,
Just a comment, Julie's on. If you need to ask her questions, she can from the minute herself.
Do we want to ask Julie or are we good? We haven't got to a decision yet on this one, or a yes or a no or a maybe.
I'll
do have a
I'll qualify my
question.
negative because,
You're gonna what?
I'll qualify it a little bbit because if you change your gasket, you're supposed to do it every 6 months, you do it every 4, you're still getting some bacteria growth before it gets changed, so that it's a quality issue with what we're producing, right? So we all want the best possible quality. So that's a positive to the technology if it works and if it does, what she hopes to find out.
So are you a yes or a no?
Yeah, I got back on the fence.
You got back on the fence.
Mhm.
Or are you a yes or? I didn't think I was very unclear on yes or no. Could be.
No.
Carl?
Yes.
Roberta?
Yes.
Julie?
no.
Kim?
No.
Leash?
I'll go with what the group wants to do.
I'm on the fence.
Jay,
You can't be in a fence.
gotta choose.
I would lean towards no based on budget. but-
What'd you say, Judy?
I'm yes, because I think there's potential in all sorts of
Well,
food.
you're 60%, 70%, or 60%.
What did Judy say?
No.
No.
1, 2, 3, 4.
What are you gonna ask me?
No.
Right.
Say.
I think you said 0.
You said 0. You held up
You
a
did.
0.
I saw it.
Hold up nothing.
Well, yes or no?
That's what you did.
That's what you did. Okay, so I took this.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
I think it is a phenomenal idea. And it warrants further investigation. But not this round.
Say no. Just no. All right, we are a no and we are breaking. This is, I think everybody's getting jumpy.
Get Nancy.
I need to.
10 minutes, 15
Okay,
minutes,
that's
not
fine.
real long. Alright. We are back. We'll stall a little bit because Dean's grabbing his cheesecake, fighting the cleaning people. Quick update. So Joanne shared with me that all of New York State is 51 cents per capita. That is a Dane's portion.
Yes. What does per capita mean for the lesser?
Dollars spent per person.
Per person living there.
Yes, that's correct.
Right, so that's a different metric than what we're saying for.
That's per impression or
Yeah,
per.
right, that's all I'm, yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that,
So then.
so 50 cents per capita, so there might be 1 million people, but it doesn't mean you're reaching 1 million people. You're
I
just
think
saying
you're
on
doing the
average.
population of the state.
Okay.
Is that correct?
It's the state population.
Yeah, so if we want to do that, well, you need to do that across the board if we're gonna compare that number.
You said this A-Day spend in that area is 45 cents?
No.
Overall, the whole organization, including all of our other territories, we're around 42 to 44 cents. New York State alone, taking the dollars we receive from New York State, dividing it by the population of the state is 51 cents.
Okay. So I
We
was.
have to do that then, if we're gonna use that metric,
Right.
then,
Yeah.
right.
So I'm gonna kind of. Jenny might be able to help me, one of those guys back there, but it's been several years. There was a study done of what was spent per capita in Western New York and New England and New York. And I believe Western New York was 20-ish.
I don't know, I mean, it would be more, it would have to be more than 50 cents per capita.
Right, in addition to that.
Yeah.
22 is what you remember?
Something was 22.
So I, just to kind of, I know Sarah asked the cost per, like in Western New York, how much we're spending in Western New York, and we're it seems that we're concentrating on Western New York.
It just seems to be more programs there.
Right.
Which is
So-
great. I just wish there was
There's more
more
people there.
other places to go.
Right. Yep, just trying to, get you some information to go with that. Okay. So we didn't soak up the sugars. Not making the gaskets. We are on to losing weight with milk.
Hey.
And we're gonna drink a lot of whole milk and lose weight. So development of GLP-1.
How's the FDA gonna look at that though?
So has any of this work been done by DMI? By any chance?
There's studies, you know, probably don't know. Okay, there are studies that talk about whole milk and part of that. Metabolic. There's also studies that are like that discuss the in general BMIs. BMI would be that body mass index, more likely to not like anything. You would probably speak a little bit more to this too.
I can speak to whether or not DMI, I think the question is DMI funding studies in GLP-1?
Very.
I can't answer that one.
Oh, I thought it was just whole milk and wheat. I'm sorry.
No, I think they're
No.
addressing GLP-1.
Yes, and I'm kind of assuming, I think this, I know it's Cornell, but was this? You have made sure that nobody else has done this research already? I'm assuming.
Ali has told us yesterday that he's not aware of any one specific interest. I mean, they are related, but not specifically. Not sure if he's online or not. Right
It's
now.
okay, I was just sleeping. Yeah.
I think you
Yeah.
asked the question and he said that.
Different times and stuff.
He's there.
Oh.
He's here.
Yeah, he's raising his hand.
All right, he's raising his hand. Good morning or good evening, Ali. How are you?
Great, how are you doing?
Good, thank you. So are you aware of anything that has been currently done in the research area of this?
nothing on the whole milk as, we discussed yesterday on whey or some, as also we are doing some whey particulars, we are looking at whey specifically. And we know whey also increases GLP-1, but nothing on whole milk. And the main goal here is that just to do the research, show based on in vitro tests, and then publicize that results, make everybody aware that whole milk as is, act as a synergistic to produce and increase GLP-1 inside body, which is basically very similar to the shot that people get. Of course, in shot, you get much higher doses, but also this awareness, I think, is amazing because, consumers, they don't know. And that's something that we wanted to do on the whole milk. And there's no research that I'm aware of that people are looking at the whole milk.
All right, thanks, Ali.
Sure.
Dean?
Personally, I think this is a great area that DMI should be funded. Because when it comes to this particular issue, it's a national issue. It's something that could have a lot of traction, but I think it's something that should be funded at a higher level than here.
Lisa?
I can't disagree with that. I think the thing that's interesting, I watch TV like an hour a month, maybe, but it seemed like usually during a football game, but every commercial, every other commercial is Wegovy or Ozempic, so it's very relatable to consumers when you phrase it that way. So I think there could be some applications to this, in that consumer sense, but I can't disagree with Dean. Yeah, maybe it's a good one for DMI.
Carl?
I would agree with that.
Jason?
Yep, I would concur.
Julie?
Agree.
Roberta?
I don't agree. New York is a huge supplier of fluid milk, the East Coast. I wish TMI would fund it. We give them $8 million, but it directly impacts us because we are a huge fluid market. Now, if I'm sitting in Idaho, I wouldn't probably do it because that's a cheese market. We're a fluid market in New York State. And if we could move high fat, well, not even high fat, full fat milk, that'd be awesome. Because everyone talks about these protein drinks, what are we gonna do with the added fat? And if there's a benefit to added fat on GLP ones, get people to buy full fat milk, I'm happy for that.
Hey, Liv, if I can interject, just real quickly, we're just trying to find out if there is anything done at DMI right now. There's a board meeting today and tomorrow up there, so we're trying to find out for sure, but
okay,
I can let you know.
Yep, thank you. Thank you.
As a research.
Sarah?
Yeah, I'm also a little torn on this one. I hate to miss the market bandwagon of having a place in the weight loss area. The other thing I like about it is, one of the bad things about the GLPs and all the Wegovys and all that is it's deteriorating people's muscles, and over time, we're gonna have, in a couple of years, we're gonna have a lot of osteoporosis in sick people, and the milk story is the complete food. It's always been the complete food. It just sucks. We gotta pay for it to spend the complete food all right along.
Right.
Whole product. It's a whole product and complete food. So I think it's important. I just also agree that stinks that it's on us to pay for it all the time.
Judy?
I agree with Sarah. It's not really an answer you're looking for, but it's cost.
That's where we currently are in the marketplace for GLPs and everything that they're jumping at. It would be nice if they could make a link into run some.
But again, Who's gonna make the link once it's out? And where does it go from there? Cause that's been a little bit of a question of mine. We brought it up yesterday, but then everybody left, which is, I don't blame them. But as a newer board member that has only been through 2 full years, one of the questions I have had, especially for Cornell, is of all the projects that the DPO board has funded over the last 10 years, I never hear anything about we were joking around about the puffs yesterday, but I really wanted to know where the puffs are. So what happens when a 2-year program that's funded by DPO ends? How many of those finished studies go on to sell milk? That's what I'd like to know.
Go ahead, Carmen.
Yes, thank a very pertinent question, of course, and we ask ourselves the same thing. Sometimes if there is a patent and somebody buys the license, it's easy to track because you know exactly who bought the license and who is using the technology. In many other cases, we don't directly find out because it's in the public domain. We publish, we communicate at conferences, and then people come to us. It happened to me, it happened to my colleagues. Oh, we're really using this and, it's been great for us, or based on this study that you did, we avoided this problem and all that. But this is something that we can't always track. We hear sometimes of something spectacular, like the Fairlife example or the CO2 in cottage cheese years back, but people don't always come to us, or actually most of the time they don't come to us and tell us this is being used. I will give you an example though, where, use of membrane filtration, and bacteriophagation, we did the work with a New York company, based on previous work that we did and you funded, and we applied it to that company, and then they were able to make that. But I agree with you, we wish we had that number, but we don't have it because it's fairly difficult to track it when you have things available in the public domain. The other route is patenting, which is tricky and it doesn't always apply.
So other than Fairlife and other than the cottage cheese packaging, do you guys have any other examples of completed projects that you know have made a difference in how we have sold milk?
I think in terms of the milk quality, a lot of the work that's being done at Cornell and use of membrane filtration in general for cleaning up the milk, like extending the shelf life, that is work that has been funded here. Bacteriophagation the same way, where sometimes people took that and actually made money out of it. Sometimes they use the information and they made wise business decisions to see if the technology is worth it for them or not. So there are those cases too where people may have made choices based on the work that we did. But back to your answer, milk quality, a lot has been applied in New York and around. They don't always tell us.
I mean, I can also add to that, just a really concise example, but we, over the last probably 6 months, we worked with a very large manufacturer in New York to apply some of the knowledge that we have developed on fluid milk shelf life that allowed this processor to reach new markets outside of New York. So they're taking New York milk, they're processing it, and they're sending it to, sort of the mid-Atlantic. And the customer that they were sending this to asked for data that would demonstrate that they can reach these extended shelf lives. And because they've been working with us, they had that data and they got that new market. So, I agree with Carmen. I wish we were able to quantify those every single time we do something, but I think we have enough demonstration that we're seeing things like this because we're working with these companies, that we're confident that these are making an impact on selling that milk and that bottom.
And then just adding to that, the work that Dave Barbado, for example, is doing on near infrared detection. That's not really resulting in a product directly, but is affecting a lot of the analysis that are happening in the dairy industry and from farm to processing. So we like to believe that the impact is greater than we know, but we can't really always. Thank you.
Yeah, there's not an oil filter production where you count oil filters, right? I mean, I know just in the regulatory world, some of that research has been applied by a number of plants because it's made sense for them and less spoilage issues. So yeah, it's hard when you're not making an oil filter to count, this is the oil filter made.
So I guess my question, Riley, is then what do you see doing this project? How do you envision the results of your work? If we fund it for 2 years, where do you see it going to help sell more milk? How, I guess, like, what's the path? Like, who's gonna do what with that information to help us move more milk?
Absolutely. So I can give you an example. We've been working on, for instance, a natural color, a blue natural color, and we published a paper, which is a scientific results, which is very applied as well. And then we put in a Cornell Chronicle, and then Times Magazine reached out to us. And then from that, without any spending beyond that, we got publicity on what we've done. And then, we get a lot of basically referral from that type of research. So it's just making awareness, similar to what we do basically by, through influencer or marketing strategy. This is a ammunition for people to be able to talk about the wholesomeness of milk in a way that can increase GLP-1 in a body. Now people understand GLP-1. 3-5 years ago, people did not know GLP-1. What is it? Now, any person you talk to, they have heard of this, right? And, DMI, as I mentioned, on a whey protein, whey itself, just looking at the whey, we work with DMI, and we basically, as I mentioned, we have some results knowing that this is working. Now, looking at the whole milk, we can reach out again to DMI, will be next year, and I heard from one of the board members comment that we don't want to miss the bandwagon now. So we can submit that next year, and then if it gets approved by DMI, we can look at whole milk. But to address your question, this is a 1-year project. We evaluate and look at the efficacy of the whole milk and whole milk with vitamin D fortified on GLP-1 increase. Once we have that, most of the time we get this, as Carmen mentioned, we have patent avenue, we have publication avenue. This is a publication to make people aware that how much milk is beneficial for your health, for weight management, for sugar control in the body, understanding the tight connection between GLP-1 that everybody understands now and the milk itself. And to my best of my knowledge, nobody has done that. Nobody has shown that on a whole milk. And that's our goal, to show this in 1 year, then publicize the results through Cornell, Chronicle, and a lot of media outlets that we have.
This is a 1 year study?
Exactly. This is a 1-year study.
Sorry, this is my education.
That's fine.
No, it's good.
It's good.
Understanding
Helping us all.
what happens when it's all done. Right. Where does it go?
I ask that question every year.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's good. I'm glad.
All right, so what's everybody want to do? Do we want to wait and see what John maybe finds back from
DMI.
DMI?
All right, move on.
Back to it.
And Jenny and I were just talking about that in terms of follow-up. We could get a list of the current research projects, been done over the past couple of years, just as an update, follow up with you.
Okay, thank you. So let's leave this one empty for now. And we will move on to plastics.
Sir.
I mean, I don't know where you guys want to kind of look. Do you want to just kind of, our numbers towards the bottom are, now we're below 3. Do we want to? Do you want to move on to MQIP and come back to this? Do you want to ixnay all these for right now? Or
We should move on and see where and then see where.
What's everybody else's feelings?
I agree. Go to MQIP.
Move on, go to MQIP. Alicia, good with that? Okay. want to make sure that we're working together on this here. So continuing product or continuing, right? What'd you do here? I know you said you were gonna do something.
So all the ones that have the two number columns filled in are the continuing ones. The ones that are left blank are the new.
All right, thank you, Elizabeth. So continuings is about 700,000 by the looks. 759,000. So we go to liquid gold, microbial risk and colostrum. Okie dokie.
The classroom comes up.
You did see how I kind of skipped the colostrum.
I did.
Last one, and here we got first on the list, so.
I think that they should ask people that are already doing it what it looks like, because then they will really know the hidden dangers. Maybe it's cleaner than they think, because it seems like right now they think we're just hucking it into a refrigerator for 12 days and then freezing
A
it.
dirty bucket,
Dirty bucket.
dead flies in
Dead
it.
flies,
Yeah.
What's happening?
Oh, you guys are tough.
Casey's
Sorry,
scared.
Casey, I'll apologize for the rest of them, but.
Are you asking me for a response?
Yes, we are.
I don't have any third-party accredited place where I can go for that data. Zero.
It's good information.
Zero. And while you can say you can go ask a company,
They're gonna tell you what they want.
right?
How many farms were you looking to ask?
25.
Do you think you're gonna find 25 that are gonna talk to you?
Yeah, I do.
Good.
I do. I'm fine. And just to that point, Roberta, my concern is not the dirtiness of the handling. My concern is that my understanding is that it's typically frozen in 5-gallon buckets. The center of that bucket will not freeze for a very long time.
I totally agree.
So it's even just outside of the handling prior to the freezer, it's about how fast is that occurring? Because during that time, there's microbial. So all of the potential issues aside, that is still.
And every facility runs differently.
Only we do to our efforts.
So can I ask a dumb question?
No, you can ask a good question.
This is anybody in here taking colostrum supplement? So. We know what it is. We know what it is and everything. The people.
And dead
that
flies taste better.
take colostrum supplements, are they gonna care about the research? I don't know.
Well,
I'm
people
with
that
you on
take
that.
the supplements, that's why I clarified about that dietary supplement. Because that is and other people can explain that scientifically. I just know the QA, QC that goes in some of the dietary supplement world is not there, right? So, and it's not just about that. It's about if it's going for human consumption, is this a market? Right? And if it is, it's already identified as a food by FDA. So we don't have anything and this isn't for me. I'm just saying I want any information I can get on it to make an informed decision on how we go about this. Because in my opinion, if there's a market and it can be done properly and safely, and we identify all of those critical areas, then you've got another market coming off a grade A dairy farm of another supply of a dairy-based food.
You just don't want a black eye that.
We just don't have any, we have
dies from
nothing
or
to
something.
look at.
Well, interject and make a comment. I know that in the US, this is almost, if not exclusively supplement, but in other parts of the world, it made it into the actual foods. And that's why we're looking at it, not just from a supplement perspective, it's just eating it as part in actual foods that we eat. So you have Fonterra that's making some of those that are in colostrum. So that's part of the innovation direction, and that's where it might get legs if we do things the right way.
But we don't know if that colostrum is coming from, is it coming from the United States? I don't know.
No, that is not, I
Right.
don't know that in Australia or New Zealand that's coming. I think, those supplements that are made in China primarily, I believe they get some of the colostrum from the United States. But, yeah, I personally don't know, unless Nicole, I just wanted to mention that at least, I know you're passing on my proposal, that's fine, but, when, you know, we thought about colostrum, it wasn't for the supplement market, it was to capitalize on it as a food.
And as a public health, right, official, I'm as interested of what that, safety of those products are on the shelves that people are taking right now that are thinking they're getting some nutritional supplement that may be, you know, being subjected to some staff talk or something that they have no idea is even in there based upon the keeping what that was, wherever that may have derived from.
So I'm gonna ask or put out there, our goals and objective are to move more New York milk and dairy products for New York dairy farmers. I think Sarah told me yesterday that she might make $500 a month from this. Plus,
I told you.
I'm sorry, Judy did. Sarah makes a few dollars from extra vaccinations and stuff.
Mine is going back into the animal.
Correct. We're not moving more milk.
And the other thing I would like to say too, is if you're going to increase
something?
regulation on it,
Huh?
if you increase regulation on it, less farms will participate.
Correct. So go ahead and say what you.
I agree with that. Because I'm not interested, I'm talking only about for human consumption. And so a grade A dairy farm, right, you've got the lacteal secretion from a hoofing mammal. And the definition of
I
milk
know.
is practically free of colostrum. So if the regs have to change to accommodate a new market and a new income revenue, I don't know if I would agree with those statements, that it would cause less people to be involved.
But is it going to increase the sale of New York dairy products?
Could increase the sale of grade A colostrum
Right.
coming off a grade A farm if we had data to say we can do it safely and have some sort of degree of oversight. Because that's what all the dairy regulators are struggling with. And it's not, it's the bigger picture of the issue with colostrum. This is just a research project that's coming to you, but it causes us to all have this discussion about, you know, what is this? It is coming from cows. And all those concerns that we outlined.
But I mean, to Larry's point, it's not, in the end, it's not gonna sell a lot more milk. It's gonna make a value-added stream to dairies
Possibly.
that is possible, that is generally a waste product if they're not feeding it to calves.
Some
So,
people already have that stream that is supposed to not be going to humans.
Well, but you gotta go back to what Carmen said, though, that other entities want to create it as an ingredient, as a value
I
added
understand.
dish to add into grade A milk.
so I mean, I know there's a risk that everyone worries about, but that isn't necessarily incumbent upon dairy farmers to figure that out for the ag market.
Right.
It's not for us to figure
Right.
it out.
Agreed. Agreed, Carl.
And we're not talking big volumes here, and you know, we got limited dollars.
Fair enough.
Carl?
I agree. I feel like it's gonna become a regulatory issue, and I don't know, what do you guys do anytime you need to figure out a regulatory issue? It doesn't become incumbent on dairy farmers. Yeah, but somebody will pay for it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
This brings it all ahead. It's why it's fascinating to me, because everyone is, you know, like the example of the one that had the drying facility in their state that they didn't know existed, right? I mean, it's all of that, and it's happening as we speak, so.
If a colostrum company wants to get New York State license approval to put it in their food, they gotta do this research to prove that it's healthy and safe.
Dean?
I agree.
So what are we doing?
Moving on.
Everybody a 0 on that? Lisa, Kim? Berta?
Yeah.
Lily?
Yep.
Increasing their, yeah, that listeria stuff.
Yeah.
Risk in New York State dairy processing facilities. Dean, start us.
How big an issue is this, Casey?
Listeria coming out of plants. So if you go and look at recalls across this country,
It's huge.
and you have people that can speak to the exact details of that, but it's a big issue. FSMA, Food Safety Modernization Act, that was a step in the right direction as far as the first time that environmental monitoring was required. But at the end of the day, when there's a recall and it's a listeria issue that you can't see, right? It's not like you've got this scanner that goes around and it's cold and damp, right? And you're always going to be chasing that in the dairy industry, right? Someone's always watering down a floor, like it's a totally different mindset. You hear people talking about dry processing, that how any of the facilities have been designed and operated for a very long time. So the industry is focusing on gathering more data. How do we do that, do it right? And then just how do we identify it before it ends up in the product? And it's in places that you wouldn't think it would show up under a normal cleaning and sanitizing process.
I'll visit this way. If you don't think you've ever had a listeria on your dairy farm, you are wrong.
It's everywhere. It's in the
We've had
environment.
listerias on our farm.
We grew listeria on lettuce on purpose in biochem. It's that easy to grow.
Yeah. You start having a cow circling, she's got listeria.
It's, when we make cheese, it's the biggest fear that we have. I mean, it's huge, especially when you think of selling product to pregnant women. Fresh products, it's the greatest fear that we have, and I'm sure a lot of other processors feel the same. It's huge.
Here's a problem though, which is the common theme over the last couple of days. Like if we were gonna jump down for a second, just hear me out, jump down a second to the on-farm microbial contamination, blah, blah, blah. I feel like the mood of this board is how is this helping farms directly? There's a lot of it's all in processing, and I get that. But I feel like everybody's feeling like, why do we keep having to fund processing part of it?
I think this one, though, it's different because it comes back to the perception piece as well. So
I'm not
people are
disagreeing,
afraid-
The risk to
definitely
the
not
industry.
disagreeing with that part, but this one, is the processor, there was like they had funding. No, this was 100% DPO funded. This one.
This 1 year?
So, but the charge on the research side, just so we're clear, right, is that it has to increase you're promoting, and then your research projects are increasing the safety of and the manufacture of dairy products. So that's why we can't just do farm stuff.
But will whatever gets learned on this will be applicable to dairy farms too, whatever. It's kind of like the gasket thing, whatever information they learn.
Yeah, not for this one specific, not for the listeria one specifically. I mean, a lot of the risk that we see is on our farm level processors though, because they often don't have the same infrastructure that our very large processors have, who, hire someone who just does food safety and can do some of these things. So I would say that it has more direct impact on our smaller processors that are often farm level processors.
Others? Judy?
I mean, I get it's not, how much milk is it selling in New York State, but it's a safety thing, and it's continually going to show that New York is setting the standards as high as possible to produce a product going out that might be superior to other states.
Definitely risk there all the time for it.
Alicia? Julie?
I think we should leave it in for right now and then come back if we have to, and just like we're going to on everything.
Jason?
Yeah, I think we should fund it.
Carl?
I think we should fund it.
Roberta?
Yes.
On-farm microbial contamination via water. Carl?
I like this project also, and for a couple of different reasons, but one of them primarily is that I know a lot of farms and personally that are using intervention strategies currently. However, I don't know if we really know if it is doing anything or not. If we could probably better identify where the key points are that we could and should intervene, and if those strategies that are available are useful, I think that's useful information for farms.
Jason?
Carol said it well. It was,
Two together.
yeah, I'm not gonna add to that. I agree with Carol.
Roberta?
We did first step in a different one, and she successfully showed that there's a lot of other things in that water that people think they're treating that are still there. And water quality is a huge amount of impact on how well our system's clean, so I will fund it.
Julie?
I'm gonna say the same thing, to fund it put it on for now, and if we have to circle back, we have to circle back.
Kim? Alicia? Dean?
I'm gonna say no.
Judy?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes, I like it.
Okay, put it in. The oxidation in bulk tanks. Dean?
I'll say no.
Judy?
I think it kind of all goes together with some of the other ones, and the quality product that we're trying to show that New York has and continues to have is going to be far superior, because we're showing that infrastructure. So I say, yeah.
Sarah?
I didn't totally understand this one. I should ask more questions, I
Go
guess, I
ahead.
thought about later, but what? So this is basically studying why some milk in bulk tanks is starting to have different smells, or is it, how big of an issue? I've just never heard of this before. I've heard of the water being a problem. I've heard of milk plants being a problem. I've never heard of this being a problem before. I guess I didn't totally understand it when you were talking about it.
Yeah.
You talked fast yesterday.
Hurry.
Yeah, my attempt to get done before my time was up. So oxidation comes across as flavors and odors. This can be detected when the milk arrives at the processing facility and we see tankers being rejected for off odors, because the first thing they do is open up the tank and take a whiff. And in fact, one of our rapid response projects this year was with a farm that was getting repeat tankers that were rejected because of these odors. And I don't think it's often at that level. That was really, really severe. But consumers can detect this really well. And we've done studies in the past where consumers would rather drink milk that's 3 weeks old than fresh milk that has an oxidized flavor. And so we've done work with processors before who had this defect right out of the gate, right? It's fresh milk, but it's oxidized and they're getting consumer complaints. So that's sort of the basis for it. And then when we did the raw milk survey, we found that 27% of the bulking samples that we were collecting had this oxidized flavor. So it was much more widespread than we were anticipating. And so the idea is to go to the farm level and understand where are the risk factors for developing that oxidized defect in the samples.
And you're not sure at this point in time whether it's that we're feeding them or chemicals we're using on in the tank,
Well, I
the
think
water
it's
quality?
multifactorial. I think it's multiple things. So I think it has to do with nutrition because I think that the susceptibility of the milk fat is one big factor. I think it has to do with how that milk is being handled from the point of milking to storage. I think that there's a lot of factors, temperature, the types of pumps that are being used, the way that it's being cooled. I think there's probably a lot going on. And so understanding where all of those things play a role is what the goal of this project is.
Waiting for your answer.
I like it. It's milk quality.
Alicia?
I like it too. I just, I don't see that number underneath. I just don't know that we can afford it.
Kim?
I'm neutral on it.
Julie?
I'm gonna say no at this time.
Jason?
It has value. I think a lot of these issues can be identified if it's a cooling thing. Whether it's a feed thing is harder to decipher. I'm saying no at this time.
Carl?
I'm with Jason. I'm interested in the project, especially based on the prevalence that they talked about yesterday. But the other things rank higher for me right now.
Roberta?
I want to fund it, but can you do it for less money? Like if we can whittle it down by a third, can you do enough to show that? Not that you want to pick on the people in the raw milk study, but you know who shipped oxidized flavors. Instead of going to 25 farms, can you whittle that down and still have a meaningful analysis? Because you know who has had issues.
Right. Yeah, so that was actually part of it as we're targeting certain farms because we know where some of those more susceptible products. So this was 10 farms. Could we do 5 and still get directionality? I think we could. It's very intensive work because it's understanding the entire system and because I said it's multifactorial, it's really spending a lot of time to understand their systems. I think we could still get meaningful results with 5 farms as opposed to 10, which would cut that budget down by a third. I could also just bring it back next year when with the full time. I understand that I'm not gonna get every project funded. I bring you guys ideas that are generated from my experiences in the industry. So I think it's important if you would rather me just bring it back.
I would like you to bring it back because I don't think we have money this year.
Okay. Okay with that? 0. This one really dropped off the scale, but I still want to make sure everybody knows what we're talking about here. Food safety concepts for maintenance staff. I know where everybody kind of stands, but we're gonna be thorough. Yeah. Is everybody okay with a no on this one?
Yes.
I think the plant should pay for it.
Yeah. Good luck with that. Okay, before we go further, back to Northeast Dairy Foods Research, and I know we left a lot at the bottom, but I want to make sure that we go through them. The ones that we did not talk about, just to make sure. So the plastic liners in school milk.
No.
No? Sarah?
What are we gonna do when New York does do what California does.
That's my concern.
What's that? Say that again.
Like, this one interests me a little bit more because a lot of our milk goes through the school system and I'm concerned about packaging. Because New York comes up with very strict recycling laws all the time and it's coming, everything's coming. What are we going to do when they say we can't?
So who does a lot of
Plastic.
milk, right?
Yeah, we do.
So what are your thoughts on this?
So, my initial
Upstate,
thought.
not you personally, right?
Yeah. My initial thought, when this proposed is that, California, New York State wants to lead in a lot of categories. California is moved, right, in 2033 or something on the recycled part. So I'm guessing that California dairies men are trying to figure this out now. Maybe they'll have it figured out, so we don't
Wait, see what they do?
have to pay for it. Maybe I'm naive, but I've been accused of that more than once, but I think that's, I would think they'd have to be, that it to be on the radar, because they're gonna have to be recycling, I believe, in the next 5-6 years more, so see if it's in the works, maybe. Maybe there's a need.
Something good.
Right.
Alicia?
No, I agree. I think it's really important. I hope that Jason's optimism rings true.
Is this something DMI could look at as a nationwide coming down the pike issue?
Does it apply to other beverage categories also?
Yes.
If somebody's already,
But you got, orange juice in those.
Right. Yeah.
All the stuff that goes to the nursing homes in the cardboard cartons.
And Julie's on. in case you want to-
Your new endeavor. Your new endeavor.
Yeah, but I don't, I just think this is gonna be a beverage-wide issue, I would say, so.
Yeah.
I would think that the packaging industry itself will address this issue.
The paperboard is gonna have to.
Yes. Because if they're gonna lose, market share, or they're just gonna be shut out of the industry, they'll address it.
But they're not, wait, can we just back up for a quick second? We're not saying that the cardboard's going away, we're saying plastic's gonna go away and everything's gonna have to go into cardboard, right? And
But the
is
line,
that the issue?
No, it's talking plastic, replacing the plastic multi-layer things with a bioplastic,
Recyclable.
recycled.
Oil-based.
Right, so right now, milk containers are all biodegradable, or they're not? I thought that was the case.
No.
Can you bring Julie up, please?
'Cause now I'm confused about what we're getting
Discuss.
ready for.
Not recyclable, so.
Not recyclable, but they're biodegradable as is now.
No, there's a plastic foil.
Hi, can you hear me?
Inside it now.
Yes, we can. Good morning, Julie.
Super. Good morning to you as well. So I'm hearing layers of questions, so I want to make sure I get the key ones. Current school milk carton is paperboard with a polyethylene liner on the milk side and on the print side. The polyethylene liner is not recyclable. Paperboard, great, renewable, recyclable, compostable, all of that stuff. So the idea is to look towards making a plastic that's not from fossil fuels, which is one of the kind of targeted ways to get around some of these upcoming regulations.
Okay.
There's other questions and kind of relates to both of these more material science projects of like, shouldn't this be like a national thing for lots of applications? And absolutely. And you should know that for both of these projects, I seek for, and for the antimicrobial gasket one, depending on how things go with federal funding, maybe have projects that look more fundamentally on the material and less on the dairy application. Does that make sense? So, yeah, so these projects are, I don't know, 10-15% of the scale of those other federally funded projects, but look specifically at the targeted dairy application.
Any other questions for Julie? All right, thanks, Julie.
No problem. Thanks you.
Carl?
I think it's a no for now.
Roberta?
I like it, but I'm saying say no for now.
Jason?
No.
Julie?
Agreed, no.
Cam?
No.
Alicia? No. Judy?
I guess that's a no.
Okay. Yeah, we label alternatives to lecithin or whatever, lecithin. Lecithin, thank you. Anybody want to jump in?
I will. I think having an ultra processed soy component make our dry milk being able to be rehydrated is a stinky proposition. Because that soy is what denatured, then processed like ethanol to get to that. And it's the only way we can get our milk to be rehydrated. If we can modify the dairy protein surface structure so that we don't have to put that in, and then we will still have milk that mixes right. That's awesome. Plus lecithin, I can't pronounce it. It's a negative impact on your stomach linings, from my understanding.
On your what?
So, people avoided to have like Crohn's disease and stuff like that, stomach lining issues. We could ask if that's correct. That's my understanding. But I don't know if we have money right now to do that.
Holly was putting a thumbs up there.
Okay.
Is it real? Dean? Sorry.
My question is, number one, where's industry on this whole thing? Obviously, this is an accepted practice at the moment. That's what's going on.
The processing industry?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, yes. And I can't believe that if this is really an issue, like in export or worldwide or, I don't know. I just think that industry itself will figure this out. Somebody's going to fund this. Somebody within industry, if it's an issue.
Wasn't there there's another one that Barbano had one for freeze drying. It is another way to transport it and reconstitute it.
That's Cyrus.
Or Cyrus.
That's aimed at the speed of freezing and drying to maintain the quality. This is for, that will directly affect reconstitution.
This is more functionality.
Yeah, this is more functionality, that's more process.
The other is more quality.
Would I be fair to say that soy lecithin is in almost all milk, like powdered drinks, like formula and sports drinks, they're all using that, so they'll incorporate if you're using whey proteins?
If they would use this or.
Is that pretty common that it's used?
Currently.
Some do, some don't, it depends on the composition.
Right.
Okay, so it's not.
Well,
You
but
see
this-
that a lot on the label because it's cheap, right? Because they don't have an alternative, and if they do have to have something to help them rehydrate, that's.
But we've also been told our products are expensive, so I don't know even if the research is done, if it's gonna get bought or not. So I think that's fair.
Lecithin is added also for other functionalities, multiple and all that, so that's why I hesitate, it's a little tricky, what is that added, for, on different labels, but it's present on a number.
Go ahead.
I just want to make sure everybody understands that have put in these proposals. This is not easy for any of us, because if we could say yes to all of these, it would be great. Because it's just not an easy feat. So I just want to remind everybody of that.
May I add something, just to add this couple of comments?
Sure.
Sure. So the first comment, I wanted to confirm that one of the board members mentioned having emulsifier surfactant like lecithin in products In fact, it's a publication in Nature and also widely known that emulsifiers can cause damage to the gut lining and Crohn's disease or IBD or IBS. So that's number one, that, we use 0.5 to 4% lecithin in the powder. Number two, there was another question, I think very reasonable question, very good question. Why processors that they are dealing with this? They don't invest to do this. They don't have, at least the ones that we interacted with, they don't have R&D in a way. They get the milk, they just have a spray dryer, they just process that. They have a, huge spray dryer tower, just, spray dry and get the powder. But it's not that they are going to do the research to understand how to remove it. They just have the pain. So when you talk to them, the pain is that consumers complain this has allergen in it, and we don't know what to do with it. And when we ask, okay, if you want, we can solve the problems, they don't have R&D, they don't have R&D budget for it. So I think it's up to the board that if you recognize this is a problem and becomes my opinion, and I might be 100% biased, you all know more than me about this area, right? My opinion is that, as we have seen in many other products, that from plant-based proteins, people come and find tiny things in a wrong way and advertise that to bring the nutritional value of plant-based in a wrong way higher and then beat down the dairy. They will find this also, or already they're talking about this, to beat down the milk powder. So my approach is preemptively, we address this. We already know this is a pain point in industry. But why industry doesn't address this? The processors, they just spray dry. They don't have R&D budget for this.
There's kind of where I'll dovetail that, because there's the margins in the powder market aren't there. So the industry isn't going to do the R&D, but if it can be proved out in some research, and I mean, the potential for something like this, if it works and can eliminate those pain points, the potential sales are pretty darn huge, worldwide. If you can come up with the technology that can mitigate that at not a large extra added cost, because, so I think the potential for this is really great, and industry isn't going to adopt until it's proved out. So how do we get it?
Jason, I'm just going to take the other side of that. So if there is an added benefit, and if it's a value added proposition, can a powder company invest in something like this with this research if they could have a value added proposition with the product they're making? And if there is no value added proposition when it comes to the consumer, why would we do anything with this?
So
that's my question.
What's the largest powder maker in the country?
CDI. I mean, that's my question. I mean, at the end of the day, we're all about selling more milk. And if there's no value added proposition or any function, even if nobody at the other end is willing to pay for this and pay more or whatever, if they're happy with the way it is, I just don't understand why, if it's not an issue right now, and obviously it is a small percentage of the population, but all I'm saying is if there is money to be made on the other end, or if there's a value added proposition, somebody's going to do this. That's just kind of where I'm. Others?
I think clean label is worth it. Anytime that a dairy product can have a clean label, I'm all for it. Unadulterated, back to as clean and sweet can be, but I understand that we don't have the funding.
But there's no guarantee that
It's gonna be adopted.
the powder plants will even adopt it, or that this will even get adopted, or that they'll even use it. Because obviously the reason they do this is, somebody said it, it's cheap. Use the soy. And any of the alternatives we come up with, if they're more costly or they cost more and there's no value added proposition on the other end, there's going to be no adoption. So,
Kim?
I think it's important.
Alicia?
I don't know where that number is at the bottom, but I guess it's that, I'm gonna say no.
Pretty big. Dean? Judy?
No.
Sarah?
I don't know.
Roberta?
No, for this year. Sounds good
Carl?
money.
Same. Jason?
No.
Julie?
No.
No. So everybody's favorite topic.
there we go.
Well, after last night.
I think it would have been more important maybe to fund Nicole's classroom study first and then this one.
Okay. Sarah?
Yeah, if we're gonna go down the colostrum route, I do agree, you have to find out whether if we're making it a legitimized food
Roberta?
product. This would probably be a secondary thing after you find out how dirty it is, or if it's safe to do, or.
It flies around.
It flies around.
I agree.
Carl? Agreed. Jason?
Yeah, no.
Julie?
Agreed, no.
Kim?
No.
Judy?
No.
Dean?
No.
Okay.
Doesn't hurt.
Safety and quality, increasing purposes of New York dairy powders by improving safety and microbial quality.
It has to do with the powder quality as we get into like, like Africa and what hot.
This is
wet.
a spore.
Second
One is, this one is focused on sanitation, dry sanitation. and
Oh.
Processing.
Right, the spores have been done.
First sweat.
Spores were done.
Sanitation,
Yeah.
so one is the one on spores and the one on environments. This one is obviously on dry sanitation. and powder.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Carl?
Again, it's interesting and I would like to know the answer, but no for now.
Jason?
No.
Julie?
Yes, I agree with Carl. Same.
Roberta?
I'm with Carl on this.
Sarah?
Well, we're just poo-pooing everything right now.
I know.
We're going through everything.
We're down on the bottom of the list.
It doesn't, I mean, we haven't voted anything. There's nothing saying nothing.
We're down on the bottom of the list.
We have to keep rolling.
Skip it for now.
Judy?
No for now.
Dean?
No.
Kim?
No.
Alicia? Isolating the milk fat globule membrane.
I thought that was very interesting, but I never even thought about the membrane being a separate entity all by itself.
If I can add in, so just, I'm a senior editor for the Journal of Dairy Science in the Bioactivity and Human Health section. And this is the hot topic in bioactivity in human health right now. Milk fat. And the, sort of health effects of consumption, adding it to other dairy products. So we're seeing a ton of research coming out on how beneficial this is to humans.
Why don't we just leave it in
I would totally respect your opinion. Other research from where?
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Good question.
The Ohio State University. Doing this. Now, remember, I mean, that's a distinction from, so what Carmen's proposing here is isolation of that globule membrane. What they're doing is, what's the impact of consumption of milk fat globule membrane on health, right? So it's a little bit of a different approach or bent to that question. Honestly, China's doing a ton of research on this, a ton of research.
In fact, I was doing a ton of dairy research, just generally, so.
You're doing a lot of.
But we're not
research
gonna
on
get those
that.
results.
We are not. Well, maybe
And I don't think we can trust it.
hey, maybe the Ohio State could get them.
So, yeah, there are some groups here in the United States doing
If
this.
they can.
I mean, I think just generally we're seeing a ton more research come out of China, and I could 5 years ago agree with you that we can't necessarily trust what's coming out, and I don't. So I think that the quality of research has changed dramatically in the last 5 years. So I think, take it with a grain of salt, however you want to take it. I'm just saying that from my perspective, when I'm seeing what publications are coming out, this is a hot.
Because you guys have trained them over the last 20 years. Sorry, but it's the truth.
It's not wrong. And you want to, I mean, maybe I'll save that for another time.
Yeah.
but-
The one thing that I really like about this project, I know it's low, is it is isolating this from dairy byproduct streams. We have a byproduct stream challenge in New York State, and we've seen it just recently at a large plant. It was a byproduct problem in their stream. If we can.
Casey, don't laugh on that.
It's
not funny yet.
No, but if we can remove issues from that byproduct stream and actually make a product from that byproduct, removing it from this stream, which maybe I'm being naive, which would make the stream cleaner downstream. I'm all for it, because if we can make our influencers, how is the correct term? A cleaner, and we can gather more off that byproduct stream, the less, what are they, digester.
Cleaner effluent.
All that's cleaner. And that is a problem I think a lot of the dairy industry has, because.
And there's a
we can do
market
something.
for that, the dairy, is there a product for this, once it's isolated? I couldn't remember.
May I chime in?
I would like
Yes.
to do.
Markets, for the, separated biofunctional product. And that can be added to dairy, and that's my main focus. The first year would be, on the isolation of it, using technologies that are available to the dairy industry, not proposing a new technology altogether. And then, using, in the second year, focusing on applications, but yes, there is a demand, just people don't know how to make it right now. The studies that Nicole is referring to, have trapped it in, small amounts in the lab, and they show all of these health benefits. So once we show how you can actually extract it using technologies that are available to the dairy industry, then the application will follow. That's number one. And number two comment that I wanted to make, you asked yesterday about synergies, and I wasn't quick enough to mention to you that I just mentioned it in passing. We just got a grant from the New York State Pollution Prevention Institute to look at some of the waste streams from the dairy industry to clean up dairy water and for the wastewater. But it's waste streams and the wastewater. So one of the purposes there is to identify those waste streams and see what we can collect from that. And that's why the budget on this one is not as high as I typically put them, because I could have the synergy with that other
That's
project where I am
Information.
identifying things from the byproduct streams, and then here I would make something out of it. So that was, I think,
What was the amount on that grant, if you don't mind?
it's $100,000, 98,800 or something like.
So if I've got this right, you're taking, we make cheese,
Yeah.
there's waste.
Yes.
You're gonna take the fat from milk fat globules out of the way.
Yeah, you
Put it back into some other dairy product.
Correct. the, from the green from waste, something with that, and then use another 100,000 gallons of whole milk. Well, but I mean,
Yes, you could, right?
I mean, we need to do, we gotta use more whole milk, and I keep finding ways to use the particles and the waste and everything we add, we've got, I gotta sell more whole milk. I don't disagree with you at all. It's we don't see projects saying, hey, we're gonna use $1 million of whole milk. But this is actually playing into the current, consumer desire for health benefits. And this is uniquely positioned as others towards that. Is it replacing selling a lot of whole milk? Not necessarily, but it's in the same vein in the sense that we have the milk chocolate there as well, but not everybody's going to get but you may get this into high protein product that also has this.
Okay. Sarah,
I don't know.
Judy,
I'd say not right now.
Dean,
Being that they have other funding to go along with it at this particular time, I think I might say yes.
Alicia,
I would love to say yes. I think it's cool, but I don't think we can afford it.
Kim,
I don't think we can afford it.
I'm gonna say yes at this time because of the other grant funding to go with it. I like that.
Jason,
Yes.
Carl? Yes. Roberta,
Yes.
put it in.
Oh, yeah, no.
Have additional questions, I apologize, I need to go, but I'll be on the phone.
Okay.
you very much.
Carmen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Assessing the consumption of milk and dairy products and risk of cardiovascular disease and hypertension.
I think there's been a lot of research. I think there's been tons of research.
Can any, if there's been research done on this?
It's not research. So what he's doing, and I did this as in my master's degree, is they're running a meta-analysis. And so what they're doing is they're going to take all the data from research that's been done in a certain time period, and they're going to run it through risk odds ratio, which it takes a lot of time to re-input all that information, get all that information. He's probably got a postdoc or someone doing it, and you're paying for a person. I think it's really neat, but I think Cornell has funds sitting there for their postgraduates too.
Okay, so I guess I would just say research / analysis was the
Yeah,
question.
it's a meta-analysis.
It's research
So has
data that's
been
already
by
been.
anybody else was my question.
There's a lot of studies that have shown it, but what he's trying to do is take a whole bunch of studies and have a
Okay, I got that part.
power, like you,
Ask Siri.
you don't have enough power
Well,
to
no,
make statements.
you're right on. In this age of AI, give this a year or two, and it's gonna be 3 keystrokes.
Yeah.
It'll be done.
As long as that data is somewhere on the internet, like the raw data. So they're taking the raw data, not the
Published.
not the published data. They're taking all the raw data and asking for that from other research projects and putting it in and running it.
Okay, I'm gonna say no on this for now.
Jason?
Is my opinion.
No.
Carl? No. Roberta?
I think it's really unique, but we shouldn't pay for it.
Sarah?
I'd agree.
Judy?
No.
Dean? No. Alicia? Kim?
No.
0. Enhance their transparency of thermal stability of dairy-based protein beverages. Jason?
No.
Julie?
No.
Kim?
No.
Alicia? Carl?
No.
Roberta?
No, because I think it goes against the whole idea of milk natural, holistic product that we want to market. Anytime you're ultra pasteurized, ultra processing it, so it's clear.
Dean?
I'll say no right now.
Judy?
No.
Sarah? Mitigate hardening of high protein nutritional bars through protein modification. Julie?
I'm gonna say no at this time.
Kim? Jason?
No.
Alicia? Carl?
No.
Dean?
No.
Roberta?
Unique, but no.
Judy?
No.
Sarah? Okay. All right, everybody stand up.
Where did we land on the GLP one?
On the what one?
Oh, GLP.
Oh, we were waiting to hear back from Mr. John, I believe, if he was gonna be able to get us any information. Is I correct on that answer?
We'll follow up afterwards, because there's a, TMI is big research.
So we got to make a decision.
We need to make a decision, so I guess
They have no.
Okay, Kim.
I'm gonna say yeah.
Julie?
I like it, but I'm saying no at this time.
Alicia?
I like it too, but again, maybe we can afford it.
You talking to me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll say no.
Jason?
Yes.
Carl?
No.
Roberta?
I hope DMI with the 10 million that New York sends them will fund it.
Maybe reiterate a letter telling.
So what's your answer?
No, for now, from us.
Judy?
No.
Sarah?
Yes.
That was like.
What did you
60.
say?
What would you say?
We're gonna make you.
No, you're not. I really like the ideas, but I am kind of, I am with a few of the rest of you. It's a little bit more of a national thing that I think that some other funding should be paying for it personally. So I would say no to us, which would put it as a no. So no, for now. Okay, stand up. Let Elizabeth get this, yep.
Oh.
Oh, Casey, just be quiet.
We're not there yet.
We're way too high.
Standing up right now.
Oh, I thought you were done with that.
No,
No.
done with standing up. You're at 962. Oh, you gotta fix that, don't you? Or is that all right? The 86,140, or is that gonna read okay?
It's just bugging me that it's not.
Oh, it was me too, but it's okay.
Oh.
Right here, right here.
No. 16.6.
My friend is thoughtful.
This meeting is being recorded.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my goodness is right, Jason. So, two quick things. Two or three. Number one, I want to thank Alicia for bringing some cheese up here in the corner. I really appreciate it. Jason stopped at ENC Stancy's. We've had a little bit of that.
You couldn't deliver, so
I couldn't deliver. I couldn't make it happen, so that's good. Jason did. And who else?
You did. Thanks for the art.
Oh, I brought some stuff from Argyle. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
appreciate Argyle donating that. I forgot.
Yeah.
And Elizabeth for bringing some Stewart's milk. And definitely Nicole for the ice cream.
Yes.
That was very, very good. So do appreciate that. This is probably going to be our toughest part in the next few minutes or hour or two. Let's hope not, but we're going to make it work. We're going to do the best we can. Jenny does have some information back from DMI. So if Jenny, you could share your information, please. Thank you.
So DMI right now is working with Cornell to study the effect of whey protein nanoparticles on GLP-1. And I know they're doing other studies related to GLP-1s. Whether or not it's that exact study
I don't know, but they're doing research with Brunel on GLP-1 and weight retention.
But they're not looking at it, the amount in whole milk and the influence of whole milk as, they're just looking at the protein itself.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Not sure.
So Jenny, what was your other comment to me, please? Regarding the research projects, if we were able to put them in front of DMI before our meeting?
I mean, we can have DMI go to the website, because I think you post all the research proposals to the website.
Yeah, they were
Have-
posted last month.
In the future, we can have DMI look at them, just to see if like there's any crossover, or what are they already doing, or things like that. We could have it.
Thanks, Jenny. Trying to make this easier for us as a board. And Casey and, yeah, we've been visiting. So I appreciate everybody's input and help. All righty, where do you want to start? We are approximately $1.2 million over budget, if I remember the number I saw. 1.18.
So 18.4 is what we have for current total for everything, or?
No, seven.
No, so 17,503.
Okay, all right, I just want to give
18,409
the totals.
was the total requested
Yeah.
dollar.
Look at the bottom two.
So the 15.7 is what we picked for promotion.
That is currently the promotion dollars that we've put out. The 16,350 is the 16,500 budget that we had minus administrative costs. So basically we have, that is what we have to spend, 16,350,000 for Chris to work with.
So
We can do this a couple different ways. I know we've done it a couple different ways in the past. Sorry, didn't cut you off, but I just wanted to make sure that we all know what we can go through. We can either cut projects. We can cut funding for projects. We can do what the board's request is to do. I do need to be very upfront and tell you that I did not calculate right. It's actually $810,000 for the mobile dairy unit, not 850. When I did the average, sorry.
So did you change it?
I did not change it. I just am being upfront that I didn't figure it right. If you want to change it to the 810,000, which is the average of the 10 board members' suggestion.
Let's start there.
Can you move NIAX to 810, please? I wanted to be very upfront and fair on that. So we have not discussed anything at the top as far as any funding differential. If you want to change some, you know, in the past, we've gone through them kind of one by one. Last year, Corning Place was 200,000. Last year, Burt was 244. Those are two that are differentials, and I think Ag in the Classroom was 848.
Yep.
So just
Can
trying to
I,
be straight up.
can I
right
just make
up
a
front.
suggestion?
Yes.
Can we just slowly pan over everything we have right now and then go back just so we can get a
She could probably,
understanding in our mind?
can you go out just a little and see that whole page?
No, it's gonna get so small.
Really? You don't want to, you want it, oh, well, yeah.
I just wanted to kind of like just scroll through what we have up there so we can just,
For just promotion, Dean.
yeah, just for promotion right now is fine.
Get them all on, like a
So
Not gonna be able to see it all.
screen. I mean, the full screen, you won't be able to.
Couldn't see them.
Where's-
super slow. You can go faster than that.
No, he said slower.
No, I said super slow. I didn't say slower.
We're gonna make sure you guys can read it fast enough.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Right.
That's perfect.
So should
Can
we,
we go back up?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Alicia.
No, I'm just wondering, should we, God, I hate this. I'll start at the top. I think it was at the top. Ag in the Classroom, should we just put them at last year's levels, put Burt at last year's levels and Corning at last year's levels?
New England and Dane are already at existing grant levels, as is the birthing center.
What would that do? Yeah.
Maybe that was 8.
Would that mess you up if we tried that? See where our numbers?
848. Who's next?
Like
244, 385, so 245, 200.
If I may, Corey was 225.
225 this morning.
Oh, my sheet says 200, I'm sorry.
I think 200 was what you requested.
Maybe I better look at a different sheet.
No, 225.
I think it was 1 and 1.5.
Seems like once they come off. I don't agree with cutting, egg in the classroom.
I don't want to either.
I know Katie can do it.
And it's 2 counties. There's not like she's gonna magically do. She added 2 counties with those numbers,
That whole increase was for more counties, correct?
2 counties.
For 2 counties, everything else was fairly level.
One of the counties is one that the other herd was gonna be covering, correct? One in the southern tier, western southern tier.
How would you like me to address that?
What were the 2 counties that that you had proposed?
It's an application process
Oh,
to become a county. And remember, we're partnered with Cooperative Extension, who have existing relationships
Yeah.
with those schools in that region. Not that other groups don't have a history of education. We have a little different approach in county development. Cattaraugus County, you know, my heart goes up. They've applied 4 out of the 5 years to be part of this program. So they truly have a classroom work. Now, it's an application process. We get 10 applications from county cooperative extensions when we have to choose the 2 that we think are going to best help meet our mission for this year. So it could be any county. I just put them on there because they've raised their hand lots of times and that grit really, stands out. It's really the county that wants to be through.
I appreciate that.
I would like to
Ton of
reinstate,
thought.
I would like to reinstate hers. What'd you want to do?
Egg in the classroom
Put egg in the classroom back where it was
At this point.
at this point. Yeah.
Okay.
It's the 2 highest one.
Ranking.
So let's,
ranking wise.
Go down with some of the.
let's move down.
Here's.
So okay, go ahead, Julie.
No, I'm gonna let you go if you would like.
So I just want us to all be cognizant that if we need to make sure that we are looking at each contractor equally and not just skipping over them because they're there. We've made some of the new ones that we've seen, we've looked at their line items a little bit more aggressively. So we need to make sure that we're treating everybody equally and fairly, I guess.
I think also though, with some of the new ones, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, but they need to prove themselves. And the existing ones, we're gonna,
Yeah,
they
but
already have.
The track record.
there's a track record. Yes. There's a reality too of the percentage that is still, there's still some contractors that it's an elephant in the room. How are we gonna handle that? Because you can take 20 grand from a contractor and 20 grand from a whatever. It's not gonna make up where we're at.
So I'd also like to point out that as of today, New York dairy farmers for the next 12 months are looking at operating on probably a 75 to 80% budget
I would agree on that.
as last year,
Agreed.
as milk prices.
And we have to pivot.
So we're gonna have to pivot here too. I think everybody, and we just, not for nothing,
Good point.
so far have hacked the Cornell budget. I think everybody's gonna have to pivot.
The Cornell budget is still above
It is above what we did
what we
last
gave
year.
them last year. It's just that they had more presenters.
What is that?
Yeah.
Last year, we're at
No,
180 right
'cause-
now.
We did 947 last year for
Progressing, but
Yeah, but it's,
Seven.
MQIP.
if you add them up,
We're
scroll over to the,
Oh, you're right, they asked.
okay, but still, let's just, it's over by what? I'd have to look. I didn't write any of this down yet. What is the reason?
It's not, it's the
Wait.
same.
It's the same.
Right, that's what I wanted to know. is-
Last year we did 1.6.
Wait,
166 last.
166, okay.
Okay, so 200.
yeah.
Yes.
35 and 20.
Yeah, 167,457
There you go.
last year.
I'm gonna be a little brutal, like in the grocery aisle sliders on the Dane, can you find savings on your printing? I know they're slick, they look nice, but can you find some savings in that area?
Yeah, he's real cheap. Yeah, Nick is really, well, he's worked with him for a number of years and he's really, really reasonable.
I know printed material is difficult, like, is there room to bring in some technology to try to streamline that a little bit? I know you're in those stores, and that takes money, but
Are you okay if I
it's gonna
ask?
be painful.
Hey, Nick, you on live?
Hold on, let me unmute you.
Right, thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
You there, Nick?
Yes, I'm here. But it was hard to hear the question.
Yeah.
I was wondering if you could streamline some of your costs. The one thing you said was that Bonnie wanted to buy the end caps, and by the time that you had done, Chobani didn't have to pay for them. And I was like, well, then who ended up paying for them? And
Oh,
can
okay,
you
so I'll
make
explain
some
that.
savings in
No,
your signage?
those were Dannon and Caps, that was owned by Dannon. They were trying to pay ShopRite $3,000 per store to get them in. At the time, we were doing a lot of work with Dannon and, just like planogramming and stuff. We used our reps and our category managers working with them, got over 75 stores to take the Dannon coolers, which included milk and yogurt, eggs, I can see in the picture. And that was no cost to the store, no cost to us. Dannon provided the funding for the coolers. It was their cooler. They were trying to pay the stores $3,000 because of our relationship with the stores. We were able to get them in where, they were sitting on over 70 coolers in their warehouse and could not get them into ShopRite.
Now, did the New York egg industry, who made bank this year, put any money towards that?
No, that program was an old program. That was just showing what we've done in the past. We tested a 8-foot section in a ShopRite, actually the CFO of Wakefern, a couple years ago, to see how a grab and go cooler did. We funded that, which was like $15,000 for a cooler, maybe a little more. The numbers that I read yesterday were the results. It was like 85,000 units sold in a 2-month period. The increase was up to 95,000 units, which was 15%. The newer stores and remodeled stores are allocating 8-foot as grab and go cooler. So things that we test, they're picking up the cost. Our cost is mostly for our signage, testing yogurt dividers, cheese pushers. We do not pay for everybody's. And one of the big things we do is we rotate material to cut costs. And just to give you a little history of this real quick, when this was tested originally, one store was $100,000. We found a company that made it 50. We brought it down to anywhere between 3,000 and 5,000 a store by developing our own installation packages and how to install stuff, working with different companies to develop magnetic holders and stuff like that. The other thing we do is, if there's a store that closes, and we've had stores close, we go in and we don't steal, we take the material because it was ours and we rotate it to a different store, or we use it for somebody independent groceries. So we try to be as impactful you know, as a cost conscious, you know, we've always been, one of the things we've done too is in my division itself, one of my directors retired. We split her position between all of us, and we're down a person, but we, you know, our attitude is just get it done. We'll just get it done, and we split her work between 3 different people.
I appreciate, I think you've made good gains. I'm just trying to find a place, because our budgets aren't large. Like, where can we trim you? Can we trim anyone in Dane? Is anyone in Dane willing to take a little trim? No. I'm sure no one wants to do more with less, but Sarah's right. Dairy farmers.
We're taking a huge
volunteers.
I'm looking for them to step forward and say, yes, we can do it for you, dairy farmers, for slightly less. I want to hear that. And I know John's like, I'm gonna.
Jason's over. All right, ideas, thoughts, what do you want to do? I mean,
What's the percentage that we're off?
We're off $1 million.
No, no.
Kim just did the math, if we take approximately 8% from New England and 8% from Dane, it puts you right close.
Yeah, but that's
Put it in.
way too much. We can't do that.
I'm just saying numbers.
Can't do that.
I would like to hear some other suggestions then.
Yeah, we can't do that.
I'm just asking for other suggestions.
And I'll,
Would Sackett's Harbor be able to do,
It's $30,000.
take
Second.
15 and do half their program? I know it's, I hate to like nickel and dime them,
Let me,
but they are new.
Go ahead, Jason.
Dean, I mean, I hear you.
I hear
But you
you
could take-
also.
So if you want to, the 8%, right? You have to eliminate 3 or 4 or 5 that we really think is important. The value of those 3 or 4 or 5 to get the number, are you gonna lose that from one of the big organizations? The value that those 4 or 5 that we're going to cut out bring?
let me go back to, let me put it this way. When it comes to promotion, our foundation is very simple. It's a Dane.
Agreed.
It's New England. It's, you know, what DMI does. Those are the foundation. Those are the foundation that promotions build on. And it just doesn't make sense to me to go ripping out a lot of foundation stones to add some really pretty glitter on the top of the house.
So what's your suggestion, Dean?
Well, let's
So
think
just-
about, I'll add on to that, because I agree 150% with Dean. We have questions and stuff. Who did we ask? They're sitting right there. We asked them all day long, past couple of days, questions, and to provide us the answers. It's not equitable that they're sitting here providing information for us and we're gonna cut their budget by 8%. That makes zero.
That hasn't been decided, but I will say they have been receiving this amount and more of this funding for how many years? So they should be the place to go.
Not necessarily, because they have literally, if you look at, they've held their budget. We cut them back from where they were and they've held their budget.
Going back to before when you were on the board, I would say. So
But they have not
How
come
do
back.
we
They did
fund
not come
more
back. They
and
did not come back with an increase.
I understand that, Dean. I'm looking for ideas on how to get to where we need to be then. And I'm not hearing that.
One question that I have. Your staff in the past year, John, has it grown, decreased by 1, 2, 3 people?
Yeah, I mean, I've lost 2 the past 2 years. Yeah. Not permanently, they moved on to other opportunities.
No.
Let me rephrase that. But, you know, as I mentioned yesterday, you know, I'm really, really cognizant in terms of our staffing, just based on the costs that we're incurring. So as Nick mentioned, you know, on his specific team, we had somebody retire. We've got a great team there that took on more responsibility. We were able to do it and still meet these goals. But it's a fine line, because I've got to be careful in terms of burning burning people out too.
Yeah,
you know,
I-
what I can
That's
afford-
understood.
What I can afford to not replace, which you're all familiar with at your own, you know, on your own operations, but, we're kind of leaving.
I mean, our collaborators, you know, all our other contractors, you know, when they collaborate, a lot of it's through Dane.
Okay, so where you go down to the bottom, we're still $1 million off, so.
I have-
think this was a research, right?
Okay, we can get back. You wanna go to the research? You wanna stay here for a minute?
I have a question.
Mhm.
Some of the, I have a question for Katie on that, like, some of that was
What, Katie?
using some, Katie Becker, sorry, on using some outside resources. And I don't know if it's fair for me to ask, like, could BERT, which we're funding, fill some of that capacity? I know it's not a relationship you currently have, but they are very good at the videos and the editing. And then so are you, but I don't know if we can have some synergy there. I know your budget's not that. If there's some room, because I can't remember what was in your budget. Let me dig it out, I guess.
So are you guys, back up another quick second too, are you guys just suggesting no cuts at all to Dane and
That's
Northeast?
not what I'm saying.
But not a.
Okay, so
So what are you
so
suggesting?
what are you
Throw
suggesting?
throw a counter offer.
Throw an offer out.
So I got another, I guess I have a question for Dane. How much does something like this,
Can you mute Nick, please?
the events that happen down at the Armory, how much does an event that you guys sponsor, how much of that does that cost? Like the track chocolate milk thing?
So we don't pay by an event. We have a year-long sponsorship. The total cost is $100,000. That covers events and activations all throughout the year. So we have the Uptown Games for the children in the neighborhood. We have the Refuel with Chocolate Milk Hall of Fame Invitational. We have our videos highlighting Refuel with Chocolate Milk and farmer messaging on their video boards at every single event that they run throughout the year, and 7-day-a-week practice for New York City runners. We have geofencing that's there from a digital marketing perspective that allows us to, again, get that refuel/protein message to the athletes. We have the naming rights to the cafe that's on site. It is in the contract that they must sell New York sourced chocolate milk at all times at every event. So when we say $100,000, that is to cover a 12-month period of time. It is not subsected out then by a specific event at that point.
Thank you for that information.
That's a really good buy.
I'm just trying to get a grasp on the cost of some of these things and the budgets and everything. I mean, I think the reason we're entertaining, looking at and funding other ideas is everybody's really liking all the one-on-one that some of these other contractors in person, in front of schools, in front of kids, in front of people. And that's why we're looking to do that. If we felt that we were getting all of those needs met already, we wouldn't be doing that, but we are, and we are for a reason.
Well, it's because it's uniquely New York. Like, Dane is not uniquely New York. That's why we want to fund other ones, in my opinion.
And
Why do you say that?
Dane's the Northeast.
Right, but I mean, this
not
budget, this
uniquely
budget
New
is all,
York.
this budget is all New York.
But that's, yeah, it's a high priority.
It's a hybrid, but like, there's this, a Dane Northeast, but like when I am New York, that we pay for that. It's I am New York. Like, that's why I'm interested in funding other things.
But all these dollars for Dane are New York dollars. They're spent in New York.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm just going to, just so everything is fair and equal, I'm just pointing out, if we're going to possibly take Bert and those others back to last year's budget, we have not taken NIAC back to last year's budget.
I think that needs to be discussed.
And I'm
Just
done.
saying,
Yep,
What
and
was
that's
NIAC
fair.
last year?
700. Actually, it was 600 for the truck, 700 total. I'm trying to be very objective and point everything out to everybody. I know it's not easy, but that's what I'm gonna do.
And I think it's good for the discussion, and I will give you my opinion that that's a unique experience that isn't being covered by any other contractor.
And isn't that the whole point of going through the whole process of listening to the presentations and talking and voting? If you're just gonna do that and go back to last year's budget, then why did we spend the last 3 days here?
I'm pointing it out. is
Right,
all.
yeah, it's a discussion.
I am pointing it out as,
Why I said 800, Larry, is I think we need to give them the same budget they had last year to get on the road, but I really feel they wanted 140 to update that grocery mart area. In my 800 is, I want them to spend that 100,000 to update that area, because it's a dud. I want them to fix it so that it's impactful. And one of the things, like Casey said it, and maybe that's a cool thing, is explain how we can track milk from the grocery store, that gallon, all the way back to the farm. That, like, we are responsible. I want them to really put their thinking caps on and make that an impactful part of the trailer, but they need money to do it. They can't do it for $0.
okay, I'm just pointing that out. We can go back to the Adane thing right now if you want. Dean, throw out a number. Just so you're aware, a 3% cut is 10 million for Adane and 1.6 million for New England. It's a 3% cut. Trying to provide information.
Yep, thank you.
It's not a lot, but it's 350,000. Carl, input. We'll switch sides of the room.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we have to start somewhere. And it is what it is, and it's unfortunate, but
We need to start there.
yeah,
Start where?
let's do the 3% there. Then let's look at research again.
Okay. Good. Thoughts?
To start.
3% is 10 million and 1.6. I think I did it right. Or roundabout. I think New England would be 1,600,500, so 1.6. It's like 49,500 out there, yeah, cut, so.
Okay.
Okay. Start there. What do you want to do?
I think we need to finish there for a Dane, if we're gonna.
I'm sorry.
I think we need to finish there for a Dane.
I don't think, I'm not in favor of going any lower on
Yeah,
that. I will change my mind elsewhere.
I'm just putting numbers up there, guys.
that's fine.
I'm just providing information to start thinking.
Dean, I will say that the foundation of all this is a Dane, and I totally agree with that. Some more significant cuts they would still remain the foundation, and it probably wouldn't weaken them much.
That's 3 feet.
They have still funding.
Yeah, I respectfully disagree.
No, there's other ways they can cut that up with overhead. It doesn't need to be 3 people.
Maybe it's a few less,
Sorry?
maybe it's a few less projects or a few less spending, again, pivoting and finding other savings.
It would have to be, yeah.
Let's move on.
It's a starting point.
Okay, starting point, let's move on.
So what's that put us at? I think a couple of years ago, we did all this and then we're going back and adding to some, so.
I have a quick question on the 3 farmers that care. Was the milk dispensing, they had it in this year's budget, but was it in last year's budget? And they bought it on last year's budget and they were getting another one? I wish they were here. Because that's not very much money, but if they ended up buying it on last year's budget, they would need it again.
I also know at fairs, they said they ran out of milk and had to go buy more last minute because it was so successful.
Yeah, well, they under.
They're $1,000 under last year too.
So we're at 7:30 right now.
7:30 difference. Right here, or do you want to go to research?
Let's go to research.
So on this slide, we got to go all the way, the continuing ones go until.
I need a clarification.
Yes.
So, Cornell people, when we have these continuing second year projects, if we don't fund that 100%, does that mean the project just dies and you don't do anything with it?
I mean, does it disrupt? Yeah, absolutely, because we are already on that trajectory. We're working, already on those lines of research, right? If you cut it back. So I think a lot of, what you see in these continuing also is that the price of lab supplies is not, right? And so we came with the second year proposal, some of the supply side is gonna be a little bit higher than what we were at last year. Does it mean we can't finish the project? No, absolutely not. But it means we won't fully achieve the objectives.
Yeah, because we don't, I mean, the whole thing with funding the second year is we don't want to just fund 1 year, not fund the second, because that's like totally lost capital. But if there's a way to get the project done and finished and not necessarily have to fund the full ask in the second year, that might help us out. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I mean, it's not gonna achieve the full objectives of the project. You'd have to scale back to meet a smaller budget, but we're not gonna just drop it if we get a smaller budget.
That was kind of my ask. Yes, because to save $10,000 and then have the whole thing just blow up and everything we put into it is lost, that makes no sense. So that's kind of why I was asking what I was asking.
But I don't think we know what that number would be, do we? On those projects?
I mean, it's gonna be different for every.
It's gonna be
Each
different
one,
for all of them.
right, so how would we
We don't.
place that up?
I'm just,
I know, you're doing good throwing stuff out, but
I have a question on that, tech transfer for, NDFRC. That was for a part-time person. Can you charge more for your conference and absorb that cost?
Yeah, so historically that conference was run at no cost and we have started to charge for it. So if it's like sort of in the 5-year plan to continue to increase that cost to cover that sort of support, that is one of the key ways that we communicate research directly to industry.
I want you to do it.
So yeah, I mean, I think that is sort of the goal, is to get more money from industry to cover fully that conference. I mean, if that needs to be cut, that's what,
Do I hate to do it?
I mean,
Yes.
you guys are making hard, I'm just.
I'm just asking, do you think you could absorb it into your fees? And
Not
still,
fully at this point.
and still do the tech transfer?
We'll still do the conference. Yeah, I mean, that is a core goal of ours, so.
that's a good question. That's a big.
Thoughts?
So I'm sorry, where are we at again?
7:30.
7:30, and we need to be.
Can you go to the bottom of these?
That's the
the
overage.
overage.
Difference is 7:30.
That's the difference.
Bottom?
So that would be cutting that.
Where it was
Yeah, there you are.
At 30.
Yeah, so move up, let's see, so what's the lowest one on here was the
87.
fat globules. That's almost 100 grand. I mean, it's 87. And it was very low priority compared to the rest of them.
I think a lot of people didn't understand what it was.
Yeah, I
and why
think
it
there was a little more education that took place that made it a little bit more. I would tell you probably you went back and revisited it, it might move up the scale a little bit from a little bit extra education.
Move up a little.
Yogurt's the only other move. Everything else is.
And the one above it too.
Yeah, the yogurt and the,
Extended shelf life.
The heat one is to keep the slime out of this stuff, correct? Yeah, that's,
the yogurt one is, don't forget, the yogurt one was still up in the air as far as if what impact that may have on schools, if it would have an impact. Just so you, just kind of keeping things in perspective.
I wouldn't. Personally, I'd take the yogurt one out.
Yeah, I think we have to take that out.
Compared to the other two, I think the yogurt out of those three would probably be the.
How about going, don't forget, you gotta go to Quick too.
Yep.
Which there were, I don't think we had, did we do two? New ones? Those are pretty impactful. Pretty impactful.
And the outer rings, that was a continuing one.
Yeah.
The other ones are all continuing.
So, all right, hold on. So talk to me about number one, dairy product quality and safety program. It's 100% funded for your ask.
It's
So
the same for
talk to me about that.
increases.
So this is the baseline funding that ensures that we have the expertise at Cornell in dairy foods to support the industry. We do that through those 5 different objectives. We pull in, as I was saying yesterday, this represents about 1/3 of the cost of that program. Because we pull in from industry our what the foundational cost is for
The milk shelf quality,
the foundational monitoring program, the industry support.
So do you charge the rest for the other in industry, you charge for that?
Yeah.
And how are those fees set? How is that? Is that something you guys determine? Is that? Yeah.
And we charge less for New York State than we do for out of state, but we do a lot of work with folks out of state.
Share some input, Julie. I'll put you on the spot.
That's fine. I think we have to keep working through this because I don't think it's still a pretty big number. And we either decide as a board that we're gonna not fund some new projects and do status quo, or we're gonna push the envelope a little bit on some different contractors and see how it goes. I mean, we can slice and dice some of these.
Where are we at now?
Know if it's
90?
gonna get us down to where we need. So,
680.
Alicia. Thoughts? Research. I know.
I know nobody enjoys this.
I have a question, and maybe Chris knows the answer to this. I know for a couple of years, NIAC did not use all of their funding. Is that funding still sitting in the account, or it's used now? It's completely used up? Okay.
Good question, though.
Yeah, it was. Yep.
And everybody, there's no funding from any contractors left. Is that correct? It's all been used?
There is dairy product runway still is completing their
Yeah.
last one from 2 years ago, I believe.
That's the finish. She said that finishes out
That'll.
in September, October of this year, right?
But that's the only one.
Yes, yeah.
What about herd? And I mean, the two go together really. You got Milk for Health and herd.
Right, so I think, let's see, last year the Milk for Health was funded at what, 660?
660.
So,
You're exactly the same. If you wanna-
right, combined is what I was thinking, and if we have to, I don't know.
I mean, we've talked about Katie Becker photography. You know, you're talking about new versus track records. I'm just sharing track records with herd. You got, you know, you got Haley, but She Likes Milk is your other new one. You've already cut her in half.
So if we did the Milk for Health and Food thing, maintain that.
Oh, that's
level,
actually 700,000. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no,
I've
we
added
did
it.
them to maintain the same level, if we cut 20 and 20, that puts them, I think.
At the 660.
At the 660 from last year.
Yeah, I added wrong. I'm just looking at the wrong one.
Adds a new contractor in, but keeps that Western New York amount.
That it would.
Sarah, thoughts? He's awful quiet too.
I think Katie Packer would be throughout the whole state, but she has a strong Finger Lakes, Central New York branding, and I'd like to see that area highlighted. We have not highlighted in this area for a long time. It doesn't seem like.
I'm gonna reiterate, there's a reason we're entertaining new ideas and new things, and I don't wanna cut all the new things.
I would add a little to that. I was looking for a breakdown, but I don't know how to do it. Bethany talked about hitting areas that hadn't been targeted before. Wasn't when she was with her prior employment opportunity, she was doing all the planning of where they targeted, where they went. How come they didn't go there before? And now they're going there now?
Told her where she needed to go.
Right, but she threw the ideas out, her ideas.
Is that true?
Can I say something?
I don't know that.
Oh,
Sure.
fine. Go ahead.
Can I say something to that?
Yep.
In the previous, we only had so many dollars and so many hours. And for the education side of things, and one or two people can't be everywhere at once. So we were hitting the biggest impact areas at that time.
Is the issue for everybody, right?
Right, everybody's got the same issue.
Board member here.
Ah, there you go.
Heather.
There, I'm actually from down in that area.
Okay,
above
yeah.
Where I am. Bethany was the one who decided where we were going to target, what we were going to do.
Oh, okay.
There were suggestions of other places and they were not.
Okay. But like that,
Like she says-
high target,
Yeah.
high volume areas for timing.
That
So,
makes sense.
yeah, it's all, you gotta put it all into your perspective.
It all makes sense.
She did what she did.
Okay. Next steps.
So I'm just gonna say something. Sarah, I'm gonna push back just a little bit on what you said. It's like looking at a portfolio, and that's exactly what this is. We all have investments, and you have your proven investments that are the foundation of your portfolio. And then you have your higher risk investments that are a smaller portion of your portfolio. And when I look at this, the new things have no track record. We think they look good.
You gotta be careful about that. A couple of them have track records.
Well,
Maybe not with
not
us.
with us,
There
Well,
you go.
with us,
And we hired them before.
not with us. So just a second. So we're not against new, obviously. We like new. We like different. We like thinking outside the box. We like trying new things. But at the same time, I don't want to risk the proven. And I'm really concerned about that. And that's all I'll say.
Go ahead, Julie.
I think I can understand what you're saying. I think if we're gonna look at this as an investment portfolio, you always look at your investment even the proven ones, because things change. And you have to take into some different considerations. I'm just using your analogy.
That's okay.
So I don't think it should be taken off the table. I think I would like to get some, could you tell me, Chris, where Dane and New England were 5 or 6 years ago? Just to give us an idea of where we were at.
They've been pretty steady the last few years.
Right, but I think when I,
5 or 6, you said, right?
yeah. I would say, as we're waiting for that number, I think it used to be higher. I would say, what argument are we gonna use? I'm just trying to throw this out there. Dairy is surging in popularity. I would say it's in a renaissance, is what I've heard it be spun as.
Say that again?
I've heard it's been spun as a renaissance, like dairy is coming back to be popular.
Dairy fat, protein.
So I think being able to, I wonder what's at risk.
2019, they were higher. They were
Right.
almost 11
That's what I guess I'm getting at.
Excuse me.
I'm just right. So can you just read them? So you had almost 11 in 2019.
Yeah, I can give you the exact number if you want. They were in 2019, they were 10,952,347.
Okay.
Want to go farther back? Is that what you're
I
doing?
can go further.
No, no, I wanted to make sure we were getting what Julie wanted.
I think, yeah, I'm just,
That was.
Little bit
so,
irrelevant.
2019.
I think they have,
6 years ago.
You want to go further back?
No.
No.
Okay.
You'd have to look at the budget too, what it was back then.
I don't know if just the flat line number is fair, not looking at the.
Yeah, what was it?
right, all I'm saying is,
Yeah,
I'm
that's right.
like,
We would have been
I'm-
almost probably $1 million less.
Our budget was probably, yeah, and I don't know that we had, 1 second.
at that point, right? So they were even a higher percentage of,
That'll be in there too.
Give me 1 second and I'll find the budget for 2019.
none of this sucks. It's terrible. I just think we have to decide.
Budget for
Go ahead.
2018 was $15,283,000.
15 what?
15,283. New England Dairy was 1,874,308.
So we
And
have,
the only other, you only had 3 other contracts at that point. You had
so
looked for-
that's what I was just gonna say. So as a board, we have shifted to include some more contractors to our portfolio or more assets to our portfolio. There was a reason we've done that. Because we felt there needed to be much different layers to meet the needs that we were seeing. So now we have to decide as a board if we're gonna continue down that decision-making path, or are we gonna go back and look at our foundation because we only have so much money? That's how we have to look at this, I think, because I don't think we're gonna come up with enough of a difference to be able to do both. I don't know the answer yet. I'm just telling you, that's how I'm looking
So
at
we're
it.
up $1 million in budget and we've gone from five major contractors to,
Actually, 6 with Cornell.
yeah.
No, we have Cornell.
So. Go ahead, Jason, you had some input.
And again, we are in a renaissance, right? Sure. I don't know if we can say it's hurt us as an industry. I'm just throwing out what's out there, right?
What do other states do?
They don't do this. At all. Right?
They just get mine.
I'm not gonna say thankfully, right there, but this is
It's
unique.
uniquely New York.
Unique. Correct.
And people that don't have the DPO boards, it just goes directly to federal, right? All 15 cents.
Can speak up. So
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
Massachusetts has an RFP, Connecticut has an RFP, Vermont now has an RFP, we have an RFP. So there are other Georgia has an RFP. Like, so there are other
What's
state
PA do?
boards that have a request for proposals process.
PA,
That we have
or co-op.
Pennsylvania. So other states do have a process whereby we do need to apply for money, other places do not.
PA does what? Because I've heard this and I've forgotten. They have two different, what does PA do?
It goes directly, like the farmer decides or the co-op decides. on it.
Right, because there's two different options. Is that right?
Well, everybody has 80 some options. You can send it anywhere you want.
Your state.
Yeah.
What is other big
Except in New York where you have an order. number.
Minnesota? How do they do theirs?
California's a dairy.
What's California do?
It just goes to the California bump.
Yeah, CM.
Happy cows,
Yeah, but they own Got Milk. So.
goes to happy cows.
Happy cows.
I don't think, yeah, I mean, that's a big process to try to make that different, right?
I'm trying to look at the new energy and value that some of the new contractors bring.
I think it's put some pressure on.
You take Katie Becker and take Katie Becker and Hurd at 325 put together, I think a lot of promotion, we're really in the competition for the hearts and minds of consumers for the long run on dairy and a lot of it. And you look at what those two put together could bring, right?
You really should throw Haley in there too, Jason.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I guess because the reason I did that is because I'm looking at
Because they're close together. on
venture
that.
fuel. I have not been a big fan of. I like what he brought on this.
What did you say? One?
Venture fuel at
No.
325.
I know.
If I'm gonna qualify and say, if you want to eliminate 325, and look at what venture fuel potentially could bring, or what Hurd and Katie Becker put together, what they're doing.
That's good analysis.
I'm not funding venture fuel. I'm just trying to.
I agree.
I'm just trying to get the most.
I got you.
You're losing potential, but man, you're in the venture fuel, perhaps. But man,
Venture fuel is unique.
And I
What
think
they're trying to
all
do.
need to remember is that if you look at the New York milk shed, it's growing.
Yeah.
This may be sort of a temporary issue for this year because if you look at the number of cows and
I
milk.
wanna, can I can totally understand where you're coming from. But if you're gonna look at the ultimate goal of the New York dairy farmers of moving more milk, two of them are a perception and a feel good. One of them's trying to move more milk.
tangible.
Right. Yes.
Mean the difference between venture fuel and the.
Yes, the other two.
Just, that's my thought on that, that's all. That doesn't make it any easier.
It
Shut up,
doesn't.
shouldn't I?
No.
It's fact. That's-
I just,
Right.
It's true and it's hard.
It's fact, yep. Sometimes you have to make the hard decisions.
I mean, that's the only way I'm looking at it, as what is our New York dairy farmers' goal is
Move more milk.
to move more product out of New York to make this a better place and make it look like we're good people, which we are, but I understand that. But if you have other entities that are doing the feel good,
You keep money in the waters.
that's why I get paid the big bucks of a bottle of water and free cheese and ice cream.
Ice cream.
Ice cream.
You have a valid point there, and if you look across all of the contractors, it'd be interesting if we could break this down into, and I know we have promotion and research, but maybe we need to break it down more into media or social media or and education and milk out the door or something, because honestly, the only one who's putting milk out the door potentially is venture fuel.
I bet there'd be some.
Well,
I mean, it.
I agree, I agree.
New England and whatever, but the other ones are, and I love them, they are the feel good. And then you've got herd and a little bit of milk for health, but they're doing the education part. And you know what I mean? If you really think about how we're breaking it down, maybe we need to be doing more of that. I don't know.
Influencers,
Kayak is education. They're not moving milk. I mean, indirectly, but NIAC is education. And that's a big number for education. Think of all the education we're spending money on. That's a hell of a lot of money for education.
Ag in the classroom's education.
Yeah, I know faster. You got $1 million there or 800 and something there and 1.6 million with 2 contractors that are educated.
it's all consumers.
It's all consumers. I
Future
understand,
consumers.
But it's not the best one.
It is,
You-
what it
it's
is.
not- it's
Wouldn't you say though, what all the promotion does is education? I mean,
A lot of it is, but
all of
yeah,
them
a lot
are.
of it is education and
So,
promotion. It is, but I think if you really, if you really start analyzing and breaking it apart,
So
we can look to see how that.
let's break that apart just a little bit. So if you're looking at venture fuel, which is actually talking about helping more product to get on the market versus promotion and education, which is increasing the consumer side, which has more potential.
I don't know the answer.
Yeah, I don't know how you
What's,
answer that.
you'd have to
either.
look at the track record of the stuff that Venture Fuel has there to how much has, slate milk, how much has of the market
You
and,
said 1,000 pounds.
okay.
Which is a good number.
Well, yeah.
It's decent.
But you'd have to, like, all of their products that they've done through, you'd have to look at quantifying that. Dane?
Got it.
What?
How much streaming, how much social media?
The board's lunch is waiting outside with Pam. So I think you can decide, would you like a working lunch and we can work with Pam to get your lunches delivered to you, or would you like to take a lunch break?
If we break, we'll never get back on.
You want to break?
I would agree.
No.
Working lunch?
Oh, it's 1
I know, you've got
I'll
a
give you.
6-hour drive home.
I think we need to.
I think we need to
need
keep
muffle
rolling.
through. I do too.
Keep rolling.
Working lunch?
Sure. Sure. So on the discussion of those areas, do you go over to the and decide what you want to do with some of the new projects that we funded on the research side to decide yes or no?
And we vetted it a couple of times.
We were over there. I think we can cut 30,000. I know that's a little amount, but I hate to do it, but I know that they can make it up. But I don't want
What
it,
are we just gonna?
the transfer, but I don't want to cut their main 450,000. I'm way.
So go back to
cutting
that
it.
transfer one.
I know they can make it up.
What was the total on the transfer?
$28,000,
I give him 30,000.
27,966.
Getting the nickels and dimes, unfortunately.
What do you want to do?
That was a new one?
No,
No,
this
that's
is an ongoing every year.
going every year.
But in Nicole's I'm not gonna say Nicole's words, Nicole. There is possibility of being able to make that up somewhat elsewhere.
We have a strategy already in place to charge more for attendance at that meeting, whereas historically we have not. it won't make up this stuff.
Do you think that'll hurt participation?
I do. I think that it won't for our larger companies, but I think for the size and the smaller companies, I think it's still appropriate to charge something for that meeting because our counterparts, the other dairy centers charge for their meetings. So there's precedent to do that. We're trying to do it slowly, so it doesn't hurt the attendance. As much as just, hitting people with a large amount when they haven't historically paid anything, but like I said, we're not gonna make up this.
So what's the most important one on this list? And what's the least important one?
There you go.
So the center is difficult because these are all individual guys who are bringing their ideas. And so I think that it would be really appropriate to move into
Sure.
what I think is most important at this time. But I will say that we always, if we have to, want to get second year funding for a project we already have
Right.
students on who are there for at least 2 years, right?
Right.
And that's, part of the challenges. We already have verification, these projects will continue. And therefore we have committed to a student. So it's always more important to get continuation funding than it is to get new projects. I know we had a lot of new projects last year, and that's part of the reason we have a lot of continuing projects this year, right? So those are always the priority because we don't want to get halfway into a project and then have to not achieve the goals that we set out to achieve.
So when we look at all the continuing projects right now, they're second year. So,
Well, except for those technology transfers in my dairy product quality and safety
right,
program.
I'm talking about the other ones.
Yeah. the other
Okay,
ones are-
the other ones, so they would be done this year.
Correct.
Right, the only
Oh, in 2026. that
Yeah,
would be that-
one more year is what, one more year.
at the bottom is new, I think.
So,
77,000.
Line 11.
but I'm talking about the continuing ones, the second year. So next year, when you come back, all those will have dropped off.
That's right.
And you'll have a whole slate of new projects that you're looking at. So even in some of these newer ones, like the couple that we're potentially looking at, if we didn't fund them this year, next year, they would show up again.
Yeah, I will definitely bring oxidation back to you.
I think if we were to look back, we've done this generally the last couple of years because the funding has been tight. We've funded the 2
Yeah,
years.
the 2-year ones,
The new ones, once in a while we'd fund, but majority, I think, correct, if I'm wrong.
on the new,
That's how I'm remembering it, yeah.
unless there was a whole bunch of other ones dropping off.
Right, so I think it's not new necessarily for us.
So I think maybe we ought to revisit the 2 new ones that are up here and figure out if we can wait a year.
Thoughts? How about with MQuip? Is there one new one with MQuip that we funded?
Two.
Two.
There's 2.
Because both of them, have a lot of continuing. There's,
Yeah,
I thought it was more than normal continuation this year.
But you only have, both of these are continuing next year too? Are these 2 years projects?
The 2 ones with the 2-year projects. And we have 3 year 2 proposals and then our dairy product quality.
And you may not be able to answer this, Nicole, so no pressure, but I feel like there were more proposals this year. Is it because federal funding has been cut?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
just generally, there are very few
Yep.
opportunities. for-
Which sucks because everybody's dealing with that in different ways, lots of different areas. Oh,
Oh, okay.
it's not gonna help anything, but it's just good for us to keep in our mind. We can't necessarily fix all of that.
Which,
So basically, if I'm correct, 2 for MQuip and 2 for Cornell.
New ones,
Which is.
and a lot of old ones, a lot of second year.
202,000 for MQuip and I think it's 90 and 77, so 167,000. So it's
Almost.
$400,000 worth of new projects.
So, currently, I think I'm about 15,000 above last year's funding, and I'm sure that Elizabeth, sorry, Chris could tell me exactly. I think I'm on the. Yeah, so 947 was last year.
Yep.
And I'm currently at 960. So just under 15,000. I was last year. I mean, I'll offer to you that I will reduce the water project in scope a little bit to get that down so that I'm not going over it. That's helpful.
Can you do it for 96,000 then? Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, you're saying.
So you just reduce the water one to 100?
Yeah, I'm willing to do that, sure.
I think that's appreciated.
Okay.
That would be exactly what I was at last year, or this year.
Oops. 200. Oh, yeah.
Positive yardage. What he said.
Positive
yardage.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, where are we at?
And we gotta go back to the center also.
Okay, let's go back to the Center of Dairy Excellence or whatever we call it now. What is it?
So what is it? 305. So we were last year at 727.
I don't know. Out the window.
That's a new one there.
You have two new ones. Hold on.
That one.
That gobble.
Last year they were 727.
Yep.
And we're at 8 something.
I mean, we've made this argument a couple of times today, but Dr. Barbano's project also, to me, feels like it should be funded by industry.
Which
right?
one is
The
that?
77,000 one.
It's the one dealing with the globules or the. Right?
Oh, in the heat treat.
Like, why isn't Fairlife paying for that?
Yeah, I can't believe they wouldn't be on that in a heartbeat.
Right.
They're paying $100,000 of that
Yeah, and
right now.
Yes, that's right. They are doing that part.
why wouldn't you just do the whole thing?
I don't know.
They traded.
Get fairly.
Company the same thing.
Okay.
I know.
I couldn't remember.
Oh.
So do you want to go up, Elizabeth, please? 77, 644. For the,
That's what we're talking about. They have some dovetail funding.
Yeah. I'm sorry?
I just said this is the one we're talking about that has the dovetail funding. Which I like it when there's the dovetail funding because it's not all over.
Both of these do, correct?
Yeah.
What?
what's that?
I don't,
Both of these projects.
I don't
Not the.
know.
Bottom one costs $100,000.
Isn't that this one?
No,
That's-
the,
They
They
both.
both
Oh,
do.
they.
the bottom one has,
Gosh.
waste management.
Yeah.
Um,
We have a state grant, but yeah. So we have 100,000.
So maybe they kick it in if we didn't do it. I don't know. It's hard to say.
Go that way?
I for it, I mean, we got them the membrane, right?
Right.
So why can't they do the rest?
Yeah, I agree, with Carl. We have to cut that out.
Both of them,
Okay with it?
both of them.
Yes, I'm okay with it.
Both of them are one.
This one,
This one.
this one.
If we cut that technology transfer, would that kind of mediate the
I mean,
cost?
it's just, I think, you know, as we move forward with our plan to increase the ask to administrative to attend our meetings, that maybe there's a halfway point that would fit us as we ramp up.
Okay, because yeah, if we cut the 77.6 and then cut the other one down to
15
or 15.
The transfer.
That would get us really close to where we were last year. But we would
Right.
still be able to fund part of that information.
I think that's a good suggestion for right now, for sure.
14 on the transfer, Elizabeth, 0 on the other one, please.
So what's our total?
600.
572. 572.
Hey, positive yardage.
We are headed for the goal line.
What was that enough? Still going forward. Your first down.
Just double check, the 16 through 50 already has the administrative stuff. Okay, because we've done that before in that. Okay, good. Just want to make sure, so we're not scrapping along.
I did not listen to one.
We did.
Yeah.
You guys are sharp. You learn from the
Yeah.
errors.
Alrighty.
Done by 72.
So we've got to find $572,000 out of the motion.
Can I be a bitch? Can I have one of your toothpicks off your
Oh, okay, there you go.
Were you, just for clarification, you were keeping this?
Yes.
Okay.
Who have we
Right.
not cut on the promotion side?
Who have we not cut?
Who?
We did not
full
cut
fund?
Katie Becker. We did not cut,
Katie Carpenter.
Katie Carpenter.
or Katie Becker.
We like
Or
further-
Straight Farm Care.
Three farmers.
Or, and I think that.
Did it.
Sackett Harbor as well.
Sackett Harbor.
Yeah. And the birthing center at the top is 100,000,
Yeah,
which
the Burley Center. That's fine.
I think we just need to keep that out.
Unpopular and Julie's gonna hate me, but if we cut 200 from HIAC, that gets them on the road and hopefully they can find some funding elsewhere. Or no?
I'm never gonna hate you, just so you know. None of this is worth hating anybody over because none of that.
I mean, and I'm
None
just
of
point,
this is.
Yeah, not personal on any level.
Yeah,
No, this is our job.
but if we did that, it gets them on the road and hopefully they
or
can.
even if you split this, even if you split the difference at 700, they were at 6 last year, you take them to 7, you're 8, 10, you know.
Where are we right now with them?
8, 10 and 100, you're at 9, 10. That's up 210,000.
What'd we do last year?
700, 700 total.
Well, they had 300 left.
But that,
Figured.
Okay, because Eileen's here, I do want to ask, if that's gonna make the truck sit, that's a question we need to have answered, because
Or how much it's gonna sell.
right.
The truck will not sit.
I know that, but. Okay,
It won't sit. It'll change the direction on, the impactful events. We will, when we put our schedules together, it'll play a role in that, as we talked about, bigger events, more impactful events, so we just rethink that strategy.
Do you feel that some in the industry and the state will, talk about a fee structure going forward more so? That'll have to be higher.
I don't need any. I'm okay. I said I wasn't gonna have any.
Anticipated fee structure that we looked at.
I-
All right.
Wherever it goes from, and then we'll let everyone.
So, sorry, I kind of caught the outside of that. I'm sorry, Eileen. So what effect would 600 do versus what we've currently got?
It will play, so our priority personally is, our priority is making the truck the best that it can be. To Roberta's point of like, those sections inside have to be the best that they can be. That's
Yeah,
that means.
a Diet Coke or a Coke if there's one.
Take away, one of maybe 4, making up numbers, like 4 anticipated events in New York City.
our priority is making it the best that it can be, so it can have the best impact at maybe less events. Or
That's interesting.
smaller.
And then it's,
It's reprioritizing those dollars to what we have to do in terms of making it the best internally and making it the best experience.
and that way you're more set up for the future too. If you,
And these are things that we didn't know until we got it out, and we didn't know what was internally that experience, what was gonna work.
so if you invest those dollars now, next year, those dollars wouldn't necessarily have to go back into the truck. They could go into program.
Correct.
I got you.
Still cheese. Well, and the fees were a lot more than you thought, right?
Yeah.
It was like shocking when you were telling us some of the fees. I was like, oh my gosh.
And that is an advantage to working alongside Sugar House, is they literally have a permit guy on their staff that allows us to figure that out. That's something way beyond Danny's and my purview, is figuring out what's the permit to park in, X place. So that was way beyond what we expected.
Thank you.
So, huh?
Go 6.
Let's put it at 6 for now. Do some discussions.
What that?
Heard in that.
Sackett's Harbor, we visited about this, we might as well, it's right there, so. I guess I'm gonna throw out, I know it's little. But it's a starting point for us. It probably will double their budget if we did 15.
Yep, I agree.
What's that?
It would probably double or triple their budget if we did like 15.
Who?
Sackett's Harbor.
Oh,
I know it's just a little amount, but pennies do add up to dollars.
Yep, I agree.
Are you okay with that, Carl? Roberta?
Yeah.
Billy?
Yep.
Tim?
How about taking Katie Becker back to 100?
I was, okay. That's better than I would have said, but that's okay.
You want to do 100? Try 100? What do you think about Katie Becker?
Love it. I really do.
What do you?
That was my number that I wrote.
I want to ask Katie, what are we giving up if we have to cut you at 25,000?
So, I mean, I'm gonna
150.
do 100.
Or 75 or 100?
Yeah.
We're just,
I mean, I'm still gonna try to do as much as I probably can. With the budget, I'll probably just scale it down to something I can actually cover. I think I think 100 is gonna go a lot long. I'm able to stretch that quite a bit more than probably other agencies that.
Some of the equipment and the software you'll still have to do. So it means maybe a less.
Okay. That's the minimal part. I think it's mostly like the time sourcing, writing, but like a lot of the core that I can.
Is production. Yeah.
yeah. And we would encourage you to collaborate too. Anybody you can that can help piggyback on a platform or, whatever.
Yes.
So if we cut it back, it'll still go. The scope will be slightly smaller.
Where do you want to be?
Pick a number.
I got 75 sitting next to me.
100.
Judy?
100.
I'm okay at 100. We'll try that.
100.
100.
100. Kim?
100%.
100.
Because we cut Bird from 3.5 to pretty much only 2 people.
So where are you at?
So did they only have like
322
educators at one point in time? Like.
Wow.
Huh? Who are you done with?
Oh. Milford Life. Oh, yeah, Milford Health. How many educators did you have in the schools at one time when you're at full force? 2 or 3?
320.
Had a lot more.
Closer.
We are.
322.
What's
Be done by 3.
order dinner?
I'm gonna be home for dinner. I don't know what the rest of you. Really well, babe.
You're supposed to be home at
And then you have 3 to 4, any given time, part-time help.
So you try to do like interns during the summer, but that's hard because then it's hard to do school.
Yeah, you have something good that someone stay on all year. Football and are going to have.
I don't want to cut your main thought process either.
Unless we just don't do
Just
venture, but man, that's,
I think venture back to 3.
But they can always do it next year.
I know, but
I know, but yeah.
He did say he could do it. Venture for 300.
Do venture at 300.
Gets us another 300.
You know? Does come like Jeopardy.
300, he could do it,
Mhm.
but not underneath that. He thought he
Yeah.
would be able to do
So let's leave it at 3.
enough of them to
Yeah.
Or 200.
be
Hey,
impactful, to take
enough.
enough to the.
Excuse me. 470.
Pardon?
Go ahead.
You're
You're on the same page I am.
So again, the Western New York thing, I say we cut milk for health to 475 and herd to 175. That's 50.
Thoughts?
Can we ask, she likes milk, if she can tighten that budget a little? That's her fully funded.
Yeah, but she told us that anything below,
Fully funded on her side, she couldn't.
what did you mean? She's not fully funded from,
No, no,
where-
for
no.
one of the projects.
So she was
Right.
one of the full projects.
right,
And,
okay,
Yeah, we were just
Right.
funding one of the projects.
right.
I don't recall what she said on that.
And the one
He told
project
us
was
150.
151.
She's still on. Is Haley still with us?
One was 159.
159, one was 151.
Yes.
And is there any tightening of the belt, or if that's
We're gonna
what you
ask
think
her.
she needs?
Okay, Haley, you can unmute.
Looks like she's on a cell phone, so give her a chance.
Yeah, don't get in an accident.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, now, thanks.
Hi, yes. So the question is, like, where can we tighten that budget with 160? So the one was 159.5, and yeah, like I said, we can't leave today knowing which one we're going to do, because we're going to take all this discussion into account of, how can we make the biggest impact with whatever we're granted. I'm very confident we can make a major impact with the funding at 50%. I mean, the number one thing is, if we're going to do anything to scale to move more milk, the strategy we're offering at that budget is what we're going to need to be able to do that.
Okay, thanks, Haley.
Yep, and we were pretty conservative too, I'll add that. We were pretty conservative when we built our budget, based a little under on what's industry standard, just knowing we are using dairy farmer funding and not doing the most elaborate of budgets. So I just would add that too.
That's fair.
All right, so going back to Alicia and thinking about this, is some of the ways we've cut before is if we do it on a percentage basis to keep the milk for health and the herd percentage cut similar, or do you want to do it by dollar value? We've done it both ways, just trying to be fair and equitable. Can we do that?
I'm not totally sure why we are,
Being equitable.
why are we hacking milk for health so much? We have $300,000.
Because we're $320,000 over budget.
And we're looking at that area, we're almost looking at those two.
I did ask if three farmers that care can tighten up a little. And no one really said they already bought did they buy the cooler or not? It's only like $5,000.
Knowing those guys, You could cut them, but how much you gonna cut them?
Oh, I'm just
I
gonna go
don't know
back
as
to
if-
40.
Yeah, that's fine.
I wasn't
I
gonna
don't
do
know if
anything
that would hurt anybody's
extravagant.
feelings. Take 3 farmers to 40. One step at a time, right? Gotta walk before we run.
Right.
Alicia's proposal was 475 for Milk for Health. Don't everybody jump up at once.
I'll go along with that. I will go along.
Judy? Sarah?
I don't love the cutting Milk for Health. I understand that, I don't understand the whole thing, but I understand that we're in a different set, but they're taking the largest percentage whack from last year.
No, but that's their call.
Everybody's doing it. It's their call. It is their call.
Right.
That's
Well,
right.
that's what I mean. Are we basically saying that Bethany is just taking a portion of their budget? Is that? Is this what?
Say whatever you want out loud.
We're just trying to cover areas and without overlap, without duplication.
And that gets.
Getting the most bang for our money.
Western New York.
That's all we're looking for.
Speak, we haven't actually been given that up.
I think you're open to speak on it.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Yep.
I wasn't sure, you know.
Yeah,
I-
no, you're
I'm
good.
different.
Go ahead.
So I think, Milk for Health, first of all, let me say that we understand that you're being given a very difficult task and sitting back here and watching all these.
Entertaining.
We understand that. As a farmer myself, I want to see our dollars used to the best of their ability. I always have, and my reputation is built on that. Milk for Health hasn't changed. We're a 75-year organization. We have been committed to excellence for a very long time. The areas that were asked to be funded by another organization, those same individuals chose not to do programming there. We're still here, we're still doing programming, and we still have the connections. I've been on board in 3 weeks and every day I'm scheduling for programs. So, we're still here, we're still committed to excellence. We've been building a team, and I guess I just want to say that because I think it's really important. So you talk about brands, you talk about face, you putting shiny things on top of something. We've been here for 75 years. We have volunteers, we have contractors that we have good relationships with, and we promise that as a farmer board, we're dedicated to utilizing dollars to the best of the ability for farmers. Thank you.
Thanks, Tanya. Totally valid points for sure. Definitely.
To make a comment to that, and I'm not going to make this a go back and forth because we are not here to, like I said in our presentation, we're here to complement and not compete. So we are looking at doing different programming in different schools, different areas, unless we are requested by those teachers and schools. And we all need to keep in mind that as of 8 years ago, this board sitting here was going to dissolve Milk for Health and stop the funding. So just to throw that out there.
Fact. It is true.
It's true.
Absolutely true.
Yeah. Good thing Jason was a nice guy.
Before my time.
So where are we at, Elizabeth? I'm sorry, take a bite of sandwich.
We're still at
290.
Dropped it.
290.
290.
Better.
This may not be a fair question, but they'll tell us now. Ag and markets.
How much? Same as last year?
Can we go over?
Oh.
What do you mean?
Well, I thought you meant that.
Can we go over 290,000?
It's not an option.
Easy, we go.
Not an option.
How bad do you want to go home?
That's a budget you guys approved.
Right.
And then what happens when we don't have enough money coming in? These guys are gonna get cut anyways because
Right.
we can't send them a check.
Call me. How come we didn't get our check? You're constructing nerve.
I have not.
A little one.
A while.
I've never seen Chris get excited.
All righty.
You
Woke
got
us
your
out.
answer.
Woke us out.
Sorry, I'm not doing that.
Valid point.
Boy, good with you, Chris.
All right, so we gotta find $290,309, folks. Not a penny less.
We're squeezing blood out of that.
So we are. All right, roll back up through them.
Need a GoFundMe.
That's a pretty good one there.
It is. That's right. It is.
Oh, man.
That's some research we could pull.
Boy. I can confirm the numbers haven't changed.
They're still the same, aren't they? Even if you put your glasses on, they didn't change, did they?
No. What's the number again? Past 5 minutes. I'm so sorry.
290,309.
If anybody else, you just answer it, but I ask and you like roll the eyes.
It took a bite of food, yeah.
Like she already waited until after everybody else was finished.
I don't know how we're gonna do ag in the classroom. I mean, I hate this. But
None of us like it.
Maybe we do one count.
What's that?
Well,
You already covered
Dibblin.
difference.
But if it was me, I'd have it in every county in the state.
Oh, I would too.
I know it. And we know that budget's tight as it is, right?
So what are, go down, can you roll down the bottom for a second, Elizabeth, please?
So what point?
What's the total amount we are at right now?
See how nice she was when you asked?
She doesn't work with me every day. So it has,
Ride back to Albany together?
Yeah, we put next to each other.
Don't make me stop this way.
Right.
I'm gonna throw out
That's what I was thinking.
20%.
like a crazy idea. What if we don't fund the farmer's toolbox under Learning Place this year?
Again, we cannot ask the
Pick and choose.
Yeah,
contractors what they can and cannot fund.
okay.
2%.
It's just the number.
We're just off.
Just a number. So every one of, if we do the number right, it's 2% on everybody that you would have to cut to get to your number. I'm throwing different options. 2% more on everybody you'd cut
Across the board. I'd rather just.
on promotion. What's that?
I'd rather just cut somebody completely and not. take-
We're throwing options out.
We're becoming undisputed. 2% is probably more fair across the board unless
It's
somebody
not
could.
though.
It's not.
Look, if we,
We've tried that in the past.
Then we're doing.
No, I'd just rather cut. somebody.
That's the way we had to do it one year, right? We cut everybody.
We did do that.
No, it was another issue.
The 150.
That was another issue we had that we had to fund somebody and
I'm in a lot of pain,
No,
so. I sound like a broken record. If we cut venture, they'll be here in a year and you do the same thing. You're just 1 year back.
I
We got
just want
the
to,
funds.
yeah,
I know it's
keep
just,
things in perspective. I'm not. We've done some pretty good slashing on some of the new and some of the repeat people. Keep things in perspective for the total picture of the budget. Just throwing that out there and don't throw daggers. But I'm just saying,
The picture is the what? That's priority.
But anybody new applying, you know, you always take that risk of you're not gonna get any.
correct.
Just throwing it out there.
Yep.
Did
And
you
you've
have
got
more
proof,
thought?
and you have,
Did you have more thoughts to add to that?
active in making sure that we as a board are taking everything into consideration. I guess I'm putting on the stupid political hat right at this point in time, and I hate it, but I'm just trying to be politically correct and making sure that we are going down the right paths with every single contractor. Well, that made things awkward.
I think Jason is, I hate to do it, because I do think that it pushes milk out of the system, but venture fuel is in the bottom third. Hopefully they would come back next year. I guess my vote would be to cut them
They would
this
come
year,
back. They would come back.
if they will come
They
back.
will.
I don't see another option, and they were the highest score in the list, other than the percent. But I don't know what else we do at this point.
So,
On that note, if you.
220, we're still at 220.
290.
290.
290.
But on that note, they've also proven in other areas of the country positivity, and they proved positivity here twice before, where a couple of people, even a couple of the other new ones, don't have a huge track. I mean, they have track records, but not yes.
But you've also gone to zero funding on venture fuel before.
Yes,
Last year.
last 2 years.
Do we risk them not?
Well, we tried, we did product runway instead.
What?
We did product
Right.
runway instead at one point.
Yeah, we did
We
that 2
did.
years ago.
Yeah.
We did them instead of venture fuels.
I don't know. I still think, I think we may have to do that. I do think it stinks because they offer something unique to farmers directly about an issue they are having on getting product to different markets.
But it's
So,
not saying no forever.
yeah, I mean, I don't know what other options we have at this point. If we're gonna stay this course, which I don't think is a bad course.
Thoughts?
That's one of those deals with venture that I, like before, if we can't like cut them more, otherwise it gets too narrow and for.
Yeah.
It's either all or nothing.
I mean, they came back this time.
I'm pretty sure they'll be back. And I'm pretty sure.
I don't know.
They're so-
when we funded them last time, I was not on the board. What products they pushed out, slate
Slate and spill.
and spelt?
And there was a second
one.
There is another
It's
hydration.
hard, yeah, I mean, they were also in Grow New York and, you know.
But I mean,
there's-
those
you know.
products are still on the shelf, still going.
They are,
They're-
there's
so they're
multiple
proven.
things
There's
involved
value.
in that, but it's a totally different program.
Value
So,
in every single
one of these.
one that was presented.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's a tough decision. You just,
That's the thing. There's value in
But-
all of them.
but you go back to it's not saying no forever. It's, you know, the next round isn't, it's, you know, it's within sight.
It's 365 days away.
Right, well, you know, it's.
Faith said.
All right, everybody stand up for a minute, take a pee break. We'll come back. Yeah.
Keep my eyes on the number.
Adventure is. Wondered adventure because they can't do anything.
I'm good. I'm fine. This is still live, Casey.
So just some thoughts. I know we all thought we cared. Looking at the number of 14,981, okay. I think we've really discussed a lot of our projects. And I think a general consensus around the board and around this table is that currently have up there brings a lot of value to our New York dairy farmers. I think there's some opportunities with some of the new ones, like we've all talked about. And I'm just gonna put this on the table. If you take and cut 1.93% from everybody's budget, it's 289,000 some dollars. You'll have keep Chris happy with about a $800 excess. You take some of these out that you've already told us, and we've all talked highly about venture fuels. We've talked highly about herd. We've talked highly about all the other new ones. I think with the opportunities within New York State processing coming down the road in the next 1 to 2 years, some of these opportunities that provide more markets, more education, more availability to promote New York products. Do we really want to just cut 1 or 2 or cut everybody a little bit this year and see where it lands?
No, we've already cut.
Just throwing an idea out there, okay? I don't want to, I'm not trying to sway anybody. I'm trying to put everything in perspective.
You've already cut everybody.
We've already cut everybody.
So
I hear where you're coming from.
yeah,
I just want us to make sure that we're all thinking about that, because I know that all 10 of us around the table have very valid points and have very strong feelings. I think we've got the contractors on the board that we as 10 individuals feel is going to be very beneficial to the New York dairy farmers.
I understand it 100% where you're coming from. But as we were talking before we left, we were talking specifically about venture fuel. Which I love what their program is and what they're saying and what they could offer. But when I look at the total value, potential value, however you want to look at it, of how much actual milk or it's very narrow. It's very narrow what they're doing.
Who?
Venture fuel.
Oh, I kind of disagree with that, Dean.
I mean, there's potential. There's, depending on if one of those products literally took off, there is potential. I agree with that.
I would say that in New York State, they've proven it's pretty relatively strong in California. And we've given them 2 opportunities in New York. And the 2 opportunities in New York, I think, have been fairly successful. I think Casey or somebody could tell us that they've sourced quite a bit of milk out of New York.
I think Fresh can probably tell it best. I'm sure he has that, right? That was part of some of those deliverables.
If you're interested, knowing.
I'm not disinterested in any of it. This is not a.
Is Fred still with us?
This is not a.
I don't think so.
This is still discussion.
But if you're one of the cell phone numbers coming in, I would just, so
I don't think so.
raise your hand.
I think this is a different.
Yeah.
It's different though, too.
Yeah.
Val.
This is a totally different program than they've done in the past.
It is. Yes, it is.
In a good way, I think, because they're already looking at products that are
I
Needing shelf space,
don't get me wrong. I was
know.
totally intrigued.
Just-
I was intrigued with the different approach. I really was.
Hate to cut a Dane and some of, like, that's 5%.
What's 5%?
If we total, if we cut down, like. That's,
Be total, it would be 5%. That's exactly right.
because we
Well,
already
we've cut others.
cut them,
But
yeah.
others more than.
Yeah, that's different.
That's
Right.
Cut others. Why is it different?
You pull 5% of the foundation out of your house and see how well it stands. That's how I look at it. That's exactly how I look at it. So,
It's either Venture or it's Katie Becker and She Likes Milk and Herd. I think it's 1 or 3. I don't know that we can cut, and I can't see all the numbers there. I don't know that we can cut any of these other groups any more than we already
Have effective product.
and
Yeah.
be effective with the program that they want to do. So my vote is the 1 or the 3.
we have to be careful that we don't end up very wide with no depth.
So you said 3, Alicia.
She Likes Milk, Katie Becker, Herd, which is a little over the
That's
290.
460.
Okay, but actually, no, well, or, you know, whatever we need, okay, so say She Likes Milk and Katie Becker, that's 260 there. Or cut Herd and. Katie.
But we'd
I don't know, but whatever, I'm just saying.
Right,
Yeah.
that's the option.
It's, I think those are our options, we cut the 1 or we cut. I don't know, I just think that we cut so much from those other, I don't think we can cut them anymore.
Carl. I think Venture. I don't know, that's the one that I wanted to do also, but we've not had them for 3 years and we've survived, so I don't know. That's the most straightforward to me. Roberta?
Venture. I don't want to miss on the 2026 International Dairy Farmer. I think that I don't want to cut that out. I think that's valuable. It's timely. And I don't want to cut the other 2 also. It's a tough one. I don't want to cut anyone 2% either. So, Venture.
Jason?
Yeah, Venture, you know, there's a ton of potential there. It'll be there next year, but I know there's some urgency or feeling that, you know, we'd hate to not get starting down a road, by the way. For me, it's either Venture or the 193 across the board. I do, Dean, believe that will be there. I know John will disagree. I think there's some opportunity to keep everything intact. There may be 1 or 2 less sponsorships. That's, I'm being forthright. So, you know, another 2% is big for Dayton and New England. There's been some big cuts on some of the others that we really feel are important and worthwhile. There's a couple of new ones that put a lot of diversity, thought, and energy, new energy, and I'd like to see them go.
Julie?
Not easy decisions by any means, but I can appreciate everybody's comments. I would go for the 193.
Sarah?
I agree. I don't want to give up on some of these new. If we can all agree who to give up on, I'd rather just take the 1.93 or across the board and everybody will make it happen. We're gonna have to cut our 15-20% next year and we're gonna survive. I think everybody else will too on 1.93.
Kim,
193.
Judy,
Venture.
It's venture.
Alicia. That made things a little difficult.
What say you, Larry?
We're 50-50, aren't we?
Yes, we are. Can I say something?
You can.
With the venture thing, it's, like I said before, I appreciate what he's doing and I really appreciate the potential. But I don't think any one of those companies that he's looking at helping is in danger of going out of business in the next 365 days. So if we wait a year and he comes back, I firmly believe we will be in different standing. That I can take that.
I don't know if it means going out of business or not is the right parameter. In my opinion, I think it's more milk product that could get sold in markets that aren't tapped yet. So I don't.
And I don't necessarily.
Moving milk faster out of the state.
The question is, would that happen in the next 365
Right.
days?
That's where I was gonna go.
Okay, so if I turn that around and say, is a 2% budget cut across the board gonna make that difference?
Depends on the,
9.3%?
depends on the organization.
It shouldn't.
It's hard to say.
So we can play it both ways.
If some of them live off of farmer donations too, and the farmers are cutting back, they might get it.
We have a new plant starting in January. That's gonna suck up my milk like crazy. That's my statement.
Did everyone actually vote one way or the other?
Yeah, we did.
Did you?
I
You did.
But did you say?
Did, yeah.
Jason said.
Oh.
Jason did. Thanks. Sorry.
Sharp one, Carl.
Very subtly, it was just like, go.
Oh.
So who was all the venture ones? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's definitely 5 ventures.
Venture fuel.
Okay.
Is that right? I don't think 5 was right.
Yes, it is.
Show of hands. I don't think-
so if
There's 10.
You said 192,
Yeah.
it's only 4.
Count.
Kim,
I didn't see, yeah.
my hand has been up every time. What's that put us at?
$9,600 more to spend.
New England, to give it back to New England.
Give it back to the transfer.
Or the transfer.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm put back in the
That's
train.
Too.
That's a good idea.
There we go.
To who?
Transfer.
Oh,
Transfer.
yeah.
Technology transfer, that's a good idea. Yep. Good idea, Larry.
Let's do this now.
Yeah, do this man quick.
Let's do 23,000, 23,500.
Nice.
191.
I'm not getting food the next meeting. I'm getting some of that stuff we visited about last
You'll
night.
Go.
Hey, you'll get colostrum.
All right, so let's just verify this. Go up, please. Birthing Center, 100,000, Ag in the Classroom, 896, New England, 16, Dane 10, Burke Media, 245, Corning Place, 225, Three Farmers at Care, 40, Buff for Health for 500, She Likes Milk and Creators United, 160, Katie Becker, 100, Herd, 200, Nyack Moving the Truck, 600, Sackett's Harbor, 15. That is our promotional total of $681,000. Cornell, you research whatever the new name is, continuations and then new ones in, this one was go down, I believe, right? The only one new one in this one, correct?
Yep.
The 87,910 for the fat globules. MQuip continuations and two new ones of 86,000 for the listeria and the intervention of on-farm microbials in the water, which she cut to 100,000. Total 945 for MQuip, total of what for Cornell? Research, whatever, total of 1.668,809,000. Total of 16,349,809. Any questions?
Does it have to zero or is that already?
No.
Larry, I make a motion, we adopt that recommendation to the commission.
We have a motion to adopt this to.
I'll second it.
Commissioner Ball to approve. Dean seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. Holy Christmas. 221.
That was not easy, Jake Draper.
25 hours of deliberation and it was all worth every minute. Probably the contractors don't think, some of them.
You're probably not, you're not
Well,
looking
you know.
at.
So we do have one other issue we have to take care of. Katie Carpenter's. Hang on one second.
Oh, sure.
Please.
Yep.
Katie Carpenter has a line item change that we have to approve or disapprove. Here it is. What is it?
That's your salary.
We're sorry, Elizabeth.
Everybody's ready to go back.
But we all got it.
Katie, why don't you?
Yeah, it's come out.
For you that refinding.
I think that's a good idea.
Like 54,000, wasn't it?
15,000. So we had a line for our evaluation project. We went into fiscal year 25 thinking that we were going to have a free service from the National Center for Agricultural Literacy. Federal funding cut a position. The person who was doing our evaluation work, she was cut entirely from the university. We were able to bring her on half-time through the end of December, so for 6 months, to complete the evaluation project. So we weren't going to have to pay for services to run our stats or to give a $5 charge to the teacher to complete it. So we're asking that we can take that $15,000 for services and materials and supplies and apply it to our salary line to pay for Amelia through the end of the year.
I move we approve that change.
Second.
We have a motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Done deal. Anybody on the board? Comments, questions, concerns, thoughts?
Great negotiation.
I hope it's.
Good negotiation. When you get all done, nobody's happy.
What did you say?
I said a good negotiation is when you get all done and nobody's happy.
That's right. Alicia, what did you say?
I hope we have more milk next year.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Sarah, Judy,
A couple processors hoping for it too.
Roberta?
No, excellent. I appreciate all the people that put in proposals. And I hope that people continue to put in proposals, even though when there's more requests than money, it makes it tougher.
Makes it
still
really
hope
tough.
We have those people that want to put their hat in the ring.
Carl?
Thank you.
I agree. I think it was a really tough year. So good job on bringing your A game like that.
Jason?
Yeah, I mean, it's, the quality and the passion grows and the quality gets better and it makes our job harder. And the disappointment in some doesn't mean that their efforts and thoughts were not in any small way. It's big. Just wish we could do it all.
Yep.
Jim?
thank all the people that request and don't give up.
Just appreciate everybody's efforts, the proposals, the board, ag and markets. Thank you.
Yeah, I will, what everybody else said, great 3 days. Appreciate everybody's efforts. Don't give up. Keep coming back. Hopefully, again, some year we'll have 17, 18, $19 million to give away. And again, Elizabeth, Chris, Casey, Antonia, Deputy Commissioner Howard, Commissioner Ball, appreciate all the support and all the effort you guys put into this. It's a good couple days. So now we will open it up to public comment. Go ahead, John. I just wanted you to sweat.
What was I gonna say?
That's what I figured, you know,
Well, it worked. I just want to say, thank you. Obviously, when, the budget came out, the proposals were posted, everybody could see there was a big variance there. And, while I'm a little disappointed, we didn't get what we were looking for. I totally understand the, position that you're in. We'll go back and we'll make some modifications, work harder, work smarter. And, on behalf of the farmers, but I'll be honest, I don't envy you all over the last couple of days for sure. And just, appreciate your faith in us, and we're just gonna, do our best to do more in the most efficient way, I guess. And thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'll just jump in that, thank you all, we appreciate your time. I did want to mention, because Carmen said I was going to, and then I never did in my marathon talk, that at the end of the year, we're planning a center meeting that will be because it's really fun for farmers to get to our April meeting. We're gonna do a hybrid of that as well as online to try to reach as many folks as we can and keep it short, like 3 hours of highlights from what the faculty are doing so that we can communicate better to our researchers. So I just wanted to mention that more information coming. This is not an event that we're requesting official DPO representation at. It is an event that all of you are invited to, as well as all other producers.
Anybody else? Jen?
Yeah, I was just gonna say thank you. We appreciate your support each year. I know it's gotta be a very difficult decision for sure. It's hard over here, like fighting the fingernails. So appreciate your support and look forward to showing off what we can do. Thank you.
Anybody else here? Anybody online?
I just wanted to say, I know it was a year from Mount Brown, and we are appreciative of everything that you guys have done and standing beside us through everything.
On behalf of the Corny Place team, thank you as well. I'm really looking forward to doing the work of getting the toolbox and seeing we build those out, 2026 and collaborating with our partners here in Bloomington online.
Larry, you have one online comment from Haley. Haley, you can go ahead and unmute.
I just want to say thank you. This was obviously our first time, but I've dedicated my entire life to dairy promotion. I'm very confident in our plan and efforts, and thank you for trusting us. I've never let our dairy farmers down, and we're really excited to get started and get to work on their behalf. So thank you for trusting us.
Thanks, Haley. Appreciate it.
We have one more from Carmen. Carmen, you can go ahead and unmute.
Hi, everyone. Carmen here. Sorry, I had to leave. I wanted to extend also my appreciation for your support of Cornell Research, for your incredible patience over the last 3 days now to listen to everything. And I know that we in particular threw a lot of ideas at you. We appreciate both the funding decisions, but also the valuable feedback. This will help us hopefully position these proposals better, those that didn't make the cut yet, but they also helped us understand better your needs. So we hope for continued support, and thank you once again. You've been fantastic over these 3 days. And we'll see you hopefully soon again at Cornell. As Nicole mentioned, we want to do something where we share our research with the farmers specifically in winter, and we hope to make that happen. Thank you all.
Thanks, Carmen. Okay. Department, anything for us?
Just to, again, say thank you. For what you do for the dairy industry. We appreciate it.
Get your expense reports to,
Preferably, yes.
I need one.
I got a whole stack.
within the next 10 days.
Jump in a
2
little
weeks.
bit. Let's think about process. I heard like some new buckets coming up, like what's gonna sell more milk, what's promotion, some new categories possibly. I think we should probably look at this process a little farther. I feel like our scoring mechanism didn't really help us as much as it has in the past. Do others kind of feel that?
So I
way?
did the quarters, sorry.
What's that?
So I used
Well,
quarters.
I don't know.
I thought it may.
I would say,
The higher number, we
No,
when we
I mean,
draft.
build it out more, Larry. So
Yeah.
the matrix has some more buckets that is
Oh.
to help, not crazy.
but I think also, I'll go back to what we talked about and the quality of presentations and asks this year were far superior. I would say we're
good.
We're really good.
Better. So I mean, maybe to your point,
Yeah, the speed dating on research, I don't know. I felt like there were a lot of folks like, I'm just not sure. Like,
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
It's some technical stuff.
6 minutes to go through some of that stuff.
And then when you're rating them,
But
right,
not,
that's gotta be hard.
but not for nothing. There's no way we're ever gonna fund 21 projects total. Maybe next year come back with a few less that you find are the more important ones that are more pertinent to what then we can spend.
Right, because that would require us to do an internal screening, and we don't necessarily want to not bring you.
Right, they're attracting students.
Especially on the
Ideas.
side, right, because it's all individual.
He wants us to do the screening,
The hard
which is
ones, yeah.
correct, yeah.
Then we may have to just come up with a way to give them a couple more minutes because we didn't hear everything.
That's been debated for a very long time, and that's why I think after this.
Or
we're
go
gonna
back
and revisit.
to the way you used to have the group that met to went over the research.
That's hard too,
That's really
because
hard.
then you're.
I don't like.
And I would tell you that when we did it, Jason, correct me if I'm wrong, Kim. I tell you, when we did it, we had some very passionate, scientific kind of people. Chris Noble, those guys. I mean, they understood it and we could bring that in and bring that back to the board effectively. This board wants as much information and much, information as you can get to make great decisions. Not saying that the other ones didn't, but this board is different than that board.
They made a decision and you really didn't know the whole story until.
Correct.
Right. I mean,
gotta-
we as a
you gotta-
subcommittee,
and then-
we as a subcommittee kind of chose the ones that we felt were important, and then we came back to the board and shared all the proposals, but gave them our recommendations.
And people still were empowered to feel
Right.
strongly
Excellent.
for or against. That was.
But being on that subcommittee, Judy, I wouldn't do that for this board. I wouldn't want to be part of that subcommittee.
Agreed. So we can talk about that later.
And there weren't a lot of new proposals. A lot of it is just continuing.
Oh, I would say there were quite a few.
There's a lot.
For Northeast Dairy Foods for export.
Yeah, there's 12 new.
12 total?
Five was the big project.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if we had a lot of money, I would have funded a lot of them.
Yeah.
Like, I like a lot of them.
Okay, we'll figure it out.
But
And next steps to be determined still. You'll hear from Elizabeth.
I'm sure we will.
You get these piles to take back to recycle unless you want me to take them home and burn them.
So next year should be funding.
Grandload of new ones.
And we should really kind of think about like every year.
Have we adjourned?
Yes, we're adjourned. Done.
Wait,
No, wait.
Yeah, motion.
I move we
I
adjourn.
said, I second it.
I.
I.
Okay, so
Now